Apocalypse. I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Why did our casualties suddenly increase? Lin Qun frowned when he heard this. What's going on? Chen Weiyang said, Mr. Lin, don't be surprised. In fact, we have been trying to communicate with Bai Yiming, but we have failed. It's not that Bai Yiming doesn't want to be with us. He thinks it's very dangerous to be with the military. After all, as the official armed forces of the human civilization of Blue Star, we have always been the primary target of alien civilizations. And this time, regarding the movements of the top civilization, we actually tried to communicate with Bai Yiming, but from the current situation, he is not ready to take action. Why? Lin Qun didn't know what other options there were at this time except for a fight. Is he planning to run away by himself? No, Chen Weiyang shook his head and said, on the contrary, as far as we know, he wants to run, but he wants to take his entire survivor base with him. This? Lin Qun was a little confused. It is very difficult for the military to evacuate now. This Bai Yiming wants to evacuate so many people. He is a little suspicious. Is this a trick? And is it actually a cover-up for Chen Weiyang's desire to run away? Then he could slip away without anyone noticing, but with his declared combat power, there was no need for him to do so. What on earth was this Blood Emperor who was famous in Daxing City thinking? The adjutant behind Chen Weiyang said, maybe he really wanted to do this. He once promised to protect all the survivors who came to him, and avoiding war was the best option. But he may not realize the seriousness of the problem, and we must convince him. Chen Weiyang's adjutant was skeptical about Lin Qun, but he spoke well of this local strongman in Daxing City, even if the other party ignored them. Lin Qun looked at Chen Weiyang. Chen Weiyang said, it's possible. But the problem now is that we have tried many methods, but we can't contact him. He doesn't want to see us, and he doesn't want to participate in the war. We have no choice. Seeing Chen Weiyang showing a rare helpless expression, Lin Qun understood that he should have tried his best. All the methods that can be used should have been used. From this point of view, Lin Xuangshan may not succeed. Daxing City must have more methods than Lin Qun. Lin Qun could not help but ask, what exactly is Bai Yiming's ability? I heard that he once slaughtered the Kale civilization for 5 consecutive days, killing the Kale civilization so hard that they dared not fight again. But with such combat power, why didn't he take action again? To be honest, we don't know. Chen Weiyang smiled bitterly. We know what Bai Yiming looks like, and even found out his resume before the global battlefield was opened. But this is useless, because we are completely lacking information about him after the outbreak of the global battlefield. Mr. Lin, the record you heard about is correct. When he took action, it was the darkest time in Daxing City. He disrupted the entire battle situation in Daxing City and killed the then powerful Kale civilization. It can be said that the 2 survivor bases in Daxing City were able to take shape so quickly because of his action, but you may not know that it was his first time to take action in public, and it was also the last time. 5 consecutive days of bloody battles. He fought from the South District to the North District of Daxing City, and the number of survivors gathered around him expanded from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Finally, he broke into the old palace, gathered survivors on the spot to establish a survivor base, and gained unparalleled prestige among the survivors. A group of people gathered around him, and his title of Blood Emperor also came from this. After Bai Yiming's survivor base was established, he announced to the public that he would protect everyone who ran to him, and thus accommodated a large number of survivors, and formed a survivor self-defense force composed of powerful talents. From then on, he fortified his walls and cleared the fields, and never went to war again. The Kale civilization was also afraid of him, and even went to war with us. They would not provoke his people. And Bai Yiming did not contact us, and rejected our invitation to merge the survivor base. We have no way of knowing his ability. I'm even afraid that in the entire Daxing City area, except for himself, no one knows what his ability is. The only information we have is just a guess. We guess that his ability is related to blood. It may be similar to the ability of vampires, or it may be some other ability. But according to his attack, he can control the blood of humans and non-human creatures. The more people die, the stronger he becomes. This is also the reason why the Kale civilization dare not go to war with him. Whether it is the killing of humans by the Kale civilization or the death of the Kale civilization, it will boost his strength. The more he fights, the more he loses. The more he loses, the more people die, and the stronger Bai Yiming becomes. The name of the Blood Emperor also comes from this. But we guess that perhaps Bai Yiming's ability may have some huge flaws, which caused him to only shock us after one attack, neither approaching us nor actively attacking the Kale civilization, but hiding. This is to prevent others from knowing the details of his ability. However, Chen Weiyang has been sheltering the survivors all along, and he has a very gentle personality and manages the survivors very well. In addition, the Kale civilization dare not attack them, and the survivors over there are very safe, so we have always tacitly accepted the existence of the two survivor bases. After all, you have seen the situation here, and the accommodation capacity is limited. It can even be said that the survivor base established by Bai Yiming has shared our pressure to some extent, so we have not disturbed them. It's just that now, the situation has changed, and the original situation can't be maintained. This time, what Chen Weiyang said was the clearest and truest version of the strongest man indexing that Lin Qun had heard. Surprisingly, this is almost the same as the version circulated outside, but the military obviously has more thoughts and explorations on Bai Yiming's ability. This is also similar to Lin Qun's guess. According to the time calculation, when Bai Yiming showed his amazing strength, it was about 7 or 8 days after the global battlefield broke out. At that time, Lin Qun was still fishing in troubled waters and dared not show up. But he was able to kill an alien civilization that was not inferior to the Bakatans and rooted it. His talent must be strange. Lin Qun also agreed with the judgment of Chen Weiyang and other military officials. Perhaps there is something strange or even defective in his ability, so he dared not show it, and only dared to take action once. But Lin Qun had to admit it. What Bai Yiming did was indeed worthy of legend. After 5 days of bloody battles, he killed an alien civilization and dared not fight again. This is shocking enough. Of course, Lin Qun can do this now. What really impressed Lin Qun was the part that Chen Weiyang did not emphasize. Bai Yiming's action was to save the survivors. His strength protected 400,000 ordinary people. Moreover, he managed the huge survivor base in an orderly manner without chaos. In this era, as long as you have the strength, saving a life is the simplest thing. But protecting others, or protecting hundreds of thousands of people, that is unimaginable. Lin Qun asked himself, he couldn't do it at all. If there was no military in the Magic City, maybe he would take action, but he would not care what would happen to those ordinary survivors afterwards. He had no obligation. He also wanted to survive. Carrying hundreds of thousands of people and protecting hundreds of thousands of people is like adding countless unimaginable burdens to the word survival. How can you survive? But Bai Yiming did it. It is even more impossible for such a person to run away by himself. Lin Qun looked at the adjutant. Maybe you are right. He really just wants to take away the survivors he sheltered. Chen Weiyang sighed and said, but where can he go? The situation has changed. Why can't Bai Yiming figure it out? Now there is only one battle. He wants to protect the survivors who followed him and want to evacuate them. Our military can completely help him do it, and his ability can be used in a more important position. There was also deep helplessness in his tone. It can be seen that Chen Weiyang also recognized Bai Yiming in his heart, but as a commander and military strategist who coordinates the overall situation, he is more helpless at this time. In his opinion, Bai Yiming is making a stupid and self-centered choice, and he needs someone to wake him up, but none of them can contact him. After a moment, Chen Weiyang seemed to realize that he had lost his composure, and immediately straightened his expression and said, it's nothing. I lost my composure a little. Mr. Lin, we will arrange for you to go to the front line as soon as possible, and we will try our best to contact Bai Yiming. The war is coming, and alien civilizations are coming in full force. We will fight to the end at all costs, and we will also do our best to gather all the human forces we can. We will mobilize our soldiers and fight to the end. If alien civilizations want to massacre humans, they will have to step over our corpses first. And I believe this is our planet. This is our world. We are the army of justice. There are humans everywhere here, and we have many helpers. Even if they are top civilizations, they will not be much stronger than us on the battlefield of level 3 civilizations. In any case, we have the strength to fight. We will defeat these despicable and cruel invaders. Chen Weiyang stood up. In the last few words, his voice was full of generosity. He and the adjutant behind him were ready to fight a bloody battle in Daxing. Lin Qun also stood up and shook hands with him. He really couldn't help with Bai Yiming's matter. Since the military had tried all kinds of means, they should have said everything they could. Lin Qun realized that it might be unnecessary for him to find Lin Xuangshan. Although he is now very powerful, he has always been self-aware. He is not an orator, and he is not arrogant enough to think that he can do what the entire military team cannot do. The military can't convince Bai Yiming, and he is even less willing to do it. Maybe he couldn't control this matter, so Chen Weiyang had to keep working hard. If he could succeed, that would be the best, and Lin Qun would have an extra helper on the battlefield, which he would be happy to see. But if not, Lin Qun had never included this elusive Daxing Blood Emperor into his plan, and his absence would have no impact on Lin Qun. Lin Qun had fought all the way through, and he had already understood. It is always better to rely on yourself than on others. Be prepared to rely on yourself from the beginning, so that you will not lose everything when others make mistakes, and you will always have a backup plan. Chen Weiyang said, Mr. Lin, you can contact me at any time, if you need anything. Then, everything went smoothly. Chen Weiyang attached great importance to Lin Qun's request to harvest contribution points, and immediately sent an elite team to Lin Qun to assist Lin Qun to rush to the front line, where they were fighting with the Kale people. The so-called front line is actually the entire Daxing City area. Daxing City is a front line everywhere. In this city, except for the locations of the 2 survivor bases, there are Kale people active. The streets of the city are in a mess, and the Kale people and the military are fighting in between. Of course, at this stage, this front line basically has no regular army of the Kale civilization, and most of them are civilian armed forces of the Kale civilization, such as what Lin Qun and his team had done before. This is what we encountered outside the city. The main force of the Kale civilization was in the process of retreating. However, these so-called civilian armed forces were actually instructed and monitored by the top leaders of the Kale civilization. They were intentionally allowed to come out to rub against humans. Some were even recruited by the Kale civilization as civilian armed forces in order to interfere with the possible impact of humans on their retreat. Another thing is to harvest a batch of contribution points at the end. No matter how many, as many as you can get. Therefore, there are quite a lot of lives in the streets and alleys of the Kale civilization, but their combat power is uneven, and most of them appear in small teams. After all, they are armed personnel of the Kale civilization. There are few regular troops. 3 or 5 Kale people can form a team, and there are less than 100 people at most. However, they are very fierce. They fought with human military teams in the city for a few contribution points. The fight was fierce and stalemate. Of course, whether these Kale people are many or few, strong or weak, it has little impact on Lin Qun. No matter whether you are strong or weak, you are a contribution point, and you can't withstand Lin Qun's gaze. It is worth mentioning that the elite team sent by Chen Weiyang is actually Tang Laodao and others. Obviously, Chen Weiyang, the commander of Daxing, has long known the relationship between Lin Qun and Tang Laodao and others also shows his control over his survivor base from another perspective. It is better to cooperate with familiar people. They are also familiar with Daxing City. They took Lin Qun to penetrate the urban area and hunted alien civilizations everywhere. Moreover, Lin Qun's headshot female skills killed the enemy secretly and did not attract attention at all. Tang Laodao and his men led the characters and went wherever there were alien civilizations to cover Lin Qun. It seemed that the two sides were evenly matched in the exchange of fire, but in fact, Lin Qun was secretly slaughtering one-sidedly. Tang Laodao was full of emotion and said, "I have fought hard with alien civilizations, and I have never fought such an easy battle." Although Zalzaya and others have cooperated with Lin Qun many times and witnessed Lin Qun's terrifying combat power, they still feel frightened at this time and are surprised by the amazing combat power that Lin Qun has shown in slaughtering alien civilizations. Although these Kale people are not as big as the monsters of Liang Heng civilization, their technical level and overall strength are better than Liang Heng civilization. This brother Lin can even chop melons and vegetables. The fat man said, "If you ask me, this blood emperor of Daxing City is so powerful, I don't think he is as good as brother Lin." Zalzaya said, "Brother Lin is the main killer, and we just need to follow the show. It should be easy and safe." But soon, they didn't feel relaxed. Because Lin Qun was like a monster, he didn't know fatigue at all. He hunted from morning to night, and then hunted to morning. He only took a half-hour break in the middle to eat. He killed crazily from east to west without stopping. They were all dumbfounded. Boss Tang wanted to ask, "Don't you know how tired you are?" But they knew their mission, running around with Lin Qun and hunting everywhere. Lin Qun knew he was tired, of course, but he knew even more that time was running out, and the war was about to break out, and he had to harvest as many contribution points as possible. They also encountered other human forces that were fighting against the Kale civilization. They were basically soldiers sent by the survivor base of the Daxing Federation military, fighting against the Kale civilian armed forces, to prevent the Kale people from harassing ordinary survivors. Their battles with the Kale people were often very tense, but when Lin Qun and the others arrived, they were no longer anxious. They won in a daze. Because the Kale people who had just fought with them to a draw suddenly died all of a sudden. These soldiers were a little confused, and they admired Boss Tang and others, thinking that it was because of the amazing combat effectiveness of their team. But Boss Tang knew that this was not their amazing combat effectiveness. This was Lin Qun's amazing combat effectiveness. Zalzaya couldn't help but say, "Brother Lin, you are too awesome. You don't even have to fight head on. You can kill these Kale people by secretly cutting them like melons and vegetables." The hot girls' eyes showed genuine admiration. They had long known and witnessed Lin Qun's powerful fighting ability, but this kind of continuous attack at close range made them look even more complicated. The fat man kept saying, "This is the world of masters. How many Kale people did we kill along the way? I can't even remember. If it were us, a wave of Kale people would be enough for us to fight for several hours, and we might not be able to determine the winner. But they can kill a group of Kale people in just a few minutes. How efficient is that? Is this the speed at which you kill minions in games?" Boss Tang was also deeply shocked. This is the world of the strong. No wonder the high level and top strong men of the alien civilization were rushing to kill Lin Qun. With such combat power, who wouldn't want to kill him? Ordinary survivors like them, even small masters like Boss Tang himself, are not good enough in front of Lin Qun. They also encountered a group of masters of the Kale people. The leader of the Kale people had nearly 10,000 contribution points. Boss Tang was far from his opponent. He thought this would be a fierce battle. As a result, the powerful Kale man jumped for less than a second, and as soon as he showed his head, he was broken into a headless corpse by Lin Qun's gaze. This headshot ability can kill everyone. Boss Tang couldn't help but blurt out, "What kind of ability is this?" Lin Qun's physical attributes are already terrifying enough. Ordinary alien civilizations, even small masters, are not enough in front of him. With a glance, he can kill them directly. Earlier, they were worried about Lin Qun's actions. What if the Kale people found out and reported it? But now they found that this was completely overthinking, because the Kale people they encountered did not have the opportunity to report. As long as they met, they were killed by Lin Qun in 1 or 2 minutes. How could there be a chance to report? They died before they could even pick up the communicator. It was only then that Don realized Lin Qun's concealment was not for the enemy, but for Lin Qun himself. He just needed to not expose any exaggerated sound and light effects, and the enemy did not have any chance to report. There was no use finding an opportunity, because before the report could be made public, the person was already dead. Therefore, Lin Qun's killing efficiency was quite high, and batches of Kale people were killed by him one after another. Many soldiers of the human army were confused, and they just thought that the team of Boss Tang and his team had strong combat effectiveness, and they killed wherever they went. Among these ordinary soldiers, Boss Tang and his team became famous. However, Lin Qun had been killing for a long time, and the civilian armed forces of the Kale civilization were rapidly reduced, and the number of Kale people participating in the street fighting in the city was rapidly reduced. The lives of the retreating Kale civilization in the central area of Daxing City were a little confused. Why did the casualties of the civilian armed forces we sent out to harass suddenly increase? Within 36 Blue Star hours, the number of casualties has reached 30%. It should be the human army pouring in. Their strength has increased. The Black Sheep civilization will arrive in at most 50 Blue Star hours. We must evacuate as soon as possible. Don't worry about that. Continue to let them share the pressure. Our retreat is about to be completed, and no one can stop us now. It's no big deal to pay some casualties among civilian armed forces. This amount of casualties is nothing to the Kale civilization, especially since the current casualties are almost all its civilian armed forces, which has little impact on the Kale civilization. They just pay attention and are surprised, but as long as it does not affect their retreat, it's nothing. Judging from the current situation, humans are busy with their own affairs, and are waiting to go to war with the top civilizations. How can they have the time to go to war with them? It should be because humans have invested more troops, which has led to a sharp decline in our personnel. I don't think we need to worry about it. Humans are also in a state of panic. Even if they gather troops in Daxing, they can't go to war with us. That's not a wise move. This accident won't affect anything. The commanders of the Kale civilization never dreamed that humans had invested more troops. It was clearly just a Lin Qun. However, they had no way of discovering Lin Qun's attack. In urban street fighting, everyone fought in small teams, which was very suitable for Lin Qun's ghost-like actions. The Kale people who faced him all died in a few minutes. On the Kale side, Lin Qun's team was a blind spot. Everyone died. Who could report who killed them? It can only be considered normal war losses, and the only possibility for the increase in normal war losses is that humans may have invested more troops. As time went by, at the same time, when Lin Qun was killing people in Daxing City, new changes also occurred at the larger scale of the war situation. Chapter 277, All rivers flow into the sea. In the past 48 hours, the human forces in Green Province have completed an unprecedented retreat. Lin Qun also secretly arrived in Daxing from Green Province, and several teams cooperating with Lin Qun are also moving towards Daxing in small pieces. Of course, this also includes refugees from several regions. They are either actively or forced to gather in Daxing. With the insect swarm as the dividing line, the front line of Green Province and Jinqing Lucheng are cut off, as if they have become two worlds. But they are working hard. On the other side of this dividing line, the survivors of Jinqing and Lucheng survivor bases are preparing for war. Their main forces set out from the survivor base in a mighty manner. The federal regular army of the two survivor bases was fully dispatched, forming a mighty mechanized torrent. This is the most powerful military force that humans can show off in the entire region. Inside the two survivor bases, a large number of survivors are recruited to replace the soldiers, to go to the vacant defense line, to ensure the defense of the survivor base itself. At this stage, in fact, no alien civilization will attack these two survivor bases. The top civilizations will fight a decisive battle, and the Zerg are watching from the other side. At this time, who dares to stay in this area? Moreover, even if you want to take advantage of the situation, it is not now. Because the human army is gathering unprecedentedly, its scale is so large that it is daunting. At this time, whoever attacks humans, the assembled human army will undoubtedly come to attack you. Even if you take action, you have to wait until the human army officially starts the war. Li Zeng and others are naturally aware of this risk, but at this moment, they have no choice. Standing on the wall of Lucheng, Li Zeng looked at the human troops marching away. This time, Fu Kai is still leading the troops and taking these people to the expedition. They will merge with human forces in other regions to form an unprecedentedly large army to participate in the war. His adjutant standing behind him could not help but say, "Commander, our main forces have gone out, and only the survivors are left to defend the city. The Zerg will still be our biggest threat. Once they go around and attack Lucheng or Jinqing, after we start a war with the top civilization in Daxing, it will bring unimaginable huge losses. Don't underestimate the power of the survivors. Those who can survive to this day are not all warriors, but at least everyone has blood. Li Zeng stared into the distance and said without looking back, besides, we can't care about so many things, right? If we are attacked by the Zerg, tens of thousands of people may die, but if we stand by and watch the Battle of Daxing, all of us will die in the end. Which is more important? This is everyone's answer. The adjutant behind him was hesitant to speak, and finally just sighed, staring into the distance with Li Zeng, and said, we will succeed. As of 5 minutes ago, more than 31 civilian survivor forces have responded to us in the areas covered by the 3 survivor bases. This will be the battle with the largest number of troops gathered by the Federation since the end of the Blue Star World War. May God bless us. Li Zeng pursed his lips. He silently repeated the same sentence in his heart, and it was just as they said. In fact, since the Prophet civilization and human civilization in Hue City broadcast one after another, they have begun to fully recruit the survivors around them. The Battle of Green Province has already yielded initial results. After defeating the multi-legged civilization, many wavering survivor bases also responded, and the influence of the 3 major survivor bases further expanded. Of course, there are still some survivor forces who are dormant, vigilant and uneasy. For these people, Lucheng and Jinling City urgently sent people to persuade them one by one, gather the survivors, reorganize their survivors' armed forces, and further expand the team. Therefore, at this moment, it is not just the federal army in Lucheng and Jinling City that is coming out. It is the entire region, in countless shadows and corners, where human teams surface one after another. Some of them are complete survivor civilian armed forces. They have established their own habitats. Except for their inferior weapons and equipment, their overall combat effectiveness is no less than that of federal soldiers. The global battlefield of blood and fire forced ordinary people to grow up quickly, because the consequence of not growing up and not being strong is death. Especially for these ordinary survivors who are not strong and have mediocre talents, they must be more ruthless than others, more ruthless than the lives of alien civilizations, and have the execution and combat power of warriors. Otherwise, don't even think about surviving when facing alien civilizations. They are not soldiers, but they have the strength to participate in the war. Everyone is a real warrior who has experienced blood and fire. There are also some who are armed forces of the Federal Army. They come from the original armed forces in various parts of the Federation. Some are scattered, and some are simply deserters. The former are easy to gather. When they get the order of the Federal Orthodox command system, they almost choose to respond at the first time. And those deserters, or those who have other thoughts, are more difficult. Their ideas have changed, and they are no different from those thug survivors who occupy the mountain as kings. For this kind of situation, Li Zeng and Jinxing have adopted a thunder policy. Once it is confirmed that it is a deserter unit or a thug armed force, whether you are a survivor or a soldier, you will be executed directly by thunder. Missiles wash the ground, directly blow it up to the sky. Such means have the effect of shaking the mountain and shocking the tiger. Many similar violent armed forces surrendered in a short period of time. As for the deserters, they were timid and dared not do anything at this time. No matter how powerful the violent armed forces are, they are not as brutal as the army. At most, they can bully the ordinary survivors. A row of missiles will come down, and they can only wait for death. They can't even touch the hair of the federal regular army. In this case, even the toughest and cruelest people know what to choose. This is the violence of modern armed forces. Ordinary weak armed forces cannot exist like in ancient society. Because of the development of the modern war system, they can't defend the mountaintop at all, not to mention confronting the regular army. And for these people, even if they voluntarily surrender, Li Zeng will judge them on the spot, strangling the unforgivable people on the spot, and not giving them any chance. This actually caused another wave of resistance, but Li Zeng only suppressed it with more violent means. Many people think that Li Zeng's methods are too radical. Even if they deserve to die, they shouldn't have died so obviously. The execution was so quick and decisive, which would drive other violent armed forces to extremes. Some survivors who had not committed any major mistakes might also take another route to confront their military armed forces. but Li Zeng insisted on doing so, and his attitude was very clear. If I kill them, it will be because thugs like them are angry and trembling. If I don't kill them and keep them alive, it will make our soldiers and the survivors in the city uneasy. Special times, special means, and life and death. I don't have time to distinguish whether everyone who looks like a villain deserves to die. I can only choose a way to let more people survive. I must select the fighters who are really capable of fighting. If I will be judged for my massacre, it will also be the tomorrow when our civilization survives. His words made all the doubters stop. As an old general and commander-in-chief who has fought his way out of the magic city, Li Zeng's reputation is unparalleled. Although his iron-blooded methods caused a lot of dissatisfaction, no one could shake his position, not to mention that he had the support of Lin Qun. With Lin Qun's support, it means that most people in Mo do support him, and the facts have proved that Li Zeng's methods are extremely effective. When Daxing City was in a state of panic, Lucheng had announced the information of the Daxing decisive battle to the whole city. There was not much panic in the whole city. The survivor base actively cooperated and signed up for the conscription. At the same time, outside, because of Li Zeng's efforts, they completed the gathering of the survivors in the province and the 2 surrounding provinces in just 72 hours. This was an unimaginable speed before, and if it weren't for Li Zeng's killing methods, it would be impossible to have such a speed. Speed is the essence of war. The fleets of the Prophet's civilization, the Black Sheep civilization, the Silicon civilization, and the Holy War Army of the Godly civilization are all on the road, and every second counts. If their troops are assembled late, it will be useless. There are more than 2 million people in Daxing, and no one can withdraw. Once the war starts, any shell hitting the survivor base can harvest thousands of contribution points. This is not only a huge loss to human civilization, but also a gift to others. Now, thanks to Li Zeng's efforts, the plan was able to start the war ahead of schedule. The armies of Jinqing and Lucheng set out at least 3 hours ahead of schedule, and the human forces in the entire southeast region began to gather as never before. The armed and scattered armies of the survivors also set out. One after another, small survivor bases and temporary survivor bases disappeared from the map. They were divided into 2 parts. The elderly, the weak, women and children went to Jinqing or Lucheng, while the armed forces went to join the federal mechanized forces of the 2 large survivor bases. Before the expedition, they had learned the significance of this battle through Jinqing or Lucheng. The alien civilization has arrived before us. We have to fight this battle, whether we want to or not. They have ignored us, and want to decide the outcome among themselves, and then come to reap us. We can't just sit there and wait to die. We must fight. We have been hiding for nearly 2 months. Now there is nowhere to hide. I don't want to wait to die, and I don't want to leave my fate to others. I want to join the war. I want to go to Daxing to join the war, and let those top civilizations that ignore us see our strength. If they want to decide the outcome, they have to ask us if we agree or not. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of every man. A man hugged his wife and children tightly. Wife, I don't want to go either. I'm afraid of death. You're right. That's a top civilization, more powerful than any alien civilization we've seen. If we go there, we'll die. But we've already fled all the way. We have no way to escape. If the whole world is full of alien civilizations, where can we escape to? I'm going to fight. Even if I die, as long as we can win, you and the children can live, which is better than a whole family dying. There were also survivors who gathered together, and at this moment they were still hesitating whether to respond to the call of Jinqing and Lucheng to gather together and to fight. They were all just ordinary survivors. Although they had killed many alien civilizations, they were ordinary civilizations. The top civilizations were enemies they dared not even dream of. Moreover, they had resisted for the sake of survival before, and had never thought of taking the initiative to fight against alien civilizations. Until this time, someone in the corner stood up and raised his arms and shouted, "Brothers, let's go." We used to hide and hide, always thinking that there was someone to hold up the sky if it fell. But think about it, at that time, all the soldiers who protected us died. We only knew how to be afraid and run, without giving them any help. When our families were slaughtered one by the alien civilization, we knew how to resist. But if we could have taken up arms early and resisted with those killed soldiers, maybe our families would still be alive now. We should wake up. There is someone to hold up the sky if it falls, but the person who is tall can't hold it up. If we don't lend a hand, we will be crushed to death. Some teams poured out of their own survivor bases and went to join. The leader of the survivors in front stood on the roof of the car, shaking his homemade flag, and roared, "Come on, everyone. Think about it, the relatives who were killed by the alien civilization. Now is the time for us to fight back. We will make them pay with blood. Let them know the price of bullying us." In the long team, an elderly professor also went to join the battle, clapping his hands and singing, "When the day comes to recover my homeland, my heart will still be filled with homesickness." His singing voice was gradually drowned out. People raised their arms and shouted. They shouted hoarsely, "Blood debt must be paid with blood. Blood debt must be paid with blood." And soon, they were surprised to find that their shouts were answered, either on the other side of the mountain, or at the end of the plain. Shouting. It was one team after another, team after team, setting out from all over. Some were large, some were scattered, but they were mighty and each one was moving forward. They said goodbye to their familiar homes. They said goodbye to their remaining relatives and friends. They were full of fighting spirit. Their blood was boiling. They knew what they were fighting for. They would fight for survival. The small and medium-sized alien civilizations along the way were all retreating. They were terrified and terrified. Some did not understand why, and did not even understand what was going on. How could so many humans suddenly appear, all over the mountains and plains, almost everywhere? This was an incredible mass gathering of troops. It was actually happening here. If you look down from the sky, you will see that countless human teams in the southeast are like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, moving towards the green province at high speed. A huge torrent is gradually forming, with thousands of people, densely packed, advancing into the Daxing area in the west. That scene is magnificent and shocking. On the broken mountains and rivers, human teams are moving, and alien civilizations are retreating. It seems to be a silent declaration. This is a human world. Chapter 278 The Swarm Retreats. Jinling Command Center. Our first level troops have gathered, and will join the Luchan army in 15 minutes. Luchan Command Center. On the map, the line representing the Luchan army is flashing forward, gradually intersecting with the Jinling army. The main forces of the Federal Army of the two survivor bases gathered first on the vast land of China, and then there was a pause for a while, waiting for a large number of soldiers to come from all directions. Li Zeng was in the command center. Is the on-site reorganization plan ready? We must ensure that each independent survivor team has a contact person, and each level of troops must accept and obey the command. Various messages are being transmitted in an orderly manner in front. One by one, specialized commanders and fighters were stationed in batches of survivor armed forces. The military's reorganization plan has long been prepared. Although the human forces are now unprecedentedly assembled, the survivor armed forces gathered from all directions, each of which actually has a small number of people, but their number is huge, and the total number gathered together is almost comparable to the army of the two survivor bases. This is a terrifying number. But modern warfare is not just about gathering a group of people and pushing forward. If there is no on-site reorganization and unified command, many people will only be a mob, and everyone will take care of themselves on the battlefield, and they will definitely fail. If you want this huge force to exert its combat effectiveness, you must unite them before officially participating in the war. And this must be done in the shortest time possible. Li Zeng's eyes were heavy, and orders came out of his mouth, and were quickly transmitted to the front. According to the latest news, the silicon-based civilization, which has been wandering outside the intelligence system of the three major human survivor bases, has also confirmed that it has changed its course from chasing Lin Qun to targeting Daxing City. Obviously, it is also going to compete with the Black Sheep civilization and the Prophet civilization for Daxing City. Li Zeng marked the route of the silicon-based civilization on the map. At this moment, on the map, the three top civilizations that are capable of competing for the final winner of the global battlefield of Blue Star have all pointed their swords at Daxing. Only the Shengui civilization. They are still on the road of the Holy War, and now their destination is still the Green Province area. The methods of the Shengui civilization are unpredictable, but their marching speed and reaction speed are indeed slower. Large-scale long-distance raids and operations are actually not compatible with the warfare mode of their civilization, so they are obviously at a disadvantage. However, the top powerhouse they sent out is very powerful and fast, but it has to wait for their army, which is also slowed down. Your Excellency Commander, according to the current situation, the Black Sheep civilization will arrive in Daxing City first, and the estimated time is 42 hours. Then it will be the Prophet civilization, which will arrive in Daxing City in 56 hours, and then the Silicon-based civilization, which should arrive only 10 to 30 minutes later than the Prophet civilization. The last to arrive will be the Shengui civilization, and it will arrive at the earliest 12 hours after the Black Sheep civilization. If they encounter any emergencies on the way, this time may very well be later. However, this is just the time we speculated, based on the current situation. Even if they arrive, they may not enter the battlefield. They may also slow down, or speed up on the way, which is difficult to judge. The technical and consulting team is analyzing the movement trajectories of several top civilizations. Li Zeng's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "So, in our current situation, the sooner we evacuate the survivors of Daxing, the better. We must be faster." Ahead, the human army was gathering unprecedentedly and reorganizing on the spot. The speed was extremely fast. Groups of troops gathered from all directions. Then they dispersed one by one. The dispersed ones were the reorganized troops, advancing in a line from several directions. The whole area was full of human flags. The human troops did not advance into Green Province and Daxing City at the first time. On the contrary, they were divided into multiple troops, advancing in a mighty manner along the parallel line of Green Province, directly pressing the Zerg civilization. The Zerg civilization's fleet was scattered outside Green Province, connected in a mighty straight line on a macro scale, like a copper wall across the battlefield. They bombarded Green Province here and cut off the retreat route between Daxing and the other two survivor bases. Their war insects were overwhelming. At this moment, in front of them, the human forces spreading from several directions were also overwhelming. Fires lit up on the ground. From a great distance, they looked like clusters of sparks on the ground, but they were not sparks, but attacks fired from human rocket and artillery positions. They rose slowly from the ground and advanced towards the Zerg fleet at high speed, gleaming densely in the sky, dazzling and forming a beautiful and deadly composition. Humans took the initiative to open fire. The troops behind were still reorganizing and converging. The troops in front had already begun to put pressure on the Zerg. Hundreds of rivers converge into the sea. At this moment, the human troops advancing forward have exceeded 100,000 people, divided into 4 armies, advancing towards the Zerg from several directions. Judging from this posture, it seems that they are preparing to directly fight the Zerg. Inside the Zerg, the commanders of several Zerg nests and the queens are having a heated discussion. Have humans gone crazy? They want to fight for real. Based on their current actions, they not only want to force us back, but are they really going to war with us? If they go to war with us, both sides will suffer losses. They will lose all opportunities. When those top civilizations decide the outcome, even if they win, we will be powerless to fight again, and can only wait to die. After a long while, the queen insect, who had been silent all the time, transmitted information through many pipelines. We retreat. They don't want to go to war with us, but they are not afraid of going to war with us. The queen insect's judgment made some command insects a little confused, and they didn't quite understand what it meant. But some of them suddenly realized and said, "Great queen, you have made a clear and rational judgment. Humans have no intention of winning the war. They are now eager to evacuate the civilians trapped in Daxing City. This assembled human army is unprecedented in size. They really want to force us back and then go to Daxing City to compete with the top civilization. But there is a prerequisite, that is, the human civilians in Daxing City have the opportunity to evacuate. If we don't get out of the way, the human civilians in Daxing City will not have an evacuation route. If the civilians in Daxing City cannot evacuate successfully, then they have lost half the battle before they even start fighting. In this case, their army will not go to compete with the top civilization, but will directly go to war with us and create a retreat route for the human civilians in Daxing City. So, they are really ready to engage in a firefight with us. Whether we advance or retreat, leave or stay, they must get this lifeline. The analysis of the commanding insect made the other insects react. These humans are really crazy, but their potential should not be underestimated. This is the most rebellious civilization we have ever encountered. They are still resisting. They can actually gather such a large army in a short period of time. How did they do it? I have studied the history of human civilization. Their history is a long history of war. Civilization grows in war, and the road to growth is deeply buried in the violence of war. Even the technological explosion was opened before and after the war. They are the civilization of war. Finally, the Silent Queen spoke for the second time, interrupting this free discussion that was rare within the swarm. Retreat 150 kilometers. When humans fight with the top civilization, we will directly attack their other two survivor bases. They do not have the strength to go to war with multiple civilizations. If the army goes out, the survivor base will be extremely empty, and the number of human civilians in the two human survivor bases combined exceeds 5 million. After we harvest 5 million contribution points, we will return directly to our homeland. Whether they win or lose in Daxing, they will pay a heavy price, and we will return with a full load. Immediately, the short meeting ended quickly. One after another, the commanding insects fell silent and began to retreat. Thus, a magnificent scene appeared on the battlefield. The giant flying insect nests that stretched between heaven and earth, like mountains, began to retreat intensively at this moment, retreating in an entire line. The dark swarms of flying war insects also retreated quickly, like locusts retreating away, retreating to the end of the sky. Facing the attacks of humans, they did not take any counter-attack measures, but just retreated blindly, accelerating their retreat, leaving the battlefield. It was clear that they had no intention of confronting the human coalition head-on. The human troops' advance was therefore paused. Their goal was achieved. The judgment of the Swarm Queen was correct. This lifeline for the retreat of Daxing City must be opened. If the swarm refuses to retreat, then they will really go to war with the swarm. In any case, the survivors of Daxing City must be evacuated first. Of course, Li Zeng and other commanders understood. The swarm will definitely withdraw. They can't be stupid enough to fight the main force of humans head on. That would only benefit other alien civilizations, not the swarm. The swarm will only do something to cut off the firewood. Li Zeng looked at the picture sent back from the front. As the swarm retreated, a large number of human warriors all raised their arms and shouted excitedly. They won without fighting. This can bring great encouragement and excitement to the warriors. They just went to the battle, and the first battle made the huge swarm of insects retreat frantically. This is clearly a manifestation of the strength of humans and the fear of alien civilizations. This gave the frontline warriors infinite confidence and pride. They are afraid. Will alien civilizations be afraid too? We humans will not tolerate humiliation. Get out of here, swarm. What is an alien civilization? We are not weak either. As long as we humans can stand firm and gather strength, we will be able to kill them all. Different from the excitement of ordinary soldiers on the front line. The command level is very clear. The swarm is now retreating and watching, which only means that they will sneak attack the two survivor bases in Jinling and Lucheng after the human army officially joins the top civilization war. According to common sense, when the army sets out, the two large-scale human survivor bases must be empty. At this time, whoever can bypass the human frontal troops and turn around to cut off the firewood will be able to make a lot of money and earn millions of contribution points from the two human survivor bases. In fact, since the main force set out from the two survivor bases, the Lucheng survivor base and the Jinling survivor base have already begun to deploy defenses intensively. Li Zeng whispered in his heart, "Swarm, if you really dare to come, you can come and try. Lucheng has become a soldier, waiting for you to come." On the earth, the human army has formed an unprecedented trend. Your Excellency the Commander, our gathering has been initially completed. Now, the total number of troops from my Lucheng survivor base plus the Jinling survivor base in many places has exceeded 180,000. This number is even larger than we imagined. Here are the detailed data. Li Zeng took the tablet and looked through the contents. After a while, he raised his head, looked around, and said word by word, "Look, a single spark can start a prairie fire. The voice of us humans will resound on this land. This time, no one can ignore us." As the Zerg retreated, the huge human army quickly completed its final gathering and reorganization. Multiple troops advanced from several directions. The steel torrent traveled across the vast land of China and also advanced in the direction of Daxing City. But these multiple troops will not enter Daxing City. They will fight outside Daxing City. This is not an ancient war. Everyone has to fight hand to hand. Sufficient distance is advantageous to either side. The distance was safe enough in the second hour after the Zerg retreated. The lifeline has been opened. Daxing City directly launched the retreat plan. In order to avoid unnecessary chaos caused by panic, Chen Weiyang still concealed the information that the top civilization was about to enter, but began to work on the retreat of Daxing City. Before this, rumors had already spread, and the beginning of the retreat at this time was like a fire that completely ignited the panic. As more and more news came out, and more people believed it, the retreat of the Daxing Federation military survivor base became chaotic and congested. Chen Weiyang had to send more and more people to maintain order and speed up the retreat, which delayed some time. The retreat started nearly an hour later than originally planned. But in contrast to the Federation military survivor base, the survivor base in the old palace in another corner of Daxing City immediately began a large evacuation. This shows the unique advantages of this pure survivor base. The military has opened up escape routes for both survivor bases. These survivors who left Daxing City with their families and luggage will retreat in the opposite direction of the human army marching towards Daxing City, all the way to the two major survivor bases of Lucheng and Jingling. This is a huge human flow, but it will be completed in a very short time. But no one knows that in fact, there is also chaos in this survivor base composed of pure survivors built by the Blood Emperor Bai Yiming deep in the old palace. But this layer of chaos did not occur at the bottom, but at the top, so it did not affect the retreat of ordinary survivors at the bottom. Chapter 279, Daxing's Great Retreat. The night was deep, but the city of Daxing was brightly lit. Thousands of people were pouring in from the survivor base, forming a long torrent, riding in vehicles, and moving forward. Inside the city, the speed was still slow, but when they drove outside, they gradually accelerated, faster and faster, and ran into the distance without looking back. But because the team was too large, they were connected together, looking like a winding light snake, spreading out of Daxing City, and extending to the distance with no end. Those were all people who were retreating. Lin Qun, Tang Laodan and others came back and saw this spectacular scene. In the Daxing military survivor base, a large number of survivors poured into the streets, densely packed. The retreating vehicles lined up all the way from outside the city to inside the city, and groups of military soldiers were maintaining order. But there were too many survivors, and they were all scrambling to get on the car in front, as if they would not be able to escape if they were slow. Some people brought their children and shouted desperately in the back. Some people still had a lot of luggage, which were valuable belongings in the doomsday, but they became a burden and could not squeeze in, no matter how hard they tried. Some people had connections and ways to get on a good bus quickly. Some people spent all their supplies to get a connection, to get on the bus as soon as possible and evacuate as soon as possible, but they were cheated and lost everything, with a look of confusion and despair on their faces. Some people, who were originally family members and friends, fought for a place on the bus and were beaten to a pulp, completely disregarding their feelings, and seemed to be the last bus. Obviously, if they waited a little longer, there would be another bus to go. Of course, there were also people who were polite, humble and dignified. They let their children and elderly family members get on the bus first, and waited for the next bus. The military maintained order, and the broadcasts from high above reiterated again and again that it was still safe now, and that if everyone evacuated in an orderly manner, more people could be evacuated. But most people were still in chaos and crowded. It was obvious that the crisis was coming, so who could take care of others? If I follow the order, maybe a few more people can get on the bus, but so what? If I don't follow the order, I can get on the bus first. What does it have to do with me if more or fewer people get on the bus? However, Daxing City has made sufficient preparations for this great retreat. Although the scene is a bit chaotic, the retreat has never stopped from the beginning to now. Cars of people are transported out continuously, and long convoys lead to the distance. It's like a migration. Daxing City's preparations were made before it was determined that Daxing City would become the target of public criticism. Lin Qun knew that large survivor bases like this usually prepare retreat plans, retreat vehicles, etc., which are all prepared early, because no one knows what will happen next. If the survivor base suddenly can't be defended, it is impossible to evacuate so many survivors temporarily. There must be a plan in advance, with routes, vehicles, and supplies, so that more people can be evacuated as quickly as possible. This is something that ordinary survivor bases can't do at all. Only large-scale survivor bases such as the Daxing Survivor Base, Lucheng Survivor Base, and Jinling Survivor Base can make such preparations and arrangements in advance. If it were all in a hurry, no one would be able to evacuate so many people in a short time. And now, this is playing its role. These preparations are the confidence of Daxing City to evacuate so many people. This scene is magnificent and grand, and I have only seen it in movies before. People and voices are mixed together, and there is a hint of order in the chaos, and there is chaos in the order. This is a mighty retreat. As far as Lin Qun knows, not only the federal military survivor base here is retreating, but Bai Yiming is also retreating, and the whole city is retreating. Lin Qun hurried past. He thought of what Li Zeng had said to him before. The 2 million survivors in Daxing City can eventually evacuate at least 70% of the survivors. This means that even in the most optimistic situation, there may be survivors who cannot leave. From this perspective, their current chaos and crowding seem to make sense. Those who leave in a hurry now will not be the unlucky 1 or 2% who are left here in the end. Boss Tang said with emotion, when I was in Santang City, I didn't think of any retreat plan. If I had thought of it and made preparations, maybe we could have escaped, even if we were breached. He was sighing about the survivor base he built by himself, which was breached by Liang Heng civilization. His survivor base was smaller in scale, and was actually not comparable to the survivor base of Daxing. Lin Qun and his team came back at this time, not because they were tired and wanted to rest. Lin Qun had been hunting for more than a day, and it was impossible not to be tired, but he knew very well that the war was about to begin, and now was not the time to rest, so he had been hunting desperately outside to obtain contribution points, accumulate strength, assassinate the lives of Kale civilization everywhere. During their retreat, most of those killed by Lin Qun were civilian armed forces, and they hardly noticed it. Lin Qun harvested more than 3,000 contribution points, including the settlement reward. Lin Qun's total contribution points has reached 14,000 points. This is a terrifyingly high number for him. The nearly 30-hour massacre stunned Boss Tang and others. When they were in Santang City before, they had seen Lin Qun's powerful fighting power, but the battle was short and far away at that time. Now it is more intuitive. No matter what kind of life from the Kale civilization they encounter, whether it is powerful or not, facing Shang Lin Qun, they are all dead, without even the room to struggle, and whoever is dead will die. You know, the Kale civilization is not weak, and its military strength is even higher than that of the Liang Heng civilization. The combat power of a single person is comparable to that of the Bakatan people. Even among the civilian armed forces, there are many strong people who work alone. But even in this situation, no one can stop Lin Qun. No matter how powerful the life of the Kale civilization is, it will be killed by Lin Qun's stare. What kind of power is this? How can Tang Laoda and others not be shocked? When they compete with alien civilizations, every time they are scared and survived? But in the past day or so, with Lin Qun following them, they found that everything has changed. It's like playing a stupid game. There is no thrill. It's very safe. Even if they just fired randomly, Lin Qun could slaughter a group of 100 people from the Kale civilization in a few minutes. The opponents who were a huge threat to them were just chickens and dogs in front of Lin Qun. He didn't even need to attack head on. He could kill them without leaving a single piece of armor. Because the battle was a foregone conclusion and the killing efficiency was extremely high, they kept moving around the city and hunting everywhere. Tang Laoda and others came all the way here from Santang City. Lin Qun was definitely the most powerful person they had ever seen. Tang Laoda, a recognized survivor master, secretly sighed. This is the real strong. This is the world of the strong. In more than a day, more than 3,000 contribution points were obtained, which was simply enviable to them. This number was almost catching up with the total contribution points that Tang Laoda had. This made them even more complicated. But what they didn't know was that this was still not enough in Lin Qun's view. Lin Qun had not yet achieved both of his goals. What Tang Laoda and his men saw was that the conventional combat power of the Kale civilization was no match for Lin Qun, but Lin Qun knew very well that his opponents were not these small fry, but their terrifying warships with fierce firepower and terrifying strongmen like Xiang. These were still not enough, but Lin Qun still came back. It was not because Lin Qun did not want to kill. It was because the Kale civilization had almost withdrawn, and the civilian armed forces of the Kale civilization outside had begun to withdraw. Humans were retreating. The Kale civilization was even more so. They did not want to be involved in this battle between top civilizations. They were not humans. Blue Star was not their homeland, and they did not come to win the civilization war. Their purpose was to harvest enough contribution points without letting their civilization suffer too much loss. They had retreated for so long, and now almost all of them had withdrawn. The civilian armed forces had also almost withdrawn, and there were no alien civilization lives to kill, and they had all run away. Lin Qun had no choice but to retreat. It was actually thanks to the fact that Daxing City was the base of the Kale civilization, and the Kale people were very dense, that Lin Qun was able to achieve such a harvest. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if he disguised himself, he might not be able to encounter so many alien civilizations to kill in such a short time. At this moment, Lin Qun turned his head and looked back. Looking from here to the distance, you can see that in the distance, the space cracks of the Kale civilization are stretching across the sky, as hideous as scars on the sky, and beams of light are rising from the ground, connecting the ground with these ugly and huge space cracks. That is the retreat of the Kale civilization. But now it is almost over. The space cracks in the sky are shrinking. That is the other side of the world. The homeland of the Kale civilization is gradually closing the space channel. Lin Qun saw such a scene when the Bakatan people in the Demon City retreated. Lin Qun walked through the crowded crowd and directly entered the military stationed area of the survivor base of the Daxing Federation military. Compared with the noise outside, it is much quieter here. The soldiers are preparing for battle, and the air is filled with a tense and murderous atmosphere. Although it has not been specified who they are fighting against, everyone can smell the atmosphere of war. Lin Qun is going to take a short rest to digest his hunting trophies, so he will separate from Tang Laoda and others. Before leaving, Lin Qun's heart moved, and he asked them, "The war is coming. What are your plans?" "Go or stay." Tang Laoda smiled and said, "Stay. We have already thought about it. Fight with the damn alien civilization. Moreover, a master as strong as you is desperately preparing. This battle must be very important, right?" Lin Qun nodded. "If we achieve the goal, we can live. If we fail, there will be no place for humans in the southeastern region of China. It has come to this time and the words have come to this point. Lin Qun has nothing to hide. It's pretty much what we thought." Boss Tang's expression didn't change at all. He just said, "In that case, it's right for us to stay. Brother Lin, I know you're very powerful. All of us, even if we add them together and multiply them by 10, can't even compare to you, but we are willing to contribute our strength, for ourselves and for everyone." Lin Qun looked past Boss Tang and looked at the people behind him. Zhao Zha, Fatty, and the people around Boss Tang all had the same expression. They had made up their minds. They would stay in Daxing. Although Lin Qun never said anything directly, they were not stupid. They had already seen the clues and had already made a decision. From Santang City to Daxing, Boss Tang and his people were running for their lives, but they were never cowardly. They had been fighting and even helping others. It was not surprising to make this decision. Lin Qun just smiled and said calmly, "We will fight side by side again." Boss Tang gave him a thumbs up. Chen Weiyang arranged a room for Lin Qun in the military office area. After separating from Boss Tang and the others, Lin Qun returned here directly. As soon as he returned here, he learned that Lin Xuangshan had been asking for a meeting for a long time. With an idea in his mind, he sent someone to find Lin Xuangshan. Lin Xuangshan soon appeared in front of Lin Qun. The girl with twin ponytails was still the same. She was amazed at Lin Qun, who had an independent office, and said, "So it seems that you are still a big shot. TSK, but I should not be able to use you now. The whole city is retreating. It seems that those rumors are true. There will be a war in Daxing that may destroy the city. I'm ready to leave. I don't care about the conditions you gave me. In fact, I didn't do your business, but I got a little news. It is said that Bai Yiming is also leaving. There is a disagreement among the top leaders in his survivor base, but no one can beat Bai Yiming. They are all leaving." Lin Xuangshan was ready to leave. She looked a little depressed. She thought she was safe when she came to Daxing, but she didn't expect to leave as soon as she arrived. This is normal for ordinary survivors. Without a global vision and lack of information channels, they are very single-minded and helpless when choosing an escape route, and it is impossible for them to have any clear judgment. Unlike Tang Laoda and others, she only wants to stay alive, so she wants to leave with the main force. Lin Qun didn't have much hope for her. After all, the military had not contacted Bai Yiming, but she was kind enough to come and see Lin Qun before leaving. Bai Yiming's choice was similar to the military's speculation. He was indeed not prepared to stay. He would leave with his survivor base, no matter what would happen here. Lin Qun didn't know how to evaluate this choice. He thought Chen Wiang's judgment might be right. Bai Yiming could not clearly understand what the current situation was. Even if the military had put the conclusion in front of him, he was still stubbornly doing what he thought was right. Little did they know that, if they left now, when humans were defeated, and the top civilizations were decided, he would eventually have no way to escape with so many people. Lin Qun sighed slightly in his heart, but he and Lin Xuangshan didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, he took out some food and gave it to the other party. It can be said that Lin Xuangshan's help to him was not in vain. "You are very kind. Are you going to stay?" Seeing the things, Lin Xuangshan smiled happily. Lin Qun nodded. "Do you need me to help you arrange the retreat?" "No need, I can still get on the retreat car." Lin Xuangshan took the things and was ready to grease her feet. She walked back while talking. Before she was about to slip out of the door, her footsteps paused slightly. She said, "I hope we can see each other again. Don't die." The door closed, and the woman gradually went away. Outside, it was still infinitely noisy. The big retreat of Daxing will take some time. Lin Qun's heart moved, and he released the little loach. Chapter 280, Card Drawing. Borrowing a knife to kill. The silver horn blew. No one noticed in the independent office. A small mythical creature had quietly emerged. However, the little loach at this time was no longer so small. It was almost as big as Lin Qun's palm. It was much bigger than the previous state of a few centimeters. This was naturally the result of Lin Qun's tireless feeding along the way, which led to its multiple growth. For this reason, the stock in his Kyankan bag was almost empty. Lin Qun wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could this little guy be more picky than a human? But the result was still very good. The little loach had obviously become much bigger, and finally had a bit of Kun's shape. Finally, it was no longer a pitiful little piece, and it showed the appearance of a fish. The appearance of Kun was like a fish and a whale. Zhuangzi's Zioya recorded, "There is a fish in the North Sea. Its name is Kun. Kun is so big that I don't know how many thousands of miles it is." Of course, the mythical Kun in Lin Qun's hand now has just shown a little bit of its prototype. As its body grew larger, the intricate patterns and scales on its body became clearer and clearer, as if it came from ancient times. Even though its body was still small, it naturally brought a shocking feeling. Of course, if its behavior was not taken into account. This time, the little loach came out and licked Lin Qun's hand fiercely. Then, it saw a fish tank in the corner of the office, showed an excited expression, and suddenly got into the fish tank, splashing water. It rolled around in the sand and stones under the fish tank, and looked very excited and complacent, very useless. That luck simply threw away the ancient atmosphere just now. Lin Qun's mouth twitched. Other people's mythical creatures come out to devour everything, but my mythical creature comes out to play in the mud. Lin Qun still reacted. Although as far as he knew, an adult Qun could devour everything and roam the sky, this was a juvenile Qun after all. Even if it could fly, the air was not its home, and it was undoubtedly more comfortable in the water. But Lin Qun was still a little excited when he saw this. Because in the spherical fish tank, there was a hungry sallow and skinny little goldfish, very small, not even as big as a small loach. It was frightened by the sudden appearance of the small loach and swam around randomly, but the fish tank was so small, where could it swim to? Instead, it attracted the attention of the small loach playing in the mud below. The little guy suddenly raised his head from below, and his small green bean-like eyes pressed against the small goldfish swimming around above his head. Lin Qun was looking forward to it. Maybe it will awaken its hunting instinct in a normal water environment. As if to respond to Lin Qun's judgment, Lin Qun's idea just came up, and the small loach in the fish tank suddenly moved, like a tiger pouncing on its food, with such a fast speed that it bit the poor little goldfish in its mouth. Lin Qun was immediately relieved. It has made progress. As expected of mythical creature, hunting is instinctive, and the speed of this move is so fast. The little goldfish swam fast enough, but it was still bitten. Lin Qun thought, this will be a perfect start. After eating the little goldfish, it will devour alien civilization creatures and all kinds of things in the future. How far is it? But the next second, Lin Qun was shocked, and his expression changed from the satisfaction of an old father to a shocked big mouth in a second. Because after the little loach bit it, it actually opened its mouth again and let the little goldfish go. The little goldfish was scared and swam frantically, but the fish tank was still so big, it had no way to run. On the contrary, after the little loach stared at it for a while, it suddenly attacked again and bit it again with one mouth. The little goldfish staggered. Then it was released again. The little loach seemed to have encountered some new toy. Catch and release, over and over again. Lin Qun's expression was very complicated. In the end, he couldn't help it. Directly attack. He picked up the little loach and the little goldfish, opened the mouth of this little Qun, and stuffed the little goldfish directly into it. The little goldfish did not resist. This time, with Lin Qun's forced feeding, the little loach swallowed it in one bite. Only the little loach looked at Lin Qun innocently, with small green bean eyes, very cute and adorable. The emotional information conveyed was even more confusing. What did I eat? What did I do? What happened? Lin Qun. Then, Lin Qun continued to take out a variety of things to feed. The little loach was still young, with a 3-second memory, and forgot his little goldfish friend in the blink of an eye. He wandered among a pile of modern food, and ate it happily. After eating a large amount of food stored by Lin Qun, it was full of food and wine again, and drowsily returned to the horn to rest and sleep. After taking it back, Lin Qun calmed down and smiled. It was actually quite interesting. This little guy was extremely cute, except for not eating according to Lin Qun's ideas. He was quite satisfied with everything else. After solving the problem of feeding the little loach, Lin Qun turned his attention back to himself. His total contribution points now amounted to 14,000 points. He was going to draw cards twice. Still regular card draws. He wanted to try to draw the last giant card. However, before that, Lin Qun first called up his personal panel and did a round of upgrades. He slaughtered the Kale civilization life that came forward. The experience that each Kale person could provide was between 40 and 80. Lin Qun's accumulated experience was just enough to upgrade from level 32 to level 33. The addition of points was completed in an instant. Lin Qun's attributes changed again, and he went to another level. Name, Lin Qun level 34, 8500/465,000, strength 120.6 agility, 83.3 constitution, 90.6 stamina, 90/98.6 right square bracket, dark energy, 253/266.3 right square bracket. Lin Qun's level has successfully reached the level of level 33, and all basic attributes have increased by 4 points. After exceeding level 30, the attribute changes of Lin Qun in each round of upgrades are obviously much faster than before. Each upgrade is an increase of 4 points, which is equivalent to Lin Qun's 2 levels in the range of level 20, which is equivalent to 4 levels in the range of level 1 to 20. Of course, the required experience points are also increasing. But it doesn't matter. Lin Qun's combat power is getting stronger and stronger. It is only a matter of time to harvest the lives of alien civilizations. The increase in required experience is nothing to Lin Qun. Then, Lin Qun's eyes moved and started a new round of card drawing. The talent ability was activated. 2 consecutive draws. After deducting 1000 contribution points, Lin Qun still had 13,000 contribution points left. Lin Qun saw a card drawing animation that only he could see. Lin Qun muttered in his heart, "God blabber, give me a giant card." The result of the last time has proved Lin Qun's guess. Giant cards are at the level of DNC, which is exactly the range of cards that can be drawn from his current 3-level card pool. Therefore, if he does not use the fairy's good luck and directly draws cards, the possibility of drawing a giant card is very high. Although the fairy's good luck can definitely produce good cards, what Lin Qun wants is to collect the set of cards of the Earth Rumbling. The benefits that an Earth Rumbling can bring to Lin Qun far exceed any B-level card. With the decisive battle with the top civilization ahead, what Lin Qun needs now is not a B-level card, but a top-level card that can directly fight against the strong at the level of Xiangguo, or even against a civilization. As long as he can get the Earth Rumbling. If he can get the Earth Rumbling, humans will have a trump card in their hands. This is also the reason why Lin Qun has been drawing cards regularly. Then, a card slowly emerged. It seems that Lin Qun's chanting has worked. The first card is a giant series card. Name, Female Titan Skill Card. Type, Skill Card. Inherent. Description, use this skill card to transform into a female titan with significant female characteristics when you have sufficient physical strength. She is 14 meters tall, with her agility attribute increased to twice the original attribute, her strength attribute increased to twice the original attribute, and her physique attribute and energy attribute increased to 1.5 times the original attribute. After the transformation, the image and some characteristics of the Titan are closely related to the person who releases the skill. Hint, in the form of the female Titan, you can attract other Titans by roaring, and instantly harden part of your body. Special note, this card is one of the Attack on Titan decks. If you gather the Warhammer Titan, Beast Titan, Colossal Titan, Armored Titan, Attack Titan, Female Titan, Jaw Titan, and Card Titan cards, you can synthesize the Founding Titan card and gain the ability Rumbling Female Titan. This is the 6th Titan card that Lin Qun has drawn. So far, he has 5 giant cards in his collection. Only the Warhammer Titan and the Attack Titan are left to synthesize the Founding Titan card and activate the ability of the Rumbling. However, this card itself transformed into a female Titan. Lin Qun's eyes immediately appeared with the female form in the Attack on Titan anime and comics. Female. This. Lin Qun fell into deep thought. In fact, the attributes of this female Titan skill card are relatively ordinary. To put it nicely, it is balanced, and to put it bluntly, it is mediocre. Her advantage is flexibility. In the original work, as far as Lin Qun knows, the female Titan originally did not have any special abilities. It was only through various experiments that she gained the ability to summon Titans and harden part of her body. Of course, Lin Qun can't actually use the ability to summon Titans. This is not the world of Titans. There are no wild pure Titans. Despite this, Lin Qun still put this card away. Lin Qun already has 6 of the 9 Titan form transformation skill cards. How far is it to switch to the giant Titan form at will? At this time, the second card of the double draw also slowly emerged. This is a card from the 3 Kingdoms series. Seeing this, Lin Qun's heart moved. Lin Qun had only drawn a card from the 3 Kingdoms series once, which was a consumable skill card flash. Although it was only a disposable item, the card was very powerful and was a conceptual card. Lin Qun also looked at this new 3 Kingdoms card with some expectation. This card was a classic trick card from the 3 Kingdoms series. Name, borrow a knife to kill. Type, skill card. Consumable. Description, use this card to designate any enemy with less than 999 energy points as the first borrow a knife target. After activation, you can designate another second enemy target as the killed person, and let the selected first target attack the second target. If the selected first target resists the effect of this skill, then the initiator of this card will obtain 60 points of all attributes of the first target, and the first target will lose 120 points of attributes. If the first target does not have enough 60 points of attributes, then only the attribute value it has can be obtained. But the minimum remaining attribute of the first target is 1 point. Duration, 2 minutes. This is a borrow a knife to kill card. In the board game Three Kingdoms Killing, it is a very classic card. Its original effect is to designate a character to kill another character. If the other party refuses to kill, then the person who plays this borrow a knife to kill card will obtain the weapon of the party that should have killed. And this card can only be used against those with weapons. As the saying goes, borrow a knife to kill. If you don't kill, your weapon will be given to me. After this card was materialized in reality, its specific application changed significantly. Obviously, it was because the usage method in the Three Kingdoms Killing board game could not be achieved in reality. This was to adapt to the reality of the global battlefield. This also made this card extremely powerful. First of all, it can be effective for targets with less than 999 energy points. This means that, except for the evolvers, this card can be used to borrow a knife from any target on the 3rd level battlefield. The Sky Drive will be affected. Judging from the description of this card, it should directly affect its will when it is activated in reality, so the activation conditions are directly related to the target's energy attribute. Secondly, even if this card fails to borrow a knife, it can steal the target's attributes. This is the knife in the real world. All attributes are stolen by 60 points. The opponent subtracts 60 points, and you add 60 points. Back and forth, it is a full 120 points. Although it only lasts for 2 minutes, it is also terrifying. Of course, if the target's attributes do not have 60 points, then you can steal as many as you can, and at least leave a little attribute for the opponent. However, Lin Qun does not need to consider this point. If he wants to use this card, he must use it on a supermaster, and 60 points of attributes are definitely available. Lin Qun was a little excited. This card is still very useful. On the battlefield, if it can be used well, it can be a means of turning the tide of the battle. It can be used to sow discord or steal attributes. Although it only lasts 2 minutes, it is enough to use it. This card is at the C level, and the duration of 2 minutes is normal. This is a real borrowing of a knife to kill. The silver card slowly emerged, and the picture drawn on it was exactly the same as the original card of the Three Kingdoms Kill in Lin Qun's memory. He laughed softly, and put the card back into his Kyankan bag. Immediately, he stood up from his position, walked to the window, and looked out at the survivor base. The long convoy continued. The Great Retreat has not ended yet. However, a sense of order gradually emerged from the noise in the survivor base. The efforts of the military are working. Lin Qun knew that when the Great Retreat is about to end, the war will soon come. Before he came back, he had already turned on the Washang state in advance after a period of rest. With the help of various recovery potions supported by the military, his dark energy attribute has been maintained at full value, and the Washang state has been turned on. All his attributes are slowly growing. In recent chapters, everyone has reported that the plot has been advancing slowly. On the one hand, the author has a cold and fever, and the condition is really not good. The author is not an Iron Man, and he is dizzy, and trying his best to ensure continuous updates. On the other hand, this is an important turning point in the plot. I also need to sort out the plot, subsequent development, combat power and settings. It takes some time to slow down the pace, because it can't collapse. If it collapses, there will be nothing to read. For example, some books are fast, and they are finished in hundreds of thousands of words. Isn't that even more boring? The pace will start again soon and gradually accelerate. Everyone can rest assured to support. I believe that the book friends who can follow here must really like this book. Thank you very much for your support. I don't want to collapse and end it in a hurry. I hope everyone can support it. The author will also work hard to write well, and the story will become more and more exciting later on. The Battle of Daxing will be an important turning point. Various high-level cards will soon appear, and the high-level battlefield will also begin. Chapter 281. I don't have that kind of power. Daxing City, the old Imperial Palace. At this moment, the entire Daxing City is brightly lit. This place is no exception, and a huge retreat is underway. As a survivor base of sufficient size, there is also a retreat plan here, but it still borrows some military power. A large number of survivors are retreating, but the order is relatively better than that of the survivor base of the Daxing Federation military. This is the uniqueness of this survivor base composed entirely of survivors. This place is almost built on personal worship. Bai Yiming's orders are very useful among the survivors here. But at this moment, there are two scenes inside and outside the old Imperial Palace. Outside the old Imperial Palace, the survivors retreated like a tide. But deep in the old Imperial Palace, many high-level and survivor fighters of the survivor base gathered here. In front of Bai Yiming's residence, Yi Wen stood in the shadow of the corner, lowered her head, and remained silent. These people here are all survivors of ordinary origin and very powerful. The level is not low, and there is no shortage of masters. Before this, they have been assisting Bai Yiming in managing the survivor base, responsible for security and internal governance, and can be said to be an important pillar for maintaining stability in this survivor base. At this moment, they gathered in front of the door. Old White, I still cannot agree with your decision. You have such strength, why don't you take action? The military has already visited us 3 times. It's time for us to take action. Ordinary survivors can run, but we can't run. The burly man spoke first. Someone immediately responded from behind. That's right, what the military said makes sense. The current situation is like this. We have no choice. Even if we run away today, where can we go with so many of us? I know you want to protect the survivors, but when that time comes, no matter how powerful you are, you can never be the opponent of an entire top civilization. We can't just sit back and watch the federal army be defeated. What the Federation said makes sense. The survivors can run, but we can't. We must stay and fight them to the end. Otherwise, we can only passively wait for the result. Once the Federation is defeated, any of the top civilizations will achieve their goals and gain the advantage. The difference between us and the federal soldiers who are fighting to the death here is the difference between who dies first and who dies later. Can't you understand this truth? With your strength, you are definitely not weaker than that son of civilization Ying. If you join the war, you will definitely bring more possibilities to our human side. An irritable girl gritted her teeth, stomped her feet angrily, and said, "Coward, you don't join the war. If we do, I will ask everyone. Those who want to stay and fight for their own survival, follow me." There were crowds of people around. Many people followed suit. They all wanted to fight. They all knew the current serious situation. Several top civilizations would have a round of collisions in Daxing City. No matter who wins, the unlucky ones will be the humans in the entire region. Therefore, they all wanted to stay and join the war. These people, who can follow Bai Yiming to manage the survivor base and protect so many people here, are all brave people. It is not surprising to make this choice at this time. Mr. Bai, I respect you and follow you, not only because you are strong, but also because you not only have strength, but also choose to use your strength to protect others. But now, your choice is too disappointing. This is a demented and cowardly act. This is a gentle middle-aged man wearing glasses. He seems to have a high status in this group of people. As soon as he opened his mouth, the surroundings suddenly became quiet again. Moreover, there are more than 400,000 people in our survivor base. It is impossible to evacuate all of them. If you leave and we leave, are we going to leave the last group of people here to die? Have you forgotten what you said before, that you will shelter the survivors here? When he said this, the whole place was quiet. People looked expectantly at the depths of the house in front of them, hoping that the people inside would come out and say a few words. They all came here to follow and believe in this legendary strongman from Daxing. But now, Bai Yiming's decision made them feel incomprehensible and even unacceptable. As a result, they were now excited, and some even showed disappointment. Have you said enough? At this time, Yi Wen, who was standing in the corner, couldn't help it. She finally raised her head. Her eyes were sharp and swept across everyone's face. Professor Wang, Liu Chen, without Bai Yiming, would you have survived until now? You would have been killed by the Kale people long ago. When you speak, pat your conscience. No one has the obligation to fight for anyone. You dragged others into the water. Have you ever thought about what you would do if you killed others? Everyone didn't expect that she was the one who spoke, and they all stared at her blankly. For a moment, no one reacted. Zhao, you know that's not what I meant. The gentle middle-aged man with glasses pushed his glasses and stepped forward. He was the Professor Wang that Yiwen mentioned. He had little combat power, but he formed a spontaneous medical team in this survivor base, saving countless people. He was admired by many people and was highly respected. But at this moment, the old wooden door in front finally creaked. The door was pushed open from the inside to the outside. Everyone fell silent in a second. They all looked over. Because Bai Yiming came out. He had supreme prestige here, even though he looked like a thin pale man who could be blown away by the wind. But when he appeared, these people just now became honest all of a sudden. Even the strong woman who shouted that she wanted to pull people to fight lowered her head and dared not say a word. Bai Yiming's eyes swept across the whole place. He said, I will fulfill my promise. I will protect these people until I die. I know that before the Black Sheep Civilization army arrives, our people cannot all evacuate before then. So next, I will disclose the true situation to all survivors in the base and evacuate in batches. Those who are willing to leave last, I will personally escort them. As for joining the war, I know you want to join the war. You can go to the war. I will not restrict you. The premise is not to affect the evacuation of these people here. I don't understand. Professor Wang said, are you really not going to join the war? You obviously have such a strong strength. Bai Yiming did not answer this question. He took a last look at everyone, waved his hand, turned around and walked back into the shadows behind him. Yiwen lowered her head. I understand. I will arrange it now. The rest of the people looked at each other. They were both confused and did not agree with Bai Yiming's answer. But at least he was trying to fulfill his promise. Everyone looked at each other and finally dispersed. They will make their own choices. Either leave or organize their own people to join the war. Yiwen was very capable, and it didn't take too long for her to arrange what Bai Yiming had told her to do. The survivors below also broke out in panic and chaos. After all, anyone who heard that not everyone could evacuate would be afraid. Judging from the current situation, whoever stayed would be in great danger. But Bai Yiming's survivor base was special. If the same situation happened in the federal survivor base, the chaos would be difficult to calm down, and there was even the possibility of intensifying. But at this moment, with the efforts of Yiwen and others, the chaos did not last long and soon stabilized again. This was because Bai Yiming promised that he would leave last and protect the last group of people to evacuate. Bai Yiming's strength was obvious to all, and his promise was rare and important in this era. Because he had been fulfilling his promise, he sheltered everyone here. The survivors here all came for his strength, and they came because they believed in his ability. With him escorting the last group of people who left, many people naturally felt relieved. And Yiwen was also selecting people who were willing to stay on their own initiative. She told the survivors that whoever was willing to stay and become the last batch of evacuees would have his family and friends evacuated first. People who voluntarily stayed were always more stable than those who were left behind. As soon as this plan came out, many people were willing to stay. Some wanted to evacuate their families first, and some wanted to stay. Yiwen saw an old man. His hair was grey, and he said, I'm old. Without Bai Yiming, I might have died a long time ago. I feel lucky to have lived here until today. Living one more day is God's blessing to me. I have no family, but I'm willing to be the last to evacuate and give the opportunity to young people and children. Please tell Bai Yiming that it's okay, even if he can't protect us in the end. In the current situation, no one can really protect anyone from death 100%. We who stay don't care anymore. Yiwen raised her head. There are many old people like this in the surging crowd of survivors. Some of them, like this old man, want to give the opportunity to the young people, and some are unable to run, and don't want to run anymore. But the people in this survivor base are really grateful and respectful to Bai Yiming. Based on this concept, Bai Yiming's decisions can basically be implemented and executed, as long as they are not particularly outrageous. They believe in Bai Yiming. Looking at this scene, Yuan's expression is also a bit complicated. Their survivor base is very special. Although there are some disagreements above, in this huge survivor base below, Bai Yiming is still the banner in the hearts of those survivors. The day when Bai Yiming took action, she was not there either. The group of people at that time were just ordinary survivors. Later, when the scale of the survivor base expanded, there was almost no sound and they all dispersed, but she had heard about that day more than once. But now, Yuan handed this place to the people around her and turned to walk into the depths of the old palace. She saw Bai Yiming in the shadows. She pursed her lips and said, "Don't blame Professor Wang and the others. They just want to do their part. I know. I understand." Bai Yiming's voice was very calm, as if nothing had happened just now. After he finished the previous sentence, he was silent for a while, and then asked again, "Do you also think I should take action?" Yuan hesitated, and did not answer. "No answer. This is the answer." Bai Yiming said in the shadows, "I know, what you said is right, but what is the right choice? If I take action, people will die. If I don't take action, people will die too. You are right. Fear has sprouted in my heart. War can only bring death. You all think I'm very powerful. Liang from the demon city is also inferior to me, but I don't have that kind of power. My power only comes from death. And, it's not exactly what you think." Footsteps sounded in the shadows. He took a step and walked out of the darkness step by step. He looked at Yuan in front of him with a slightly pale face, and the light in his eyes was a little dim. "I know, this sounds discouraging, isn't it very disappointing, but I don't have that kind of power. So since that battle, I have not taken any action again, just maintaining the status quo, because only by maintaining the status quo can I fulfill my promise and protect the safety of hundreds of thousands of people in this survivor base. Because I don't have that kind of power. Even if I want to fight, I can't fight, so I can only run away with my tail between my legs. So, you don't have to have such high expectations of me. Wait until everything is over, then you go too. Stay away from the big team. If they succeed, you can go to their side. If they fail, with your ability, you should be able to survive alone." There was no one around. Only the two of them could hear Bai Yiming's words, but what he showed was not what Daxing legend should be like. Instead, he looked like an ordinary helpless person. Facing the raging doomsday torrent, he was desperate and powerless. But Yuan just looked at him, and the light in her eyes never changed. Finally, she shook her head. "Everyone in this survivor base owes you a life. You are so powerful that everyone is paying attention. How can you say that you don't have that ability? I don't believe it. But no matter what you want to do, I can follow you. I will support you unconditionally." Bai Yiming was a little stunned by her answer. Yuan, who always had a cold face, smiled at him gently, then stepped back, walked away, and left here with her long legs. But she did not see Bai Yiming's eyes behind her. Bai Yiming looked into the distance. In fact, she guessed right. Bai Yiming never wanted to escape from the beginning. He is an innocent and righteous person. From the first time he took action to today, he has always wanted to help and save more people. He thinks that this is what people should do. This is a very saintly idea, but perhaps it is precisely because of this idea that he can be respected by so many people. Everyone scolds the saint, thinks the saint is stupid, and the idea of saving the world seems to be very second-rate. But who would not think that such a person is amazing in their heart? That is something they can't do, and dare not do. Not wanting to be or not wanting to be can be called rational, understandable, and human nature, but no one should criticize them from their own perspective, because they are doing things that most people can't do. Bai Yiming believed. Facing this global catastrophe, only if everyone contributed their strength could they win, and only if someone stood up could mankind survive. He was willing to be that person. He wanted to be that kind of person, and he wanted to see a peaceful and beautiful world. There was no reason. He was just that kind of person. Maybe it was because he hadn't graduated from college yet, hadn't been beaten by society, and didn't know what price he had to pay for the selflessness and justice of others, and he didn't even understand the meaning of the price. But he just wanted to do it. That was his idea. Bai Yiming wanted to save everyone. But he knew more clearly that, even if he gave all his strength, he couldn't do much in this battle, and his strength was based on sacrifice, not death as people thought. How could a person like him do that in exchange for strength? Strength alone can only make people fear. Thoughts make people respect. Together they are in awe. Bai Yiming had made up his mind. He would not leave. He would watch the group of survivors he promised to shelter leave, fulfill his promise, help as many people as he could, and then stay here to fight. In every possible way. On the other side, after leaving, Yiwen hesitated for a long time, but called a person she trusted and said, "Go find the old survivors of the stadium battle, the people who were close to Bai Yiming at that time. Find a few more people to ask. I want to know, what is his ability like?" Bai Yiming's ability and his rise are both a mystery. To the outside world, Bai Yiming's ability is related to blood and death. At that time, there were too many people who died, so Bai Yiming, who had no fighting power, rose overnight. Because of this, Bai Yiming rarely took action later. This is a recognized answer, but there are actually some problems that are inevitable, if you think about it carefully. It's just that no one has ever investigated and thought about it carefully. After all, in the current situation of the global battlefield, who has the heart to investigate these? After all, the strength that Bai Yiming once showed is genuine. But now, listening to what Bai Yiming just said, she realized that it might not be that simple. The person she found looked at her in confusion, not knowing why she was investigating Bai Yiming at this time. Yiwen thought about what Bai Yiming had just said, and was silent for a moment. With a gleam in her eyes, she said, "Because I suddenly felt that he didn't really want to leave. Maybe he really wanted to stay and fight alongside everyone, but for some reason we don't know, he couldn't. I want to help him." Chapter 282 Boundless Shadow. Humans are gathering their forces. At present, their forces have almost been gathered. The scale of human forces scattered in the Daxing City area is unprecedented, and we can no longer grasp the specific numbers. The fleet of the Black Sheep civilization is traveling at a low altitude. At this moment, they have already landed in the Huaxia region, and the straight line distance from Daxing City is less than 100 kilometers. Their fleet is not fast, and just now it even paused briefly. They found a base of alien civilization life here. It was a group of warlords of the Taku civilization, hiding in a human county town, with a scale of about 10,000 people, and no shortage of heavy weapons. They knew that the top civilization was going to Daxing to participate in the war, but they didn't know that the Black Sheep civilization would pass by their position. By the time they reacted, it was too late. All the members hid in the county town, hoping to avoid the Black Sheep civilization. But they failed. They were discovered by the Black Sheep civilization from a long distance. King Ki directly ordered to bombard the entire county town. The huge fleet of the Black Sheep civilization slowed down, and the intensive attacks were like heavy rain, roaring through the earth. In less than 10 minutes, the county was razed to the ground. The ground turned upside down. More than 10,000 Taku warlord troops were destroyed without even a chance to fight back. In the burning flagship of the Black Sheep civilization, King Ki watched the whole process. Wherever the burning volcano-like ship went, weak lives were killed in a crushing manner. Its eyes were full of excitement. It was the excitement of slaughter, killing and crushing. This kind of destruction, in the culture of their Black Sheep civilization, is the ultimate beauty and enjoyment. Until this moment, when the information about humans came, King Ki pulled himself out of this enjoyment and turned his head to say, "Haven't they gathered for several days? Haven't they just completed the gathering of troops? They are really weak civilizations, with only numbers. They are not worth worrying about. We are competing with several top civilizations. They want to come in and get involved. That's courting death. They have never seen the power of evolvers. Don't worry about them, a bunch of jumping clowns. How are their ordinary people evacuating?" King Ki's eyes turned. Its contempt came from the heart. Before going to the Huaxia region, they had almost swept across the entire African region. Whether it was the Human Federation forces in the African region or the forces of other alien civilizations, they all collapsed under the iron hoof of their black sheep civilization and were vulnerable. In its eyes, the human forces in the Huaxia region were also not to be feared. Even if the other party has a record of defeating the Zerg, the Bakatans and the multi-legged civilization, what does it matter? Not to mention that the son of the human civilization was involved in this. Those civilizations were nothing in front of their black sheep civilization. The strength that can defeat those alien races is not enough to be a threat to it. What it cares more about is the large number of ordinary humans in Daxing City. Those are all contribution points. Whoever gets these contribution points will be able to gain a direct advantage in this war. My lord, humans have already started a large-scale retreat a day ago. It is estimated that only 10% to 20% of the original humans in Daxing City will remain. The people below replied with a little fear. Kinky's eyes sank slightly, and after a moment, he sneered again, revealing a bone-chilling coldness and sarcasm. Run, let them run, and see where they can run to. When we defeat other civilizations, the entire Chinese region will be ours. With so many people, where can they run to? It's just waiting to die in another place, struggling in vain. It's really sad and ridiculous. The people below asked in a low voice, "Sir, should we speed up?" Speed up? Haha, don't they want to run? Then let's speed up. I want to see these pathetic natives fleeing in panic. That's really a pleasure. There was a twisted madness in Kinky's eyes. But the next moment, it restrained this expression and said, "However, although these humans are not to be feared, we must find the son of human civilization as soon as possible. From the information we have now, this son of civilization is interesting and has many abilities. Regardless of whether he is really the son of human civilization, we cannot afford the risk and cannot let him be killed by our opponents and get the Easter egg reward. The Xiang with the Prophet civilization and the few strong men who are one step away from evolution are likely to transform from this. That is the real trouble." Although Kinky does not care about humans and sneers at them when he mentions other top civilizations, he obviously pays more attention and solemnity. Although the Black Sheep civilization is crazy and bloodthirsty, it is not stupid. They know very well what they want and who their opponents are. At this moment, Kinky stood up, looked into the distance, and said, "The pattern of war cannot be changed. In this battle, the combat power of several civilizations is not inferior to ours. The Prophet civilization and the Divine GUI civilization must have strong people at the level of evolvers. In this level of competition, we cannot afford to lose, so find him and kill him. Do you understand?" At this moment, a trace of ambition also appeared in its eyes. "I understand." The people below responded tremblingly, and then quickly retreated. The fleet of the Black Sheep civilization is setting sail again. The terrifying mountain warships, like moving heavy volcanoes, burned the air and advanced on the land. And behind their fleet, the county town has turned into a ruin. It is a scorched earth, and even the traces of the city can no longer be seen. At the same time, in another direction, the giant warships of the silicon-based civilization are rising in height, advancing to a higher position in the sky. In its bridge, tall steel knights gathered here. In front, the holographic screen shows the real-time picture of Daxing City with a very terrifying clarity. Here you can see the movement of troops in the Daxing Federation survivor base, as well as a large number of survivors pouring out of the survivor base. On a more macroscopic small map on one side is the global map of the southeastern region of the Huaxia region, on which the roots of the Black Sheep civilization, the Prophet civilization, and even the Shengui civilization are marked on the map. On it, the roots of the Prophet civilization and the Black Sheep civilization are all heading straight to Daxing. The Black Sheep civilization is closer, the Prophet civilization is one step behind, and the army of the Shengui civilization is farther away, and is now heading towards Daxing. They have their own means to locate and confirm the location of other targets, but the information is delayed. They have been observing for a long time. They spoke in a muffled voice, and communicated in their civilized language. 4 of the 6 civilizations in the world that can be called the first echelon are ready to enter the battlefield. Everyone, this will be a fierce battle. The Shengui civilization and the Prophet civilization have confirmed that there are strong people at the level of evolvers. The Black Sheep civilization dares to come to the battle, and it is very likely that there are evolvers. We must be prepared. It is not easy to win this journey. This is a challenge, but it is also the beginning of a great victory. Our warriors are ready to fight, and can't wait to win this battle. They looked at each other, their electronic eyes flashing, all with a fierce fighting spirit. Whoever dares to come to Daxing to participate in the battle has the confidence to win. In the sky, their giant ships are still rising in height, the air around them is gradually thinning, and the universe with a dark background emerges. They will reach Daxing on another level. East of Daxing, the fleet of the Prophet civilization is also moving forward. They sail openly above the land of China, no longer hiding. Their warships present a delicate elliptical style, neatly passing through the air, strict and precise, revealing an unshakable sense of rules and order. Along the way, humans and other small and medium-sized alien civilizations have retreated. But the Prophet civilization is different from the Black Sheep civilization. They disdain destruction. Their goal has been determined. They completely ignore the small-scale opponents, and pass by coldly. On the ground, the alien civilizations and the human survivors who are heading to the Lucheng survivor base are all terrified. Seeing the Prophet civilization fleet passing by in the sky, their hearts are in their throats. But in the end, nothing happened. Their fleet went high and soon disappeared at the end of the skyline. Only large shadows were cast on the ground, like a surging black wave, rushing towards the direction of Daxing City. But their advancement speed is not fast. With the technical strength of the Prophet's civilization, it only takes a few hours at most to rush from the depths of the Pacific Ocean to Daxing City to fight. But now, they have spent dozens of hours, because they are synchronized with the Black Sheep civilization. The Prophet's civilization is a planner, and it is impossible, and does not want to be the first to enter. In the flagship of this Prophet civilization fleet, the commander-in-chief of the Prophet civilization, a middle-aged Prophet civilization life with no single combat power, named Jun, was receiving the latest news from the front. Commander-in-chief, according to our latest reconnaissance results, the Black Sheep civilization fleet began to accelerate 3 minutes ago. The commander-in-chief of the Prophet civilization said almost without hesitation, "They accelerate. We also accelerate. Spread this news. Then our other fleets continue to maintain their current speed." The commander-in-chief of the Prophet civilization showed a dark look. "They are the key backup in our hands. No one has discovered their existence. Without the order of the evolver, they must not open fire." "I understand." As the Prophet civilization life took the order and retreated, the commander-in-chief of the Prophet civilization slowly turned around. His eyes swept across the entire dimly lit bridge, and said, "Everyone, this time the Blue Star civilization battlefield is entering the second stage of the war. Our civilization has experienced this stage 3 times, but unfortunately, we have missed the final winner in those 3 times. And this time, it is the closest we have ever been to success. Although the forecast has given an optimistic result, I hope each of us can cheer up. The result cannot explain everything. Pay attention to our opponents and enemies, and don't let us lose in the process. The Prophet civilization will surely win over Daxing." Its voice was quickly transmitted to the hearts of everyone in the fleet through the internal communication equipment of the Prophet civilization. It was deafening. The individuals of the Prophet civilization all showed awe. But their response was to prepare for the war intensively. The entire Prophet civilization fleet was tense from top to bottom and prepared for this battle. The army of the Shengui civilization was relatively far back. They went all the way down from the northeast of China. They had no spaceships and relied on their flesh and blood to move forward. The twisted weirdness formed a terrifying holy war army. Along the way, they adjusted their direction many times. One after another oracle came from the back, allowing them to adjust their direction in time. The last oracle had clearly marked their target, the specific location of the human with the ID Ying, and the real name Lin Qun in Daxing City. What can be confirmed is that this precise information is something that the Prophet civilization has never obtained. That is the real revelation from their great existence. Perhaps, they once lagged behind other civilizations for a short time, but now, they have obtained more important clues. The army of the godly civilization has been covered with a touch of blood. Their march was crazy and chaotic. The unlucky people they met along the way, whether they were humans or other alien civilizations, almost all turned into monsters. The weirdness in the Holy War army is no longer single. Their entire army has been shrouded in a crimson blood color. The twisted weirdness can't see the shape of the original creature. There are also a large number of strange flying heads like balloons in the air. Some are human, and some are obviously other non-human creatures. Their eyes are bulging, but the corners of their mouths are raised to form a weird smile. They fly around above the heads of the advancing godly civilization army, making weird laughter, mixed with other weird howls, weird and chaotic. And in the higher sky, the figure of the 9th ranked slider of the Shengui civilization was completely hidden in the blood mist, floating around, only occasionally revealing a corner of the silhouette. Weird and crazy. They did not talk, nor did they need to make a plan. The plan was born in madness and chaos. They firmly believed that they would sweep across the entire Daxing. Any obstacle would collapse in front of their great god. At this moment, in Daxing City, a continuous convoy was connected to the endless distance. The city was no longer in chaos as before. Inside the survivor base of the federal military, the adjutant found Chen Weiyang at the command center with the latest retreat situation. Your Excellency Commander, the Black Sheep civilization suddenly began to accelerate, and the distance between their fleet and us has exceeded the safety limit in advance. I'm afraid that the remaining survivors of ours can't evacuate. Chen Weiyang's face sank slightly, and he immediately said, how many survivors have we not evacuated yet? We still have 160,000 people on our side, and Bai Yiming has more than 20,000 people. This is much faster than we expected. If there are still people who haven't evacuated, it's not a success. Chen Weiyang shook his head and said, we can stop retreating here. The shadow is coming, and from now on, we have no way to retreat. Chapter 283 The Black Sheep Civilization opened fire. The Black Sheep Civilization has accelerated. The spacecraft of the silicon-based civilization has been detected by us for the second time. It is heading into space. 7 kilometers west of Daxing City. Fukei's troops are deployed here. On the electronic map, the coordinates of multiple locations have been marked. The red lines representing the positions of several top alien civilizations are moving rapidly. Especially the silicon-based civilization. Their positions are ahead of the Black Sheep civilization. They are approaching Daxing City from the space orbit. We don't have to do anything. We just wait and fight back. We are not qualified to fire the first shot. This is Fukei's answer. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of troops gathered by the Federation have been gathered and are dispersing outside Daxing City in a large arc. All levels of troops have been deployed. Missile artillery troops, mechanized armored troops, and infantry troops have all been deployed. Once they open fire, they will instantly burst out with amazing combat power. Not only that, all troops have been connected, and the 3 survivor bases have formed a joint command system. Chen Weiyang has become the first commander on the battlefield. His command center was in the center of the war vortex, in the heart of the entire battlefield. Outside Daxing City, the last group of evacuees had left Daxing City for more than half an hour. The long and continuous convoy had disappeared. The tail of the retreating team had passed through the lifeline opened by the military outside the city and left. In the city, there were still a large number of survivors. They experienced panic and anxiety, and finally accepted the facts, stayed in the city, accepted the military's arrangements, and evacuated to the Daxing emergency shelter. In order to accommodate the survivors, the military activated a large number of shelters and air raid shelters, and was using the last time before the war to do emergency evacuation and shelter. These survivors were not only from the Daxing Federation military survivor base. Bai Yiming also trapped a lot of survivors, but there was not much chaos, and they were also following the retreat to the air raid shelter in an orderly manner. Bai Yiming, who had never established communication with the military, rarely took the initiative to send a message, contacted Chen Weiyang's adjutant, claiming that once a full-scale war broke out, he would find a way to take a few people from the shelter away from the Daxing battlefield. This means that he will not only take his own people, but also the survivors of the Daxing Federation military survivor base. Didn't they have many people coming to our side to assist in the war? He has only a few soldiers around him. How can he take more than 100,000 people with him? Chen Weiyang was surprised to hear the news. The adjutant also shook his head. That's what he said. Now the top civilization is about to enter, and we continue to evacuate now. The survivors are sitting ducks in the wilderness, so we stopped retreating to the city for refuge. But if everyone really fights, maybe there will be a chance. Bai Yiming is very powerful. Even if he is short of manpower, he may be able to. Chen Weiyang was silent after hearing this. In fact, he had lost hope in Bai Yiming before. Although the other party is a legend in Daxing, but his refusal to take action was a foregone conclusion. This could only mean that Bai Yiming might not be optimistic about the outcome of this battle at all. He did not want to follow Chen Weiyang and die in vain. He just wanted to take his own people away. Or maybe he was afraid. The comfort of confronting the Kale civilization during this period of time made him forget his bloodiness and fear the war and the death that war could bring. Chen Weiyang had guessed before. Maybe Bai Yiming just wanted to fulfill his previous promise and take the people from his survivor base away from Daxing, but he did not expect that he would take on so much at this time. This was very different from Chen Weiyang's guess. He was a little surprised. No matter how powerful he was, taking so many people away, it seemed like he was just showing off. But does this mean that he has not changed? He has not given up, and he also wants to save more people. Maybe Bai Yiming has his reasons. But Chen Weiyang glanced at his adjutant and did not say these things. He just nodded. I know. If he can succeed, it would be great. Tell him that I can give him a battalion of troops at most. Immediately, Chen Weiyang strode forward towards the command center. Go to his own battlefield. No matter what the truth is, it is meaningless now. The war is about to begin, and he has no need to fight for it. The survivors brought by Bai Yiming are important, but not as important as the battle in front of him. If this battle is lost, more people will die. Now, the preparation stage is over. Now is the beginning of the war. Chen Weiyang has more important things to do. They are coming. The top civilization is about to enter. Chen Weiyang is stepping forward. The troops at all levels outside the city are already ready. At this moment, he is closely watching the deployment of the entire city. In Daxing City, the military has built a series of fortifications. Heavy weapons are hidden in every corner of the city, and a large number of armed personnel are all dispersed. His command center has also been transferred from the Daxing Federation military survivor base to a more concealed location. The two survivor bases that seem to be important areas of the city are actually deserted. All the soldiers have been dispersed and scattered in the survivor bases. It is meaningless for them to gather together, so it is better to disperse into points. Among these soldiers, there are not only federal soldiers, but also people from Bai Yiming's side, as well as Zhao Yi and others. They also dispersed into the city. As a strong force of individual survivors, they could exert their advantages to a greater extent here. Lin Qun was one of them, but he didn't stay with anyone. Chen Weiyang once wanted to send Tang Laodan and others to Lin Qun, but was rejected by Lin Qun. He will be the target of public criticism. Although Tang Laodan and others are considered powerful among the survivors, they are not in the same league as Lin Qun and the opponents he has to face. At this moment, he was alone in the north of the city, in a dilapidated temple in Daxing City. The surroundings were desolate, the city was lifeless, and half of the dilapidated temple had been blown down by artillery shells. Lin Qun wore a bronze mask and hid in it, but he didn't know if it was an illusion. He seemed to be vaguely aware of a prying eye. He turned his head like lightning. The feeling of prying suddenly disappeared again. The bronze mask refracted coldly, and there was no one in the dilapidated temple. Lin Qun frowned. His invincible state has been activated for 7 hours in a row, and all his attributes have been greatly improved. His perception at this moment may not be wrong. But at this time, the communication channels of all levels of troops are ringing with a notice from the Daxing command. Chen Weiyang is taking over the entire battlefield. Everyone, I'm Chen Weiyang, the commander of the survivor base of the Daxing Federation military, and now, I will also be honored to be the commander-in-chief of this battle. At this moment, Chen Weiyang is already in the center of his command center, and his command has been involved in all the battles in the Daxing area. Commanders and soldiers of all levels of troops heard his voice at this moment. I know that you come from many places, and some people are familiar with me, but for most people, I'm a stranger. It's not that easy to entrust your life to me, but that doesn't matter, right? We all know why we are here. We live well on this planet, and one day, a disaster falls from the sky, and the lives of all of us collapse. But this is not the end. They compete and hunt on our land, and in turn want to hunt our strong men, and they are not going to let go of even the few of us who are left. And our resistance was defined as a provocation by them. I admit that they are very powerful. Each of them is stronger, more brilliant, and more powerful than our human civilization. The Prophet civilization, the Black Sheep civilization, the Divine civilization, and the Silicon-based civilization are the 4 civilizations that can be called top civilizations in the third level civilization battlefield. Their scientific and technological technologies are hundreds of years ahead of ours, and they have a lineage of strong people that we can't imagine. Those opponents we have faced and have caused us huge casualties and oppression. The Bakatans, the Kale people, and the Taku people are nothing in front of them. Facing these top civilizations, they ran like a group of rats crossing the street, dogs that have lost their homes, and they didn't even dare to hit them head on. They are capable of competing for the final winner of the Blue Star battlefield. They are proud and powerful, but we can't stand it anymore. We can't stand it anymore. We can't stand it anymore. If we stand it any longer, we will die. I think this is the idea of the vast majority of people who are standing here today ready to join the war. And this is why we came here. So, there is nothing special to pay attention to in this battle. What we have to do is to tell them, we don't agree to divide our world, hunt our strong men, and make me exterminate my race. Chen Weiyang's style is somewhat different from Li Zheng's. He didn't say much, and ended with a heavy disagreement. In the command center, people looked at him, and there seemed to be fire in their eyes. The military has opened the Black Curtain device exchanged in batches from the contribution point mall to interfere with the external electromagnetic and biological life activity detection of the entire area of Daxing City, thereby achieving further concealment. An invisible curtain has been opened, and the human army is hidden in it. In the eyes of the incoming alien civilization, people in Daxing City have disappeared, and they can't accurately track the location of humans. The 3 survivor bases exchanged many encrypted and concealed advanced technological devices from the contribution point mall, large or small, and the Black Curtain is just one of them. In order to achieve concealment, avoid becoming the first target, and be directly eliminated by long-range strikes. In this way, even if the alien civilization knows that there are people in Daxing City, they don't know where they are. For this move, the 3 survivor bases paid a lot of contribution points. But this is an important part that is indispensable to completing the war. A corner of Daxing. Deep in the ruined temple, Lin Qun raised his head. From his position, he saw a corner of the sky outside the broken temple. And in another place in the city, deep in an alley, Huang Qizheng was sitting on the roof of a car drinking. Most of his body was hidden in the shadow of the alley. The big green stick in his hand could knock out a bottle by looking up. Below, Tongxin stood with Xia King and Chu Yaowei. Xia King's hand had pressed down and landed on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Tongxin was taking a deep breath to relieve her nervousness. Chu Yaowei was slightly behind, closing her eyes, looking like she was ready to go home and rest. Deep in the old palace, Bai Yiming was starting from here. He was the last person in the whole team to go to the shelter. He also connected to the military channel. Listening to Chen Weiyang's voice in the channel, his expression was a little complicated. Therefore, he did not notice that Chi Wen was also watching him from behind. She thought about the information she had pieced together from several old survivors, and the guess she had made about Bai Yiming's ability, based on that information, and her expression became more and more complicated. And inside and outside the city, countless humans have prepared for war. Just as Chen Weiyang said, this is not a war that humans want to start, but a war that the enemy forced them to participate in. In the sky, the space cracks of the Kale civilization have been completely closed with the successful retreat of all their members. This cunning civilization decisively fled before the top civilization officially started the war. They can escape, but humans have nowhere to escape. This is the home of humans. People have no choice, since it is a battle of life and death. Every warrior and survivor who can appear here has already made a choice in their hearts. They are here for this. The command center has been online. All levels have responded, and the total number of legions inside and outside the human city is close to 200,000. This is a war force that has never been seen since the Federation World War. And now, they are gathered in the Daxing City area, ready to go to war with alien civilizations at any time. Everyone's heart was beating hard. It was late at night, a little cold, but sweat was pouring down their cheeks. In the various hidden positions, command systems at all levels, and multiple shelters in Daxing City, countless people held their breath. Lunging, Jinling. There was a tense atmosphere. The Black Sheep civilization has crossed the final warning range. The straight line distance to Daxing City is less than 5 kilometers. They are beginning to slow down. The Black Sheep civilization fleet is 3 kilometers away from Daxing City. They are already here. This is the command center. Troops at all levels. Now only the Black Sheep civilization has entered the scene. We must remind them that no matter what, do not open fire first. Do not open fire first. Other top civilizations have not entered yet. Other top civilizations have not entered yet. The command center reiterated. Troops at all levels attach importance to the intelligence we have already conveyed about this top civilization, the Black Sheep civilization. They are the representatives of strong ships and heavy artillery. Their scientific and technological directions are different from ours, but their overall levels are similar. They are an extremely warlike race. They regard war and death as beauty and glory. Their fleets are armed to the teeth and carry a large number of heavy weapons. In order to carry more weapons, they have given up a lot of mobility and concealment capabilities just to build a comprehensive mobile war gunboat. But their biggest advantage is the individual strength of their civilization. Every life in the Black Sheep civilization is a natural warrior. The base values of various attributes of adult individuals are at least 30 points. There are countless masters with hundreds of attributes. This is their key advantage in being ranked among the top civilizations. Their usual mode of warfare is to wash the ground with heavy firepower, and then the ground forces land and push forward. It took them only 1 month to sweep across the African region. All other alien civilizations in the African region were slaughtered, and the military force of the Human Federation was destroyed. This force is currently the third fleet of the Black Sheep civilization to land on Blue Star. It is led by the top powerhouse, Kinky, who is ranked 11th in the world. It has 3 heavy volcanic giant ships, 7 light battleships, more than 50 gunboats and 2 heavy transport battleships, as well as an unknown number of small and medium-sized fighters. This will be the most powerful enemy we have ever faced. 3 kilometers away, that is the distance between the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization and the edge of the urban area of Daxing City. Most of the soldiers in the urban area and the human forces deployed in the other direction of Daxing City cannot observe the traces of this top civilization with their naked eyes, but the human forces in this direction can already see the magnificent burning fleet. The flagship of the Black Sheep civilization's third fleet at the front is the most magnificent, with a vertical height of nearly 700 meters. The flames are surging, and the lava is flowing on it like a river, stretching across the distance and advancing forward. It is really like a towering mountain coming towards us. And who can resist the impact of a towering mountain? The sky is illuminated. The air is twisted in the scorching heat. It is a whole burning mountain. It is so powerful that it is crushing. At this moment, warning, warning. A strike has been detected. A strike has been detected, and the Black Sheep civilization has opened fire. Lunging General Command. The usually busy command center is now so quiet that you can hear a pin drop, and they are only responsible for assistance. When the attack of the Black Sheep civilization shone in the sky, Li Zeng, who was sitting in front, raised his head, his pupils shining brightly under the firelight in the picture. He said softly, "This is a force that even the main force of the Bacotens cannot resist. This is the most powerful opponent we have ever encountered, and there will be 4 opponents of this level. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Battleship Board Game. 2317, the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization stabilized at a position 3 kilometers southwest of Daxing City. It began to bombard the urban area of Daxing City. A series of sharp and shrill screams sounded in the sky. It was like the roar of the gods, piercing and shaking the periosteum. Lin Qun looked out through the hole in the dome of the ruined temple that had been blown out earlier and saw dense meteors passing directly above his head. The bright tail flame illuminated the sky and ground of Daxing City. Wherever it passed, the dim streets became bright, and then they fell one by one. The sky became brighter and brighter red. Then, the shock came from afar. They bombed the locations of 2 Daxing City human survivor bases. The federal military survivor base turned into a sea of fire. The old palace collapsed in the blow. The ancient civilization buildings carried the traces of history, and after thousands of years, they were once again submerged by war. And this time the blow was devastating. The Black Sheep civilization is worthy of being a heavy armored killer. Their fleet only has 3 functions: a large number of offensive weapons, heavy defense decks, and a propulsion system that cannot be abandoned. Attack, defense, and movement. Apart from this, they have abandoned almost all other functions in exchange for terrifying combat power. In the previous round of firing, only the flagship in front fired, but it fired at least more than 30 weapon systems, 12 triple-mounted 400mm caliber naval guns, 15 sets of 8 missile launch arrays, 10 rocket launch systems. The saturation strike instantly fired nearly 1,000 shells, covering the entire old palace and the federal military survivor base. The old palace was instantly submerged in a raging sea of fire, and the urban area of the federal military survivor base was also engulfed. The earth rumbled and trembled. The human buildings at the 2 locations hit, wailed and collapsed, and the shockwave and explosion tore everything apart. The ground was sinking. No life can survive this kind of attack. Only individuals or armed forces with supersonic mobility can avoid this large-scale saturation attack. If humans were still stationed in these 2 places, the human forces in Daxing City should have been wiped out by now. Those who realized what was happening were all terrified. And in the frontline command center, underground of Daxing City TV station. This is a hidden facility built during the Federation World War. It has not been activated for many years, but its defense level is still sufficient. The explosion was more than 10 kilometers away from here, and only some smoke and dust fell from the ceiling. The central screen showed the burning fleet of the Black Sheep civilization. This was actually the first time that the Huaxia region faced the Black Sheep civilization head-on. They collected some intelligence on the Black Sheep civilization, but it was very limited. No one knows what their fleet really looks like when it moves, and no one knows how powerful their strong men are. And now, the answer is being revealed. Quick, where are our quantum computers? Record their data, and analyze their turret positions. I want a set of analysis of their entire fleet, the sooner the better. On one side, the head of the information support team was speeding up to issue orders. This seemed to be just a round of firing. But from the weapons division and the depth of the turrets on the flagship, it is possible to analyze and judge its internal structure. However, everyone knows that this round of attacks is just a small test of the Black Sheep civilization. What is shown behind this is the extremely terrifying military strength of the Black Sheep civilization. This is just the first round of firing by its flagship alone, and their entire fleet has not yet opened fire. They do not need weapons of mass destruction. With the saturation attack of conventional weapons, they can flatten the entire Daxing City in half an hour and turn this metropolis with an area of 91 square kilometers into a burning scorched earth ruin. In this case, who would not be nervous if they can see this? On the front battlefield, many people have already shed cold sweat. The Black Sheep civilization fired from a distance of 3 kilometers. Wherever they hit, there will be ruins. If there are troops hiding there, they will be directly blown to death. No one can escape. They will be blown to death without firing a shot. Even in the command center, many people instinctively held their breath and stared at the screen. The sense of oppression they brought was too terrifying. It was like a group of mountains hanging in the sky, coldly confronting Daxing City. But Daxing City is just a city, and those mountains are a terrifying war cluster. Extremely deadly. On the front, Chen Wiang had calmly issued an order. Order troops at all levels to stay on standby. Do not counterattack or expose your position if you are not attacked. The Black Sheep civilization attacked the coordinates of our two original survivor bases, but did not hit any of our dominant troops. This means that the large number of concealment devices we exchanged in the contribution point mall have taken effect, and they cannot lock the true position of our troops in the city from a long distance. As long as we do not actively expose ourselves, our first goal has been achieved. His calmness infected many people. Although the oppression brought by the Black Sheep civilization was terrifying, their attack was obviously off target. This illustrates one point. Their previous intelligence was correct. The fleet of the Black Sheep civilization was the ultimate weapon of war. Although their ship technology was different from that of humans, their overall technical level was not much different from that of humans. It was just that their fleet, combined with their powerful individual strength, had reached the level of top civilization. Because of this, they failed to discover the true location of tens of thousands of soldiers hidden in Daxing City. Thousands of artillery shells razed our half-survivor bases to the ground, but did not actually hit the target. At the same time, in the bridge of the Black Sheep civilization flagship, the battle report from the front had already been delivered to Kinky. We didn't kill a single human in one round of bombardment. We consumed nearly 1,000 shells, and did not gain a single contribution point for our civilization. This was a shameful firing. Kinky's anger was written on his face. He kicked over the life of the Black Sheep civilization in front of him, and his roaring roar resounded throughout the bridge. Its bridge was also very different from that of humans. It was a structure similar to that of a palace. It was located at the deepest part, sitting on its throne like an emperor, and its front, more than 10 meters away, was the real structure of the bridge. On both sides of the ground, a slender river of magma flowed, bringing a touch of natural heat and frenzy here. My lord, they hid. Kinky's anger made everyone else tremble. They saw from the corner of their eyes that the chest of the unlucky guy who was kicked out by Kinky just now had been stepped through. His body twitched violently, and he was about to die. Everyone else lowered their heads. Cunning humans, they should have spent a lot of money to exchange things in the contribution point mall and blocked our detection. We didn't determine their location just now. This round of shooting was a blind shot based on the location of their two survivor bases in Daxing City that we had obtained before. With human authority, they cannot gather contribution points to exchange for such a large-scale anti-reconnaissance and concealment equipment. They must have paid an unimaginable number of contribution points. Hide? Do they want to wait for a fight between us top civilizations and then reap the benefits? Kinky sneered. The people below hurriedly said, we can speed up the analysis, target the terrain structure of Daxing City, and determine their real troop deployment. I assure you that we will be able to gain something next time we open fire. No. They want to hide and play hide and seek with us. Why don't we play with them? A chilling chill suddenly appeared in Kinky's sneer. The other Black Sheep civilization beings all trembled slightly in their hearts and looked at each other. They didn't know what this person wanted to do, but they didn't dare to speak. And then, Kinky stood up directly. It walked down from its throne, walked into the bridge step by step, and took over the fire control system on its own initiative. The Black Sheep civilization beings that were originally in charge retreated one after another. Kinky's eyes penetrated the battlefield. In front of it was an electronic map of the entire main urban area of Daxing City. The locations of the two survivor bases in the urban area that had just been bombed had turned red, and the signs were eye-catching. At this moment, under the exploration of their information technology, it seemed that it had become an empty city, and all the humans who were originally in the city had disappeared. But that was impossible. According to their final intelligence, there were not only a large number of survivors in this city, but also a large number of armed personnel. In any case, it was impossible to evacuate all these people quietly in such a short time. Then, they are still in the city. They just hid. Kinky's tall figure stood in front, operating rapidly. The electronic map of the entire Daxing City main urban area was being divided. It gridded and regionalized the entire Daxing City main urban area. On the map, it was divided into one grid area after another. The area of each area was about 3 square kilometers. The entire Daxing City main urban area was thus divided into more than 30 neat grids on the electronic map, from the core area of the city to the border, without missing a single one. Looking down, it was like a huge expectation. On one side, a life form of the Black Sheep civilization whispered, "Sir, are we going to flatten the entire Daxing City? With our strength, if we open fire across the board, the entire Daxing City can be razed to the ground, and those humans inside will be dead, no matter where they hide. There is no need for that." King Ki said, "The power of humans is not only in Daxing City. We don't need to fight them to death now. If we flatten Daxing City, will their main force behind us still not take action? If we keep them, they can still become a barrier to help us resist the Prophet civilization and the godly civilization, right? Moreover, the silicon-based civilization is coming. Since we are here first, we have already succeeded. We just need to hold our current position. As for these humans, we can just play with them." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, but they all had to admit that what Kinky said was correct. This time, the Battle of Daxing would not be a one-on-one battle. Including humans, there will be 5 civilizations entering the battlefield. Each civilization wants to defeat the other 4 civilizations, which means a big melee. If they fight humans to the death here, others will benefit. Moreover, the movement trajectory of the silicon-based civilization has shown that they are coming soon. Therefore, King Ki issued a series of orders to deploy the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization to prepare for the silicon-based civilization. Only its flagship was still facing Daxing City. At this time, King Ki's arrogant voice sounded again. "Have you heard of a chessboard battleship game played by humans?" Everyone else was a little confused. After a while, only a life of the Black Sheep civilization whispered, I seem to have heard of." King Ki said, "This game is one of the classic games of humans. It is a flat board game, and its board is a square matrix. Generally, there are 2 players participating in the confrontation. Each player has an independent and identical board in his hand. Then, the 2 players can deploy their own warships on their own boards. This deployment means that they can draw a warship of different shapes and positions completely according to their own wishes within the scope of their own chessboard. Then, the game begins. The ultimate goal of the game is to sink the opponent's warship without knowing where the warship on the opponent's chessboard is drawn. In the game, players can say the coordinate position of a square matrix for bombardment, and they will get feedback, whether they hit or miss. Once they hit, it is equivalent to determining the position of the opponent's warship. As long as they continue to bombard the left and right directions or the adjacent square areas, determine the extension direction of the warship on the chessboard, they can destroy the opponent's warship in one fell swoop through continuous bombardment. The lives of other Black Sheep civilizations looked at each other in bewilderment. After a while, someone whispered, "My lord, do you want to? Don't they want to hide? Very good. Why should we analyze where they are hiding? We can just play this human game with them and see who will raise Daxing City to the ground first, or who will lose their patience first and run out to fight us." Kinky's tone was filled with a touch of crazy cruelty and teasing. Moreover, at this time it had already begun to choose coordinates. It completely abandoned other technical systems and chose the target of attack based entirely on its own judgment and ideas. Of course, in this chessboard battleship game, it can also judge whether it is a hit or a miss by whether it gains contribution points from the bombardment and how many contribution points it gains. It enjoys the feeling of this game very much. Hiding humans. It can commit violence without restraint. The other Black Sheep civilization lives all lowered their heads. Kinky's brutality is well known in their civilization, and such behavior is nothing to Kinky. However, Kinky was not completely immersed in the attack on humans. They arrived in the Daxing City area first. The flagship in front was bombarding Daxing City, but behind them, a large number of warships and troops had begun to disperse, preparing to deploy in advance in order to gain the first mover advantage when facing other top civilizations. And Kinky doesn't have to worry about those. For it, its current task is to complete its own little game. That's it. Kinky's eyes moved. Soon, an area was locked. It was an area with dense buildings on the electronic map. It was the business district of Daxing City before the global battlefield was opened. There were tall buildings everywhere. It looked good on the electronic map from above, but in fact, after such a long battle, it was already a mess. The remaining tall buildings were scarred and could collapse completely at any time due to structural damage. But the buildings here are still dense. King Qi chose this place and directly lit up this square. Its flagship then locked this direction and fired wildly at the location of this business district in Daxing City, covering its location and the surrounding area, a total area of 3 square kilometers. Dense missiles once again swept through the sky, and the meteor illuminated the city streets in the dark night, and then landed with a bang. The flames of the explosion once again rose in the urban area of Daxing City. The broken tall buildings in the business district collapsed completely with a loud noise. Smoke and dust rolled, and the shockwave swept along the streets in all directions. But the feedback King Qi received was missed. The area of 3 square kilometers was razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. But there was still no human here. The muscles on its face twitched slightly. Then, its eyes revealed a more excited and crazy look. Chapter 285. Keep silent and wait for the opportunity. What are they doing? When the Black Sheep civilization opened fire for the second time, the command center and the troops at all levels in Daxing City were very nervous. The Black Sheep civilization is not an ordinary civilization. Their first round of firing had no results, so they must have understood what happened. Daxing City is so small. With their ability, after analysis and judgment, even if they were blindly firing, they should be able to determine one of the possible locations where humans might be hiding. The next time they open fire, they will definitely be able to gain something. But this time, the firing seemed so casual. At least that's how it seemed to Chen Wiang and other people in the command center. Extremely casual. The second firing directly hit the Daxing City business district. There were tall buildings all over that area. It was the key area where they had fought with the Kale civilization before, but it had become a dangerous area with the war. Those tall buildings that once represented the prosperity of the city could collapse at any time, so humans had no troops deployed there at all. As long as you look a little more, you can realize this. It is impossible to bombard this area. But the result is, the same question arises in the hearts of every human. Chen Wiang stared at the burning fleet of the Black Sheep civilization on the screen. His face was calm, but only he knew that his heart was beating faster, and he was very nervous. Human nervousness often comes from pressure, fear of the unknown and possible results. Chen Wiang was not afraid of the Black Sheep civilization, nor was he afraid of any of the 4 top civilizations. He had been fighting with alien civilizations for a long time, and these terrible alien civilization creatures were just opponents and enemies in his eyes, nothing more. He was afraid of the consequences that humans would face if he failed to command the battle today. But this would not affect his performance today. On the contrary, fear made his blood flow faster and made his brain more excited. He was thinking quickly to judge what the Black Sheep civilization was doing. And soon, the third attack of the Black Sheep civilization came. It was still its flagship that opened fire, but the speed of this attack was still unexpected. The Black Sheep civilization fleet stopped moving when it arrived 3 kilometers away from the urban area of Daxing City. The first and second firings were about 5 minutes apart, and the second and third firings were only 1 minute and 31 seconds apart, minus the physical adjustment time of its transfer and relocking the target. This means that the command of the Black Sheep civilization designated the next strike position in the shortest time, after receiving feedback that it did not hit humans. No matter from which angle, this seems too casual, but this time, the Black Sheep civilization hit. This round of firing bombarded a village in the west of the city. Half of the village in the city was reduced to ruins in an instant. One of the hidden mechanized troops evaporated on the spot. Lord King Qi, we hit it. This time, we have obtained more than 1,000 contribution points in a scattered manner. A group of human troops are hiding here. Seeing that the attack was effective, the lives of the Black Sheep civilization were busy claiming credit, as excited as if they had hit it themselves. And in front, King Qi looked at the 4th red area it lit up on the electronic map. After receiving such feedback of a successful hit, the excitement in its eyes became more and more intense. Obviously, it was having a lot of fun. It immediately moved the target. The next strike target was pointed to the square closest to the location just bombed. That location was the other half of the village in the city. There is also a group of troops hidden here, which is another exit of the village in the city. Lurking here are 2 battalions of mechanized troops, located at the 2 entrances and exits of the village in the city. This is a good position, which can be used for attack or defense. But now, they have become the battleships discovered on the chessboard. The half of the village in the city in front has turned into a sea of fire. The troops of the battalion behind have bloodshot eyes, but they can't do anything. The fleet of the Black Sheep civilization is outside, attacking the entire line, and wherever it hits, it will be a raging sea of fire. All they can do now is to retreat quickly according to the order of the general command. Although this round of attack is still obviously a blind cat hitting a dead mouse by the Black Sheep civilization. But since they have hit the target, they will definitely bomb the entire surrounding area. Therefore, Chen Weiyang quickly issued an order to let the human troops in this area retreat quickly. The speed of transmission of this order was extremely fast. Half of the village in the city had just been reduced to ruins. The Black Sheep civilization life in the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization was still excited about this shot. The remaining troops in the village in the city immediately moving away from the village in the city in a concealed manner, at an extremely fast speed. But they were still a step slower. Because the basis for Kink's firing was the rules of the game. The first shot hit. It meant that the enemy battleship was here, and the second shot could be fired directly, extend in any direction. The first shot hit the village in the city successfully, so the second shot would naturally extend to the village in the city. The ground rumbled and trembled. The speed of the Black Sheep civilization's attack was too fast. Covering an area of 3 square kilometers, the troops in the other half of the village in the city had just begun to retreat, and the attack had already roared in, completely enveloping them. The earth turned into scorched earth, and the land in the village in the city wailed and sank. The world was blood red. Contribution points were credited. This showed that it was it. The extension direction was correct, and the enemy battleship was hit by 2 shots in a row. Kinky became more and more excited. This was not a fist-to-flesh massacre. It could not appreciate the despair and struggle of the target it killed, but it still felt an amazing experience from this simple human game, so it became extremely excited. It liked this feeling very much. It immediately extended downward in this direction. So, the turret of the Black Sheep civilization flagship roared and fired again. Heavy artillery roared, and the line of fire flashed at the end of the skyline. Then it fell to the ground with a bang. This was the 5th round of attack. The previous 2 rounds of attacks had turned the entire village in the city into ruins, and this shot had already been fired outside the village in the city. It was still a coverage area of 3 square kilometers. Thick smoke billowed. The city was reduced to ruins. The earth turned into scorched earth. But this time the feedback result was a miss. No contribution points were gained. This is the result of a miss. The excitement on Kinky's face faded slightly, its facial muscles twitched, and then it immediately chose to change direction and bomb another extension direction. Sharp roars followed for the 6th time to tear the night sky of Daxing City. The ground shook again. The village in the city and its surrounding areas had been almost blown to pieces. The ground was sinking, and it was hard to tell what it had been. As for the 2 battalions of troops that had been stationed here, they had been completely reduced to ashes. And the result this time was still misses. Kinky's expression turned cold. It realized that the first battleship it had found was not large, and 2 rounds of firing had sunk it. So, its size began to move again. What exactly is the Black Sheep civilization doing? They didn't find the location of our people through technical positioning, but they opened fire in such a short interval. They are firing randomly. Are they just blind cats catching dead mice? Maybe this is some kind of tactic of theirs. We can't think about their behavioral logic from the perspective of humans. Alien civilizations are completely different species from us. What we think is a tactic may not be what they think of as a tactic at all, and what they think is a reasonable war model is incomprehensible to us. No, their attacks are regular. Except for the first and second bombardments of the 2 original survivor bases. The 4 times they just fired, the bombardment range is fixed, which is a 3 square kilometer square grid area. Commander, we can't just wait for them to continue bombarding. The Black Sheep civilization has enough strategic reserves to raise the entire Daxing city to the ground. In the underground command center of Daxing City, after a fierce discussion, everyone's eyes finally fell on Chen Weiyang. Chen Weiyang was staring at the map in front of him. He asked irrelevantly, "Where is the silicon-based civilization?" The data in front quickly gave the answer. The silicon-based civilization has long approached the Daxing City area. They have not deliberately hidden themselves. Their trajectory of movement has long been exposed. At present, they have entered the space orbit of the Daxing City area from the Ark. The silicon-based civilization is expected to move to the near-Earth space orbit directly above the Black Sheep civilization in 7 to 10 minutes. Chen Weiyang stared at the movement trajectory of the silicon-based civilization, and after a moment of silence, he said, "We can't open fire. We can't fight first. We have to wait for the top civilization to start the war. Moreover, I already know what tactics the Black Sheep civilization is." Chen Weiyang's voice was calm with a hint of anger, but his words were the final word. The power of mankind seems huge, with more than 200,000 troops, but the top civilizations participating in the war are not to be underestimated. Human civilization cannot go to war with any top civilization in its prime. That would be a waste of combat power. Because the enemy of mankind is the 4 top civilizations that have entered and are about to enter. With the current mega power, if they want to be able to compete with them, they can only wait for them to beat them up first. They must be patient. However, his fists in his sleeves had quietly clenched, his eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth were clenched. At this moment, the ones who were blown to death were their soldiers. Chen Weiyang wanted to open fire immediately and fight back on all fronts, but he couldn't do that. It was not the right time yet. Their strength was not enough. If they wanted to maintain Daxing's first mover advantage, they could only endure. If they opened fire now, it would not only be a fight with the Black Sheep civilization, but also a war with 4 civilizations at the same time. Not only would the deployed forces in Daxing City be exposed, but the positions of human forces outside the city would also be fully exposed. Daxing City had only tens of thousands of soldiers who were prepared to occupy the urban area of Daxing City and cover the remaining human survivors hiding in this area. But the ones deployed outside were the main force. If they were really exposed, it would harm the real main force. Chen Weiyang pointed his finger at the map, and a huge bird's eye view of Daxing City appeared. Then, he cut the entire map of Daxing City into a square chessboard. He pointed at it, looked around at everyone, and said, "Have you ever played a board game of Battleship?" In the command center, everyone looked at each other, and it was as quiet as death. Some people didn't understand at all, and they were still asking questions in the corner, but no one answered. There was only silence and a heavy atmosphere of oppression. They, the human race, gathered a large army and waited here to fight for survival. Everyone was extremely nervous, coming with the determination and fear of dying generously, to have a bloody battle with the alien civilization. But they, what is this? These damn alien civilizations, what do they think they are? Someone looked at Chen Weiyang with bloodshot eyes. "Commander, we..." Chen Weiyang understood their thoughts without asking. They wanted to open fire. They wanted to face the Black Sheep civilization with angry artillery fire, letting them know that the civilization they are playing with now should not be underestimated. And the forces assembled by humans in the Daxing area are enough to fight the Black Sheep civilization first. But Chen Weiyang was still calm. He just slowly raised his arm, signaling everyone to calm down and be quiet, and then his voice sounded, "Convey the new instructions, and pass the tactics of the Black Sheep civilization to all levels of troops. Order all units to remain silent, and wait for the opportunity. They are playing tricks on us, and looking down on us, but at the same time, they dare not directly tilt their firepower towards us. The silicon-based civilization is about to arrive, and they are now focusing all their firepower on us. They will suffer in the first round of collision with the silicon-based civilization. So, we can't move. If we move now and actively expose our target, it will give them a chance, give the Black Sheep civilization a chance, so that they can easily find us and kill us. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Please remember, we are not fighting for a momentary anger, nor are we going to win or lose with the Black Sheep. We are going to win or lose with the 4 top civilizations, and what we want is that the entire region still belongs to us humans. Compared to that, what is it now? Chen Weiyang was waiting for the opportunity. The silicon-based civilization is coming. When the two top civilizations are exchanging fire, that is when they will take action. In that case, the loss of mankind can be minimized. If they are lucky, they can even cripple the two top civilizations before the Shengui civilization and the Prophet civilization arrive. That will be a great victory. Compared with such a result, what is the point of being patient now? If we rush out and fight the Black Sheep civilization to death now, the silicon-based civilization will benefit from it later. The Black Sheep civilization is also waiting. If there is no upcoming silicon-based civilization, they would have already cleaned up Daxing City. How could they still stop outside the city now, not cleaning up the ground or advancing? Because a greater threat is at hand, they cannot completely kill the humans in Daxing City. This is an opportunity for humans. The more this is the case, the more they have to be patient and the more silent they have to be. Showing up now is truly in line with the wishes of the Black Sheep civilization. The information released by Chen Weiyang was quickly conveyed. Some officers reacted and calmed down at once. Of course, some officers and soldiers were still very angry. Is this a tactic? What kind of tactic is this? Calm down. The command center's decision is correct. If we open fire now, it will only hurt others and ourselves. Our goal is to survive, not to fight to the death with alien civilizations. One day, I will use the means of these alien civilizations to slaughter them. The commander is right. We must remain calm. If we go out now, we will just send contribution points to the Black Sheep civilization. Don't be angered by their behavior. They are doing it on purpose, just to anger us, and let us send it ourselves. Convey the general commander's order. The whole team remains silent and waits quietly. In the ruined temple, Lin Qun also received the general commander's message. He instinctively looked in the direction of the Black Sheep civilization fleet, but he could not see anything from his current position. But there was also a flame burning in his heart. However, Lin Qun also understood that Chen Weiyang's choice was right. They came for the overall situation, and they could not be impatient and mess up their big plans. Now they are forbearing to make the four top civilizations all return in defeat. Such goals and achievements are not worth mentioning compared to the current impulsiveness and fighting the Black Sheep civilization. Just like the world in Lin Qun's memory, his country's rise was full of people who fell one after another. For an opportunity, some people lay on the battlefield in the ice and snow pretending to be corpses and would not move, even if they were shot alive, thus creating one miracle after another in war. This is the overall situation and courage that humans should have. Humans on Earth have it, and humans here also have it. Lin Qun is ready to take action at any time. As long as the opportunity comes, he can join the war quickly. Although the goals of upgrading the prize pool and obtaining the giant card group have not been completely achieved, but now there is no need to worry about so much. When the war begins, there will be a lot of alien civilizations to kill. At that time, it is also possible to achieve it. Now let them jump around, and when humans take action, it will be thunder. And then, the attacks of the Black Sheep civilization followed one after another. King Qi marked a new position. Another square was erased. Hit. King Qi showed a hideous and crazy smile. He was immersed in and enjoying this game, using the life and death of other civilizations to satisfy his twisted pleasure. But its game ends here. Because, above the Asia region, the Huaxia region, and the Daxing City near Earth orbit, the silicon-based civilization is about to reach its target location. Although the Black Sheep civilization is arrogant, that is towards humans. In their eyes, the native humans are vulnerable, but they still attach great importance to the silicon-based civilization. King Qi ended his game and gave an order coldly. These iron blocks are quick to die. Okay, if they want to stand in the space orbit, give them to lines of fire and bombard the warships of Daxing City and the silicon-based civilization indiscriminately. The collision between the two top civilizations is about to begin. Daxing Command Center. Chen Weiyang's eyes were also full of bloodshot, and he was staring at the screen. The Black Sheep civilization has ceased fire for a short time. Their entire fleet has been deployed, and dense heavy weapons have been displayed, and those heavy weapons are turning to the sky and Daxing City respectively. The arc of the silicon-based civilization is about to reach the highest point, and just below that high point is the fleet of Daxing City and the Black Sheep civilization. He knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for was coming. Chapter 286 Lion Game. The fleet of the Black Sheep civilization has been fully dispersed. Outside the 3 kilometers range of Daxing City, their fleet coverage has also reached 3 kilometers. Among them, a large number of tower-shaped aircraft suddenly rose from the fleet. At the same time, their turrets have turned. Most of them have turned to the sky, and the rest are facing Daxing City. The Black Sheep civilization wants to fire on both sides, covering Daxing City and the silicon-based civilization warships in the low Earth orbit. Daxing City Command Center. Chen Weiyang quickly issued orders, asking the troops at all levels in the city to prepare for evasion. The Black Sheep civilization actually has the power to turn the entire Daxing City into ruins, and we have nowhere to hide. But the Black Sheep civilization actually has the power to destroy Daxing City in one breath, and it can also leave us nowhere to hide. But they didn't do it. Don't think they seem very brainless, but they are actually very smart, and they know the purpose of our troops here. Killing our main force will not benefit them at all, but on the contrary, it may be more beneficial to them. Chen Weiyang said, and don't forget that we also have a large number of troops moving outside Daxing City. Within a range of 15 kilometers, we have our forces. If they dare to flatten Daxing City, they will have to face a situation of fighting to the death with us. And now, their target will undoubtedly become the silicon-based civilization in the near-Earth orbit of space. The intensity of the bombardment on us now should not be too high, because that is not to go to war with us. That is to guard against civilization and silicon-based civilization jointly attacking them. Chen Weiyang's analysis is to the point. As the commander of Daxing City, his ability is not exaggerated. The calculations of the Black Sheep civilization are all in his eyes. An officer on the side couldn't help but say, "Then, Your Excellency the Commander, what should we do now?" "Of course, we should give them a taste of their own medicine," Chen Weiyang said. "If the Black Sheep civilization wants us to help them resist other civilizations, then they must be prepared to be attacked by us. Prepare the artillery positions and missile launch positions, wait for my order, and be ready to bombard the Black Sheep civilization at any time." Chen Weiyang's order was exciting. They had just been bombarded by the Black Sheep civilization. Although the losses were not great, it made people angry. Everyone had been waiting to fight back. But at this moment, Chen Weiyang was still waiting. Because it was not an opportunity yet. The Black Sheep civilization had not yet fought the silicon-based civilization. Only when the two civilizations fight to the death, and do not have enough ability to fight back against humans, is it the right time for them to open fire. If you want to fight, just fight like a fool. I'll fight you when you can't beat me. Yes, these top civilizations look down on us. As long as they appear on the same field, they will definitely kill each other to the death. This is our chance. If they fight fiercely enough, and we seize the right moment to attack, perhaps we can force the silicon-based civilization and the Black Sheep civilization to retreat before the armies of the Divine civilization and the Prophet civilization enter the battlefield. Moreover, if this is the case, we may not suffer many casualties, because the two top civilizations in the fierce battle simply do not have the energy to deal with us. At that time, we can still face the Divine civilization and the Prophet civilization in almost its prime. If it succeeds, this battle is won. At this time, many people in the command center also reacted and realized Chen Weiyang's plan, and they were very excited. At the same time, above Daxing City, in the high altitude of the near-Earth orbit in space, the city-like warships of the silicon-based civilization are flying here. At the end of the skyline, a hint of fish belly white has gradually emerged. Therefore, the hull of this behemoth is also bathed in the flash of stars. In the bridge of the silicon-based civilization warship, the Steel Knight is standing here. The commander of the silicon-based civilization looks at the picture in front of him. It is the picture of the land under his feet. Human beings, and the Black Sheep civilization, and the Daxing City standing on the land. In the back, a cold electronic sound rang. "Your Excellency the Commander, the cavalry lance from number 1 to 7 has been fully prepared and locked onto the target. The power has been calculated to achieve precise strikes, and it has not reached the standard of weapons of mass destruction determined by the global battlefield. It can be launched at any time now." The Black Sheep civilization has locked on my warship, and the energy of the response shield system has been filled, and can be activated at any time. This voice was heard directly in the bridge environment. It was the electronic system of this warship. But it was also a silicon-based life. This huge silicon-based civilization warship was itself a silicon-based civilization life. Fire. The Iron Knight and Commander drew the iron sword from his waist. This will be a great war. Fire. As it gave the order to fire. On one side of the giant battleship of the silicon-based civilization, 7 launch ports popped open. Then, a flashing lance was thrown down. 7 lances. Those were the space-based kinetic weapons of the silicon-based civilization. In a vacuum environment, they suddenly accelerated, were thrown out of the sky, and pierced through the air at an unparalleled speed, carrying unparalleled terrifying kinetic energy. At the moment they were launched, a series of piercing alarms sounded inside the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization. It's a kinetic weapon. It's a kinetic weapon. It's approaching rapidly, and many of our first level battleships have been locked, and the flagship has been locked. In the flagship bridge, Kinky's eyes flashed, and he stepped on the ground with both feet, breaking through the speed of sound. The surrounding Black Sheep civilization lives were even blown away. As the 7 lances fell at high speed, the many tower-like structures raised by the Black Sheep civilization launched a large number of interception weapons, but they were meaningless. Those were lances piercing from the sky, carrying unparalleled and unstoppable thunder. 7 meteors fell from the grey sky. They were hot and red in acceleration, and when they entered the visible range of the atmosphere, their speed had reached more than 20 times the speed of sound. Most of the interception did not even have the opportunity to touch them. Even if there was, they were pierced through in an instant. The heavy lances were like meteors piercing the sky. They hit the burning warships of the Black Sheep civilization one after another. The huge volcanic warships collapsed like paper. Their evasion and interception were meaningless, and there was no time to intercept. The lances shot down at high speed were almost in front of them when they were discovered. This is the terrible power of space-based weapons. Under the adjustment of the silicon-based civilization, they accurately calculated the mass, size, initial velocity and kinetic energy of each lance, and completely limited its striking power to the category of weapons of mass destruction. This was a perfect attack. The burning warships of the Black Sheep civilization that were hit were shot through from head to toe, and then collapsed layer by layer. Smoke and dust rolled. Flames and explosions splashed, and the huge warships disintegrated in mid-air and fell to the ground under their feet. 1, 2, 3. The Black Sheep civilization fleet sank 6 warships in an instant. The losses were heavy in an instant, and it was unknown how many Black Sheep civilizations were killed in an instant. On the ground, smoke and dust rolled, and the huge warships fell in a magnificent and terrifying posture, like a fallen giant. The moment they fell to the ground, the entire ground was rumbling and shaking, and a huge shock wave swept across a range of several kilometers on the ground. The smoke and waves rushed in all directions. Even the people in Daxing City could feel the scorching wind and waves coming in their faces, and hear the shrill sobs in the wind. 7 lances. 6 hit. The flagship of the Black Sheep civilization was not destroyed. The lance that hit the flagship was the first lance in the sequence, fired by the silicon-based civilization. It had the largest mass and the fastest speed, and was determined to destroy the flagship of the entire Black Sheep civilization fleet with one strike. But unfortunately, this lance failed to hit the target, because at the last moment, Kinky rushed out of the burning flagship of the Black Sheep civilization, soared into the sky at thunderous speed, and hit the lance from the side. The lance carried him past the flagship, and crashed into the ground below. The ground sank, smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the flagship was shaken by the impact and trembled slightly. And in Gaoshan's silicon-based civilization fleet, the commander of the silicon-based civilization was watching this scene coldly. Someone behind him said expectantly, "It is the 11th in the world, Kinky, the top powerhouse of the Black Sheep civilization, and it actually hit it by itself. The first lance failed to blow up their flagship, so it's good to kill it." The tall knight commander in front did not speak, but just watched silently, but his idea was actually similar to that of his companions behind him. As a top-level strongman, Kinky has all attributes of 999. If he can be killed, it will be more meaningful than destroying the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization. But, on the ground, the picture is rapidly zooming in. In the center of the battlefield, in the immortal smoke and dust, a figure is piercing through fiercely. Its clothes are tattered, but it is extremely tall, with twisted horns growing on its head, hideous and terrifying, but its body is intact. It raises its arms high, holding a lance with a twisted tip in its hands. As if in provocation, it straightened its chest, issued a shocking war cry in the center of heaven and earth, and then raised its lance high to the sky. At this moment, the remaining fleets of the Black Sheep civilization opened fire crazily, and intensive attacks rose behind Kinky, like a rain of fire, piercing the horizon. The fleet of the Black Sheep civilization is a representative of heavy warships, armed to the teeth, but the core science and technology of the Black Sheep civilization is actually not advanced enough. Their fleets could not ascend into space, so they could only strike the sky from the ground. Despite this, the Black Sheep civilization had already prepared for the enemies in space. The scale of the strikes, that were poured out in an instant, was enough to destroy half of Daxing City. This round of strikes quickly took off. At the same time, the battleships of the silicon-based civilization also extended countless beam energy turrets, firing wildly at the ground from a high altitude in the near-Earth orbit. The strikes of the silicon-based civilization landed and exploded everywhere. The strikes of the Black Sheep civilization penetrated the sky, but were all intercepted by the shield system of the silicon-based civilization. In a dazzling flash, the battleships of the silicon-based civilization did not move at all, and stood in the sky. The silicon-based civilization completely crushed the Black Sheep civilization in the field of science and technology. This is why they chose to attack in the near-Earth orbit of Daxing City. They lacked individual top-level strongmen, but they were advanced enough in technology, and this was their best place to play. On the ground, explosions were everywhere. In the human command center of Daxing City, the battle report from the front came quickly. The Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization had been exchanging fire for 3 minutes. Two heavy warships, 6 light warships, and countless other small and medium-sized warships and aircraft have been sunk. The silicon-based civilization has not suffered any losses so far. Report: the Prophet civilization has begun to accelerate. The battle report is coming at a rapid speed. On the battlefield outside Daxing City, the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization have been fighting bloody battles and shooting at each other frantically. Officers such as Chen Weiyang were terrified. The Black Sheep civilization was extremely brutal. In this case, they lacked the means to defend against beam energy weapons when they directly bombarded the silicon-based civilization. This was when they had deployed a tower-shaped defense matrix in advance. Otherwise, the current losses would be even more severe. But the Black Sheep civilization's counterattack never stopped, and it has been accelerating the bombardment. Their fleet is armed to the teeth, with weapons everywhere. Even though several important warships have been sunk, they still have enough powerful firepower to bombard huge targets in space without stopping. What kind of crazy civilization is this? They stand here and take the beating, but they also fight back frantically. They want to use intensive attacks to directly exhaust the energy of the energy shields used by the silicon-based civilization warships. As long as the shields are gone, it is only a matter of time before the silicon-based civilization warships are sunk. Despite their huge size, these two top civilizations are too brutal. Kinetic weapons detected. The silicon-based civilization has launched a second round of kinetic weapons. The Black Sheep civilization has stopped firing at us. They have concentrated their firepower to fight the silicon-based civilization. This should be their first time to compete with this silicon-based civilization. The two civilizations are bombarding each other frantically at a distance of thousands of kilometers. Chen Weiyang took a deep breath. He seemed to see two ferocious lions playing a game. This is the combat power of the top civilization. But now is not the time to take action. He turned his head and asked, "Where is Mr. Lin? Connect him." At the same time, on the battlefield, artillery fire flew, and bullets fell like rain. The second round of kinetic weapons fell to the ground, and groups of grand flames rose in the ranks of the Black Sheep civilization. And Kinky traveled through this chaotic battlefield and quickly returned to the flagship. But it did not enter the flagship bridge. but ordered the bridge to open the core resource arsenal, and it went straight to the deepest part. Here, quietly placed a heavy bomb of almost the same size as it. That was the electromagnetic pulse bomb prepared by the Black Sheep civilization for the silicon-based civilization. As long as one shot is detonated inside it, it can paralyze the entire silicon-based civilization's warships within a few seconds, causing them to be completely defeated. And the anti-electromagnetic destructive means of the silicon-based civilization cannot resist such a blow. The Black Sheep civilization does not have such technology. This is an advanced product that they spent nearly 1 million contribution points to buy. It is for today's battle. It looked at the electromagnetic pulse bomb, and a sneer appeared at the corner of its mouth. The right to use weapons of mass destruction has been redeemed and unlocked. The good show has just begun. Chapter 287 Open Fire. Open Fire. The Prophet civilization is accelerating, and they are expected to arrive at the battlefield in 30 minutes. But their direction of action has deviated. There are new changes in the rankings. The Prophet civilization's SkyDrive has entered the Daxing area. Daxing City Command Center. Chen Weiyang personally marked the latest route trajectory of the Prophet civilization on the map. From this trajectory, the Prophet civilization is indeed accelerating, but their original route of advancing directly towards Daxing City has changed at this moment, and they began to go to the side, cut into the battlefield at an arc angle. This change may not seem very noticeable, but it is actually a change in the Prophet civilization's war strategy. They also want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Chen Weiyang took a deep breath and pointed to the map. Their original route was for the silicon-based civilization and the Black Sheep civilization to see. They wanted to fight head-on, but now that the silicon-based civilization and the Black Sheep civilization have fought, they have also begun to change their route. Their current target is us. On the map, the angle of the Prophet civilization fleet's forward route now is the deployment position of 2 human divisions in the Daxing City area. That is the newly formed 3rd Infantry Division and the 139th Armored Division. The 2 divisions were deployed in the wilderness area 12 kilometers away from Daxing City, lying dormant, using the terrain and the devices exchanged from the contribution point mall to hide their tracks. This battle was said to be a decisive battle in Daxing City, but in fact, the main forces of everyone's army are not currently deployed in Daxing City, and the same is true for humans. If there were not a large number of survivors in Daxing City who could not leave, humans would not even place their troops here. Despite this, the main force of humans is still outside Daxing City. They are hiding in various areas outside Daxing City. However, their means can avoid the prying of the Black Sheep civilization, but they cannot avoid the technical exploration of the Prophet civilization, and they were discovered at once. Is it possible that they did not find us either, but just happened to be on this marching route? A staff officer asked in a low voice. Don't be lucky. The hidden devices we exchanged from the contribution point mall are more advanced than our existing technology, but they are still very low end. We don't have the contribution points of the contestant civilization, so we can't exchange for high level things. The Prophet civilization is different from the Black Sheep civilization. They have significant technological advantages. They must be coming for us. Chen Weiyang's voice was cold and heavy, and he said, they know what we want to do. They want to interfere with us. Chen Weiyang speculated that the Prophet civilization should not want to confront the main force of mankind that has not yet moved. The possibility of interference is greater than direct exchange of fire. Commander, please give the order. Everyone's eyes met, and they all looked at Chen Weiyang, waiting for him to give instructions based on the latest situation. Chen Weiyang looked at the map for a while and said, order the newly formed 3rd Infantry Division and the 139th Armored Division to retreat 5 kilometers to avoid the frontal advance route of the Prophet civilization. Everyone else was surprised. In this way, the Prophet civilization is likely to drive straight in and enter the Daxing City area directly from this position. From the map, the movement trajectory of the Prophet civilization's fleet is indeed the case. Their fleet is advancing rapidly, making a detour. If the 2 human divisions avoid the Prophet civilization from the side, they will have 2 options. The first is to advance directly into Daxing City. The second is to continue to follow the arc, completely bypass Daxing City from the side, and arrive behind the Black Sheep civilization. These two routes represent two completely different threats. If they want to enter Daxing City, they can enter Daxing City. If they want to bypass it, they can bypass it. Chen Weiyang's eyes were burning, and his tone was cold and tough. He said, "Where is their fleet? We can't lose 2 divisions of troops. As long as the Prophet civilization continues to advance, it's not us who are anxious, but the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization." This is Chen Weiyang's judgment. But he was not very sure in his heart. But at this time, he had to be extremely sure and behave extremely calmly. He immediately issued an order. Still let the newly formed 3rd Infantry Division and 139th Armored Division retreat. Order all units in Daxing City to prepare for evasion. Execute the original plan and order the 1st, 4th, and confidence positions to open fire and bombard the Black Sheep civilization fleet. He retracted his gaze from the map, stood up straight, and said word by word, "We put the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization, which are both injured, in front of the Prophet civilization. Let me see whether the Prophet civilization will fight us or them. On one side are the 2 top civilizations that pose a direct threat to themselves, and on the other side are the rabble of human aborigines." Chen Weiyang is gambling. He is betting that the Prophet civilization will not be willing to give up such a big temptation and must start with the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization first. And with the current battlefield situation, as long as the 3 parties exchange fire again, they can drag the Shengui civilization, which is the farthest away, to enter the field. At that time, the situation will definitely change again. At this moment, the war situation in the entire Daxing area has been rolling like a millstone. The huge battlefield is in operation. The Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization are exchanging fire from the ground and air, and the attacks are flying all over the battlefield. Humans are dormant in the opposite area of their crossfire. The Prophet civilization cuts in from the arc, and the God GUI civilization is still on the way to the battlefield. Chen Weiyang's orders are quickly penetrating the battlefield and being transmitted to the troops at all levels in the battlefield of Daxing area. At the same time, the signalman who has been waiting for a long time urgently accessed. "Commander, we have contacted Mr. Lin." "Sorry, Mr. Lin, I kept you waiting." Chen Weiyang immediately talked to Lin Qun. He was polite at first, and then immediately said, "Mr. Lin, I have a huge task for you. I don't know if you can do it. In the ruined temple of Daxing City. Just say it directly." Lin Qun was looking at the battle situation in the distance. The Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization are in a white-hot stage. As soon as they start, both sides want to annihilate each other in the shortest time to reduce their own losses. Therefore, every move is a killing move, and the sky and the ground are bursting everywhere. Chen Weiyang said, "I would like to ask you to find a way to cooperate with the Black Sheep civilization to sink the space battleship of the silicon-based civilization." Lin Qun was slightly stunned when he heard this and instinctively looked up at the sky. From his ground position, he could not see the spaceship of the silicon-based civilization at all. Because its position was too high, it was already in the space orbit. This was Chen Weiyang's plan. He wanted the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization to fight to the death, and both sides would suffer losses. The Black Sheep civilization could bombard from the ground, but the silicon-based civilization was an opponent that humans' existing living forces could not touch. After the outbreak of the global battlefield, the satellite system established by the humans of the Blue Star Federation had long been paralyzed, and it was nonsense that there was no formed space combat system at all. They lacked the ability to fight in the air. The only person Chen Weiyang could think of was Lin Qun. Only Lin Qun could break into space to fight. Of course, even if it was Lin Qun, it seemed unrealistic to rely on one person to destroy the huge silicon-based civilization air battleship. The only way was to use the power of the Black Sheep civilization and cooperate with the Black Sheep civilization to attack the silicon-based civilization's space giant ship. In the sky, Lin Qun cooperated with the Black Sheep civilization to fight the silicon-based civilization, while on the ground, humans cooperated with the silicon-based civilization to fight the Black Sheep civilization. This is really a huge task. When Lin Qun spoke, he had already stood up, and he said without hesitation, "I'll go now." He had long wanted to fight in the exchange of fire between the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization. He wanted to get contribution points, but he also understood that this required waiting for the right time. This battle was not a one-man battle for him, and he had to cooperate with the military, and Lin Qun himself was very satisfied with the task given to him by Chen Weiyang. It is said that the battleship of the silicon-based civilization is as big as half of Daxing City. It is a real giant ship in the sky, which is already a real spaceship. Inside is the entire silicon-based civilization's core of contestants. How many contribution points does that have? They are in space. As long as Lin Qun can get up, it means killing in a closed space. This is an opportunity to gain contribution points. Before the war, Lin Qun also repeatedly read the intelligence of several top civilizations. The biggest advantage of this silicon-based civilization is its technology. They lack top-level strongmen, and their individuals with the highest contribution points are only ranked around 20th on the global rankings. This means that, if Lin Qun can enter the interior of its warship, facing the single power of silicon-based civilization life, he may not be obstructed by any strong obstacles. The most troublesome thing is, now the Black Sheep civilization is firing and bombing wildly. How can he break through with a bunch of attacks? But these are not problems that Lin Qun can solve by hiding here. Determined to set off, he said again, I need the general commander to help me calculate the route to avoid the Black Sheep civilization's anti-aircraft attack from the ground. As for this battleship of the silicon-based civilization, leave it to me. As he said, Lin Qun had already strode out of the ruined temple, his eyes cold. He had to rely on this battle to collect 20,000 contribution points. Lin Qun's response was so fast and straightforward that Chen Weiyang was a little surprised. The task he gave to Lin Qun was very crazy and difficult, but Lin Qun agreed without hesitation. He admired the confidence and strength behind it. At the same time, Chen Weiyang's order has also been issued to various war zones. On the side of Daxing City, the newly formed 3rd Infantry Division and the 139th Armored Division, which were facing the Prophet civilization head-on, began to retreat quickly and distance themselves. And the missile positions located further back, more than 20 kilometers away from Daxing City, began to open fire. The signalmen were running in various units. Radio communications were flying around on the battlefield. Fire, fire, the general commander ordered to fire. Bombard the Black Sheep civilization fleet position. Bombard the Black Sheep civilization fleet position. Rockets and missiles took off, flew across the sky, and bombarded the Black Sheep civilization fleet position. When Lin Qun took off, he saw this line of fire passing over his head. It flew over his head and fell towards the distant Black Sheep civilization position. The artillery fire lit up the battlefield. The situation of the Black Sheep civilization immediately became worse. Their entire fleet was bathed in a sea of artillery fire and attacked from both sides. In the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization, King Qi was ready. The information about being bombarded by humans was coming in at this moment. It looked coldly at the distance of the humans and said, interesting. If they attack us, they will definitely not let go of the silicon-based civilization. This little blow is nothing to my Black Sheep civilization, but it is a silicon-based civilization. King Qi did not care about the attack of humans. It was not difficult to guess the calculations of humans. They wanted to severely damage the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization, but it seemed that in its eyes, it was impossible to severely damage the Black Sheep civilization with human power. Instead, it could only help them defeat the silicon-based civilization. Therefore, it did not intend to deal with humans. Now their problem was that they had to quickly solve the silicon-based civilization and end the battle with the silicon-based civilization. As he said, King Qi had already walked to the edge of the platform of the burning Changshan flagship of the Black Sheep civilization with a heavy electromagnetic pulse bomb under layers of encrypted defense. The Black Sheep civilization was not prepared to launch this weapon with missiles or other conventional means. There was a possibility of being intercepted. This super electromagnetic pulse bomb is the ultimate weapon left by the Black Sheep civilization for the silicon-based civilization. It must be guaranteed to kill with one strike. Then, the way to activate it must be the most reliable way. King Qi personally sent it into the battleship of the silicon-based civilization. It will rise into the sky and directly enter the fleet of the silicon-based civilization. At this time, the fleet of the Prophet civilization is moving. They are almost reaching the position of the two divisions of the Federation that are retreating. At that intersection, the distance between the two sides will reach the most dangerous distance. Whether there will be an exchange of fire will be revealed at that moment. In the bridge of the Prophet civilization flagship, Yun, the commander-in-chief of the Prophet civilization fleet, is silently staring at the battlefield just as humans have judged. The equipment they exchanged from the contribution point mall that can be hidden in front of the Black Sheep civilization has no effect on the Prophet civilization. The dominant forces of the two divisions are all under the insight of the Prophet civilization. At this moment, the retreat of the two divisions is also completely mastered by the Prophet civilization. In the bridge, many Prophet civilization lives are looking at the commander in front of them, and they are also waiting for Yun to give orders, either fight or ignore humans, and continue to move forward. At this moment, no one knows what decision it will make next. At the same time, in the same direction of movement as their fleet in the open, there is another aircraft in a completely silent and invisible state. That is the vehicle of SYNOPSIS, the top powerhouse of the Prophet civilization. Its body has been fully restored, and its combat power has been restored to more than 90%. At this moment, it is standing in the bridge. With the continuous entry of 3 top civilizations, the overall ranking of Daxing area has been bloodbathed. There are no human names in the top 100, and even the 100th place requires 50,000 contribution points to be ranked. Cunning humans. They want to profit from this battle. SYNOPSIS eyes swept across the entire battlefield, but their defeat is doomed. This is just a futile struggle. How can a weak civilization fight against a powerful civilization? That human, where are you hiding? It has no interest in the humans on the entire battlefield. It just wants to wash away the shame of the previous battle in Hue City and kill that human here. Behind it, the lives of other Prophet civilizations whispered, Lord SYNOPSIS, please be patient. Lord Evolver is conducting the last round of prediction. We will grasp the direction of the entire war. Victory will belong to our civilization, Lord Evolver, and Lord SYNOPSIS. SYNOPSIS was quite satisfied with its answer. He did not speak again, but looked at the entire battlefield coldly, as if he was an indifferent outsider. But everyone knows that the arrival of the Prophet civilization means the edge of a new situation on the battlefield. And in a farther place, outside the Daxing area, the straight line distance from Daxing City is more than 30 kilometers. The strange red fog is sweeping the earth. The army of the Shengui civilization is rolling in the red fog, like a twisted blood river. The weirdness inside is no longer walking, but surging, like a terrible and hideous sea of grotesques, spreading over, and they are approaching at full speed. In the bloody red fog, their howling shook the mountains and fields. Holy war. Holy war. This is a group of pure lunatics. Their purpose is pure and incomparable. Kill the son of human civilization, eradicate all other civilizations including human civilization, and bring back the supreme glory and victory for their gods. Chapter 288. Eat up this branch fleet. The battlefield between the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization. The artillery fire from both sides has formed a light curtain that seems to connect the sky and the earth, and the blows and explosions violently shook the entire earth. The top powerhouse of the Black Sheep civilization, Kinky, soared into the sky amidst these heavy blows. It put the huge electromagnetic pulse bomb into a precision device similar to a space capsule, which was only the size of a palm, and carried on its body. This was also not a technology that the Black Sheep civilization could possess. This was a black technology product that it exchanged from the contribution point mall, and Kinky's actions attracted the entire battlefield. As the top powerhouse that shines throughout the Daxing area, the 11th in the world, with 999 attributes, and the absolute master of the Black Sheep civilization, it is capable of directly threatening the giant ship of a silicon-based civilization. Therefore, while it was moving, the giant ship of a silicon-based civilization in the near-Earth orbit of space had locked onto it, and dispatched more than 30 high-power beam energy turrets to follow it. Therefore, the first time Kinky rose from the flagship platform of the Black Sheep civilization, it was instantly concentrated by the heavy artillery of the silicon-based civilization's beam energy weapons. Its tattered clothes had long been replaced by a full set of metal armor, which came from the contribution point mall, and was very valuable. It seemed to be able to absorb the attacks of beam energy weapons. But it was still not enough to withstand such intensive attacks. King Ki rushed up 12 kilometers, and was shot down. It was unscathed, and fell back to the platform. Then, looking for a second opportunity, it rushed out parallel to the ground, flew for a distance, and soared into the sky again. At this time, its speed had exceeded 3 times the speed of sound, and it was still accelerating, like a flash of lightning piercing the sky, and flying into the sky. At the same time, some of the turrets of the Black Sheep civilization fleet changed direction, to open the way for King Ki. Most of the attacks from the giant battleships of the silicon-based civilization were intercepted, but this time King Ki still failed to attack. It was shot down by a space-based weapon. The speed of high-speed Takiaf dropped sharply to 0 in a very short time. It fell to the ground. A shocking huge pit was smashed on the ground. The metal armor on its body was broken again. It was cracked everywhere and looked horrible, but its main body was not injured. It tore its armor apart and threw it on the ground, revealing its strong body. This time, it still caught the space-based weapon of the silicon-based civilization with its hands, stood at the bottom of the huge pit that was blown out, and let out a trembling war cry. It walked around the ground twice, and held up the lance of the silicon-based civilization. Seeing this scene, the human command center and the silicon-based civilization command center were all silent. In the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization, the tall commander looked at the arrogant King Ki, and there was an indescribable solemnity in his electronic eyes. This is a flesh and blood body, but it is stronger than steel. The 11th in the world, a war maniac of the Black Sheep civilization. Keep firing at it, and never let it come up. If I guess correctly, it should be carrying weapons that paralyze our warships and wants to destroy us in one fell swoop. Stop it. More gun barrels of the silicon-based civilization giant ship began to move and shifted to it, and new lances also began to be prepared. At this moment, even most of the firepower has begun to shift to this King Ki. The pressure on the Black Sheep civilization ground fleet suddenly decreased, and they began to increase the bombardment of the silicon-based civilization giant ship in space. Outside their warships, the shields flashed wildly. Various attacks exploded outside the giant ship, and their shield energy has been decreasing. Both sides have fought with all their strength, and it depends on who can kill who first. Daxing City Command Center. What kind of combat power is this? How many space-based weapons did it catch? 3, 4? Is this something that an individual life can do? Many people looked at each other, and they all felt a huge pressure from this burly Black Sheep civilization life. Chen Weiyang was silent. He just stared at the screen. The screen on this side was King Ki, and the screen on the other side was Lin Qun. Lin Qun was moving in the city, quickly approaching the lower edge of the orbital position, where the silicon-based civilization giant ship was located from his original position. But he never took off. He was looking for an opportunity to fly up. The two sides were bombarding with artillery fire, and it seemed that they were fighting fiercely, but Lin Qun could not underestimate the strength of the silicon-based civilization. As long as he took off, he would be discovered. Once discovered, they would focus their fire. With the firepower displayed by the giant warships of the silicon-based civilization, he could hit him without any blind spots. With his ability, it was impossible for him to rush up and die on the way. The performance of the Mark 50 was powerful and could break through the first cosmic speed and go straight into space, but the giant warships of the silicon-based civilization were in the space orbit after all. The distance was there, and it would take time to go faster. Of course, he could also choose to transform into Superman's steel body. But the Prophet civilization and the God GUI civilization had not yet appeared, and even no evolvers had taken action. Now was not the time. The best opportunity had not yet arrived. Although the battle between the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization had begun, this Daxing war had just begun. He was waiting. Wait for King Ki to kill into the sky, wait for it to attract all the attention of the silicon-based civilization, and then it would be his time to ascend to the sky. At this moment, Lin Qun did not wait too long. The Black Sheep civilization attached great importance to the silicon-based civilization. They also wanted to kill the silicon-based civilization as soon as possible. King Qi had been trying. In the 5th round, he finally broke through with his powerful flesh and blood. The sonic boom was drowned in the loud sound of the explosion. His body was like an arrow from a string, soaring straight into the sky. The silicon-based civilization mobilized more intensive attacks and frantically blocked it, but it still went forward. Under the cover of the Black Sheep civilization's artillery fire, it rushed straight to Xianai. The opportunity has come. In the corner of Daxing City, Lin Qun put on his armor, holding the sword of victory, and then soared into the sky. At this moment, all the firepower of the silicon-based civilization was concentrated on King Qi. It was his chance to pass through the air from the Ark and cut into the silicon-based civilization warship. Lin Qun's figure rose from the side, bypassing the front battlefield, where the silicon-based civilization and the Black Sheep civilization were exchanging fire, and quickly approached the target. The silicon-based civilization discovered him, but with Lin Qun's current position and the position of their armed forces, they could not attack Lin Qun at all, and could only watch him come up. Because they had to solve a bigger problem. We must not let King Qi of the Black Sheep civilization board their warship. Without a large number of weapons and concentrated fire, 1 or 2 artillery batteries could not stop Lin Qun at all. As a result, Lin Qun moved forward all the way, almost without any obstacles, accelerating again and again. In the wild sky, the huge technological crystallization of the silicon-based civilization located above the Daxing area and in the high-altitude position of the near-Earth orbit appeared in front of Lin Qun. Command Center, I will arrive at the silicon-based civilization giant ship. At the same time, 9 kilometers east of Daxing, Meng Ziming, the commander of the 139th Armored Division, realized that they could not leave. A few minutes ago, they and the Domon brother troops nearby received an order from the Daxing General Command to evacuate their original Domon positions to avoid the upcoming Prophet civilization. Meng Ziming responded to the order immediately and led his armored division to retreat quickly. He knew very well that the 2 divisions here were no match for the Prophet civilization. The Prophet civilization fleet was huge, fierce in firepower, and advanced in technology. To compete with their entire fleet, it would require the human power of the entire region. During the retreat, Meng Ziming had been observing the movements of the Prophet civilization fleet. The Prophet civilization was accelerating. Although their ground forces were retreating, the speed of retreat was not as fast as the speed of the Prophet civilization's advance. It was only because they started to retreat in advance that they were able to get out of the way of the conflict and give the way to the Prophet civilization. From the current position of Meng Ziming's troops, they could even see their huge fleet with the naked eye. The scale of the Prophet civilization fleet was quite large. In the center were 3 500-meter warships running side by side. Around it, there were 21 300-meter elliptical warships that had appeared on the coastline of the Magic City to fight against the Shadow Civilization. There were also 4 gunboats. In the rear, there were 2 troop transport ships with a length of more than 800 meters. Their fleet style, all oval structures, looked like huge silver eggs from a distance, but not funny, revealing a sense of advanced and cold technology. At this moment, the end of the sky is showing a fish belly white. There are thin clouds floating in the sky. They are passing through the clouds 6 kilometers above the ground. The armor reflects the cold light. It is clearly visible on the ground. Meng Ziming's heart is in his throat. This distance is enough for both sides to open fire. The Prophet civilization has 2 choices. Open fire or keep moving forward. No one knows what the Prophet civilization will think and do, but everyone knows that, as long as they open fire, their 139th Division and the nearby brother unit, the new 3rd Division, will be the first to be attacked. Meng Ziming is not afraid of fighting. He is a federal veteran of the Jinling military region, and is almost 50 years old. After the Blue Star became a global battlefield, he has also experienced large and small battles. His 139th Division has been reduced from tens of thousands to less than 10,000, and then assembled and supplemented bit by bit. He and his troops are famous in Jinling, and are a famous iron-blooded division. He also participated in the Battle of Zen's Lake. At that time, he fought hard to kill, and didn't know how many insects he killed. He also walked out of blood and fire. But he knew that today's battle was different from usual ones, even different from the most powerful alien civilization they had faced before. With the current position of his troops, Meng Ziming's troops would suffer heavy losses as long as there was an exchange of fire. How heavy could this be? It could be that the whole army was wiped out. But the worst case scenario still happened. Meng Ziming had been observing with a telescope. He even saw the flash earlier than the military's instruments. The fleet of the Prophet civilization launched a large number of missiles at them. Their concealment was meaningless to the Prophet civilization. Their technology was far superior to the Black Sheep civilization, and they had already known the exact location of their human forces. And this attack order was made by Yun, the commander of the Prophet civilization fleet. After a long silence, Bing Mo issued the attack order. The fleet's direction remains unchanged, and it cuts into the center of the Black Sheep civilization and Daxing City from the side. At the same time, it bombards 2 human divisions, and the 4th branch fleet leaves to annihilate them. These humans want to fish in troubled waters, thinking that they have assembled a group of living forces, which will make us civilizations a little afraid of them. We should tell them with facts. They are daydreaming. Yun's luck is proud and confident. But it chose to attack humans not out of blind arrogance. They must weaken the power of humans. Otherwise, with so many human forces, once they counterattack at a critical moment, it will still be a big trouble. According to the prediction results, the Prophet civilization will win this battle. The prediction system of the Prophet civilization is based on the unique but limited thinking superpowers of the Prophet civilization, supplemented by the computing power of the superquantum computer from the contribution point mall. It can judge the future results when enough information is input and finally get a possible result probability, but it can only get a result. This prediction can only indicate a result, like a sign of destiny, but how to achieve this result is unpredictable. Therefore, throughout the war, they still have to go all out, otherwise, even the predicted results may change as a result. The prediction results of this time are based on the full combat of the Prophet civilization. Therefore, the Prophet civilization naturally attaches great importance to this battle. Predictions are predictions after all, and they need people to achieve them. It is self-deception to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. So, there was this scene at the moment. Meng Ziming's order was conveyed quickly. The entire 139th Division quickly evaded the anti-artillery. At the same time, the anti-missile system fired crazily. As they retreated, they had been preparing for the possible attack of the Prophet civilization. In the sky, meteors intersected. Some of the attacks were intercepted, but a large number of them still hit. The location of the 139th Division was instantly shrouded in a sea of fire. The soil was flying. The ground was lifted up. The armored units were blown to pieces. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The whole area seemed to shake like an earthquake. Li Yuming, the commander of the newly formed 3rd Infantry Division closest to the 139th Division, immediately asked his superiors for instructions. The 139th Division was bombed by the Prophet civilization. The 139th Division was bombed by the Prophet civilization. Our unit has lost contact with the 139th Division and now asks the command center for instructions. Daxing Command Center. The movements of the Prophet civilization fleet are clearly displayed in front of everyone. Their main fleet is advancing from the side, and the route should be to bypass the urban area of Daxing City, pass through the side of Daxing City, and stand between us and the Black Sheep civilization. They have separated a group of branch fleets with 5 300-meter class warships and are approaching the positions of the 139th Division and the newly formed 3rd Infantry Division. It seems that their main fleet has only carried out one round of artillery attacks, and they want to use these 5 warships to devour our 2 divisions. Commander, please give orders. Everyone's eyes fell on Shen Wiang again. In the picture, the position of the 139th Armored Division was shrouded in a sea of fire. Chen Wiang's pupils shrank inch by inch. He took a deep breath and then said, "Order the newly formed 3rd Infantry Division to quickly reinforce the 139th Division, and order the 8th position to bombard the Prophet civilization fleet. They want to weaken our strength. It depends on whether they have the ability. We will eat up their branch fleet." Chapter 289, Big Malay. The end of the sky is gradually getting brighter. The Daxing City area has become a mess. East of Daxing City, the 8th Rocket Position of China opened fire on the Prophet Civilization branch fleet. The two sides fired at each other from a distance of dozens of kilometers, and the scene was extremely grand. On the ground, the 139th Division was fighting out of the sea of fire. Under the leadership of the division commander Meng Ziming, they counterattacked the Prophet Civilization branch fleet. They prepared a lot of means for the Prophet Civilization's air force, and were about to use them. At the same time, the newly formed 3rd Infantry Division rescued the wounded and retreated. The Daxing Air Force took off from the hidden airport, and attacked the 5 300-meter class warships of the Prophet Civilization. On the battlefield, the 5 300-meter class warships of the Prophet Civilization had been completely separated from its main fleet. The 5 warships separated and advanced in multiple directions. 2 of them wanted to attack the 8th position in the rear, but were bitten by the 139th Division. The remaining 3 advanced in 3 directions, to encircle the newly formed 3rd Infantry Division, which was continuously retreating. Eat up this human force in one bite. At the same time, the Daxing General Command issued an order, and the 7th Armored Division, which was 7 kilometers away from here, was also activated, interspersed from the side, and wanted to cut off these 3 warships and the other 2 warships of the Prophet Civilization from the center, and divide and devour them. The war has already started here, but the main fleet of the Prophet Civilization no longer pays attention to it, but continues to accelerate and advance into the battlefield. Because the Black Sheep Civilization and the Silicon-based civilization have reached a white-hot cutoff, they also responded to the attack launched by the human side. The Silicon-based civilization and the Black Sheep Civilization respectively launched retaliatory strikes on the positions where the human beings launched the attack. The melee has begun. The 4 parties fought, and the battle was fierce within a range of dozens of kilometers in the Daxing area. And in the Xiang aircraft that was running parallel with the main fleet of the Prophet Civilization. We found that human. He went to the warship of the silicon-based civilization. The water ripples flowed in the Prophet Civilization aircraft, replicating the scene just now. Kinky charged in the middle, and Lin Qun fished in the muddy waters, and broke through from the edge to take off. Humanity wants to destroy the Black Sheep Civilization and the silicon-based civilization in one go. What a great courage. Xiang said coldly, our target is Kinky and this human warrior. Let's go directly to the sky. In the shadow, the Prophet Civilization's aircraft suddenly began to accelerate. In the accelerated state, it could not maintain optical invisibility. It broke through the optical invisibility state, overtook the Prophet Civilization's main fleet behind it, and quickly broke through the first cosmic speed, and took off in an upward curved parabola. In the back, Yun, the commander of the Prophet Civilization fleet, said, prepare to bombard the Black Sheep Civilization and the Silicon-based civilization, to create an opportunity for Lord Xiang to go to the sky to fight. The Prophet Civilization's main fleet began to accelerate. Multiple civilizations were in full-scale chaos, and the entire area was already full of artillery fire. Seeing that the Prophet Civilization began to take action, Daxing City also began to bombard continuously. At the same time, Chen Weiyang issued an order that multiple shelters in Daxing City were ready to begin evacuating survivors. Now the opportunity has come. The top civilizations have already started fighting. Although humans are also exchanging fire, the situation has not yet gotten out of control. Daxing City and the southeast of Daxing City are under the control of the human army. The Prophet Civilization, Black Sheep Civilization and Silicon Civilization in the crossfire have no spare energy to deal with the human escape team. Before the Shengui Civilization enters the scene or the situation of the melee between the 3 top civilizations present is not clear, it is the best time for the survivors in Daxing City who have not successfully evacuated to escape. If they miss this opportunity, they will have no possibility of leaving, and can only coexist with Daxing City and the human army here. Therefore, in the urban and suburban areas of Daxing City, under the continuous artillery fire, multiple air raid shelters and emergency shelters were opened, and groups of survivors swarmed out. Chen Weiyang dropped a battalion of troops for them to evacuate these survivors, sending so few people as to maintain order, to prevent unnecessary chaos from affecting the entire retreat process. As for defense, it is not necessary at all. A large number of survivors evacuated, and the vehicles prepared by the military for them drove out one by one, fully loaded with survivors, and drove directly out of the city at a very fast speed. Long lines quickly formed in the city. Under Chen Weiyang's arrangement, a large number of manpower and material resources were dispatched to cover their exit from the city. Bai Yiming was also assisting these survivors in their escape. He took the initiative to step forward and assist in dispatching the survivors of his survivor base to cooperate with the military's retreat plan for a large-scale retreat. There were also many survivors left in the legendary survivor base of Daxing City, but most of them were voluntary, either elderly and disabled people, or people who wanted to exchange a priority quota for their families. Moreover, they still respected Bai Yiming very much, and believed that Bai Yiming had promised them before that he would ensure their safe evacuation. This was the least chaotic time to retreat in an orderly manner. As long as Bai Yiming stood where everyone could see him, there was no chaos. Bai Yiming said that he would be the last to leave, and he would be the last to leave, but few people saw him. Although he was there, his eyes were always looking at the distant battlefield. He was clearly not going to take action or participate in the war from the beginning. So what was he looking at this moment? He is a banner of Daxing. Yi Wen was also in the crowd. She looked up and looked at Bai Yiming in the distance with a bright light in her eyes. He should also appear on the battlefield and exert his strength. Hey, Yi Wen, what are you talking about? He has already said that he doesn't want to join the war. Are you? On the side, another girl spoke in surprise, looking at Yi Wen beside her. They are good friends. From Yi Wen's few words, she vaguely guessed what her friend might want to do. Yi Wen took a deep breath. I know. But what if he also wants to join the war? He has protected so many people. Do you really think he is willing to run like this? If so, he would not have taken action at that time. He is not a coward. He should be a hero. He is a different person from us. Yi Wen's companion was even more surprised, and his expression was a little complicated. She knew what Yi Wen thought about Bai Yiming, but Bai Yiming never had such thoughts, and was very slow in this regard, so Yi Wen never said anything. But now, what do you want to do? Faced with this question, Yi Wen did not answer. She just squeezed through the crowd and walked forward, towards the person whose eyes seemed to be glowing. That's right. It was that person who was glowing. It illuminated her eyes and made her pupils sparkle. In fact, she didn't know whether her choice was right, but she believed that letting him do what he really wanted to do was to help him, and that was the only thing she could do. She had pieced together the facts of the time from many old survivors of the stadium battle. Those people only saw a little bit and didn't know much, but she knew more and saw more. She vaguely understood. Bai Yiming's ability was very different from what the outside world speculated. Death and blood could bring him great power, but that was a death within a certain limit. Those people and their words to her were flashing in her mind one by one. The battle at the stadium? I'm not too sure. I was far away at the time. I just know that he suddenly became very powerful. At the time, there seemed to be a survivor who took charge of things spontaneously. Everyone listened to him. It seemed that Mr. Bai said something to the survivor who was in charge, and then he gathered a lot of people. I don't know why he gathered these people. Gathered people. I don't know. I know the person in charge at the time. He was the person in charge of the stadium. His surname was Wang. Brother Wang. I know him. He was the person in charge of the stadium. He was a very enthusiastic person and distributed supplies to everyone for free. I don't know what happened at the time. He called a group of people, all of whom were not afraid of death. He said he would give them a chance to get revenge. What happened to Brother Wang later? I don't know. I never saw him again. It seems that all his family members were killed by the Kale people. Maybe he also died at the hands of the Kale people. I heard that he dreamed of killing all the Kale people as compensation for his family. Were there any deaths in the stadium? I don't know. I heard that many people died in the underground garage below. I don't know how they died. How many people? I don't know. It seems like there are hundreds of them. It's very strange. All of them lost their relatives, all dead. It feels like they committed mass suicide, which is a bit scary, but who knows? At that time, the Kale people surrounded us. Everyone felt that they were going to die, and there were many people who couldn't bear the pressure and committed suicide. It's just that mass suicide is a bit strange. At this time, isn't the most common thing dead? There are all kinds of deaths. It's a pity that they may not think that they can be saved. Mr. Bay saved everyone. Bai Yiming's ability, not the death and blood killed by anyone, can bring him strength. Only healthy lives. Voluntarily giving everything to him, he can gain strength from it. The Battle of Daxing Stadium. He had no choice but to tell the person in charge of the stadium at that time about his ability. That person gathered a group of people for him. He used death to pile up his strength. He used blood to create the invincible Blood Emperor. And how could a person like that open his mouth and let others die for him? Therefore, he didn't dare to let anyone know his ability, even humans. It would be better if no one knew it. Therefore, he has never made a move since the survivors were built. He didn't dare to make a move and couldn't make a move. So, he had no power to participate in this battle. At the same time, in the near-Earth orbit of space, a giant ship of silicon-based civilization. This is a real behemoth. When Lin Qun just saw it, he didn't think it was huge, because the distance was still very far at that time. Until now, when the distance gradually narrowed, it gradually changed from a metal flying disc hidden in the far end of the sky to a towering steel city in Lin Qun's vision. It is too big. It is almost half the size of Daxing City. Therefore, it has such a terrifying firepower deployment. Even if it is only arranged around the edge of this giant ship, it is an extremely considerable number. In the near-Earth orbit of space, it is like a spaceport. Magnificent and elegant. Full of a sense of technology and its beauty that is very different from that of humans. Lin Qun was distracted for a moment. Then he accelerated. King Qi was faster than him and extremely ferocious. He rose from the ground, marched forward, and arrived under the giant ship of a silicon-based civilization under the dense artillery fire. Then, his fists trembled, penetrated the shield system, and fell into the giant ship of a silicon-based civilization like an unstoppable meteorite. In an instant, a flash of fire appeared at that location. The armor of the silicon-based civilization warship at that location exploded in pieces, and the top strongmen of the Black Sheep civilization destroyed the turrets one by one in the most primitive and barbaric way. But the next moment, no one knew what means the silicon-based civilization used, but King Qi was actually knocked out from inside, and seemed to lose consciousness for a short time, and quickly fell from the sky. After finally rushing up, he was beaten back to his original form. The silicon-based civilization chased and shot out a strange black spot, which quickly approached King Qi. It seemed to be some kind of fatal killing move. It had just been fighting continuously and had never been used. Unfortunately, King Qi lost consciousness for less than 10 seconds. It reacted quickly and avoided the black spot, but failed to avoid the more intensive beam energy weapon attacks. The momentum of the forward charge was exhausted. Although these attacks could not cause any damage to its body, they were like fists falling from the sky. The power of each punch was average, but the number was huge. Hundreds of punches combined into one punch, and it was knocked down continuously. This is a strong man of its level. Otherwise, if someone else came, they would have been smashed by the beam energy weapon. The lack of top-level strongmen is the shortcoming of silicon-based civilization, but their advantage lies in their advanced technical strength. They have special means to deal with high-level individuals in various civilizations. Even if they have all attributes 999, they have ways to deal with them. The Black Sheep civilization wants to take down the giant ship of a silicon-based civilization in one breath. But the silicon-based civilization, which is also a top-level civilization, is also holding back, waiting for King Qi to come up and saving the killing move for it. King Qi's charge ended in failure again. The game between the silicon-based civilization and the Black Sheep civilization is still going on, and the comprehensive combat power of the two sides is almost the same. But this round of confrontation between King Qi and the silicon-based civilization gave Lin Qun an opportunity. He put on a bronze mask, took advantage of the silicon-based civilization's unpreparedness, bypassed its defense shield system, and touched their warships. Lin Qun thought he had avoided detection, and touched up unnoticed, but he didn't expect that. As soon as he landed, a lot of automatic turrets would fire at him fiercely. At this time, his communication device sizzled, as if the ground was contacting him, but his human equipment couldn't be used here at all, and was seriously interfered with. At the same time, on the ground, at the Daxing City Command Center, Chen Weiyang urged again and again, "Haven't you contacted Mr. Lin yet?" The Prophet Civilization's SkyDrive also went to the silicon-based civilization's giant ship, and the target must be him. This news must be passed to Lin Qun as soon as possible. The people below were very anxious. However, their communications were seriously interfered near the range of the silicon-based civilization's giant ship, and multiple rounds of attempts all ended in failure. Chapter 290, Wolf in front and Tiger behind. Before coming here, Lin Qun had seen the life of silicon-based civilization in the military intelligence. These big guys look a bit like transformers, with their whole bodies made of steel, and generally more than 5 meters tall. They are silicon-based intelligent life, but they don't have the ability to transform like transformers. They are all big guys, and their shapes are basically not humanoid, but strange shapes to fit various functions, such as spider-like shapes and stick-like shapes. They look very scary, and have a sense of sci-fi horror. Silicon-based civilization life has its inherent advantages. The natural steel body is stronger than the flesh and blood body of normal life, and their mechanized body structure can be perfectly combined with various weapons. Their brain is a computer, so whether on the battlefield or in the field of technology, they have a significant advantage over ordinary civilizations in their lives. Lin Qun was surrounded as soon as he boarded their warship. A dozen heavy silicon-based civilization life warriors loaded with various weapons fired directly at Lin Qun's position. Not only that, there were also a large number of turrets above the giant ship. At this time, more than a dozen of them turned their directions together. There were beam energy weapons, large caliber heavy artillery, and rocket launch systems bombarding Lin Qun. Lin Qun directly held up Captain America's shield. After a long time of opening the invincible state, Lin Qun's various physical qualities had once again exceeded 200 points. Such basic attributes were enough for him. As long as he used other skills, his key attributes would quickly reach an astonishing height. Despite this, under the intensive attacks, Lin Qun still felt a terrifying power from the shield, and his body could not help but retreat. With a roar, Lin Qun threw out the Qun air directly. The Flying Thunder God technique was activated instantly. Lin Qun's figure teleported directly to a blind spot, and then he swung out the sword, a promise of victory. The flash of the curry stick instantly shone brightly in the near-Earth orbit. From the ground, that position seemed to have suddenly lit up around the sun. Lin Qun's dark energy and energy have been intentionally maintained at a high level. With the blessing of the unparalleled state and the equipment of the goddess's tears, his current attributes are enough for him to directly shoot 2 swords of the Oath of Victory. Therefore, raising his hand is a big move. An unparalleled light burst out from the sword of the Oath of Victory in Lin Qun's hand. This sword light crisscrossed the giant ship, destroying the armor above it, and a large number of turrets. Huge cracks broke out on the hull structure, and the lives of the silicon-based civilizations in front were instantly killed by Lin Qun on the battlefield. When this was still a drop in the bucket for such a large-scale giant ship, Lin Qun was noticed instead, and more turrets turned to him. Lin Qun did not shoot the second sword. He came with Chen Weiyang's mission, and he had his own goals. None of them allowed him to sweep other people's turrets here. Therefore, the Mark 50 nano armor spewed flames, and Lin Qun's body fell in a storm, and he directly entered the interior of the silicon-based civilization giant ship through the crack, cut by the sword of the Oath of Victory. In this way, the fire control turret outside naturally could not hit him. But inside the warship, a large number of silicon-based civilization life forms have already rushed towards him. Inside the bridge of the silicon-based civilization, it's the son of human civilization. The person announced by the Prophet civilization. He has been hiding quietly in Daxing City and took advantage of Kinky to attack us. Humanity wants to fight both us and the Black Sheep civilization. Their ground forces bombarded the Black Sheep civilization and sent their sons of civilization to us. What a good plan. Master Knight, he seems to be looking for our bridge. Destroying our bridge command system is their only way to paralyze our warship platform. As an indigenous civilization, humans do not have the authority to use weapons of mass destruction. Their nuclear reserves have been banned behind the scenes at the beginning of the global battlefield, and they do not have the ability to gather contribution points. They cannot gather a large number of contribution points, and they cannot exchange for other advanced targeted weapons. Everyone spoke up quickly. Stop him. The commander of the silicon-based civilization said, send our onboard combat team to stop him and kill him. They want to send the son of civilization to us, so we will give him a decent death. Blood Shadow, he is in your hands. Make sure to kill him. Behind it, a dull voice sounded. Yes, sir. A silicon-based civilization life with blood-colored paint on its body slowly stood up, pulled out a huge spear and sword from its waist, and said, Sir Knight, I will cut off his head with my own hands. Its body is taller than the average silicon-based civilization life, more than 7 meters tall. At this time, holding a giant spear and sword, it slowly turned around and walked into the passage behind it. At this moment, Lin Qun was killing crazily. This giant ship is too big. He just chopped a sword with a curry stick, but it didn't really matter, just like cutting a knife on a pizza. The interior was even more complicated, like a giant city. Lin Qun was a little dizzy. The architectural style of the alien civilization was too unfamiliar to him. He looked at the same everywhere. Moreover, this place was not designed for humans at all. The width of the passage reached 13 meters. Lin Qun's communication with the command center below was also interfered. The detection range of Mark 50 was also limited here. He could only find the location of the bridge of the silicon-based civilization by himself. Lin Qun did not find the bridge, but was surrounded and intercepted by the silicon-based civilization. This was a group of silicon-based civilization life forms that were obviously fighting inside the ship. Their bodies were modified to fit into certain structures around the giant ship. They could move at high speed inside the giant ship and even launch some weapons that did not look like weapons at all to attack Lin Qun. At most times, the several directions of the passage were full of these silicon-based civilization life forms. They calculated the route and attack, locking all Lin Qun's evasion possibilities. With such a battle, ordinary people might really be finished. With the strength and size of silicon-based civilization life, even an ordinary life of silicon-based civilization has the ability to wipe out a team of the level of Don Boss, because it is difficult for ordinary human means to kill them, but the weapons they carry are armed to the teeth. With such a gap, it is no wonder that they can sweep the battlefield of the Nordic region. Without top powerhouses like Kinkishiang, their own civilization advantages can also sweep one side. The troops of the Human Federation are not the opponent of their army, but Lin Qun is not an ordinary person. Seeing so many silicon-based civilization life coming up, Lin Qun was not surprised but happy. There is no way to find the bridge of silicon-based civilization for the time being. No one's bridge can be placed in a position where people can find it casually. But these silicon-based civilization life came to the door by themselves. Isn't this a contribution point delivered to the door? What Lin Qun needs most now is contribution points. He wants to collect the contribution points to upgrade the 4th level prize pool. Therefore, Lin Qun took action directly. The headshot girl skill is not very useful against these silicon-based civilization life forms, because they are not carbon-based life forms and do not have blood. Although Lin Qun's headshot girl skill, which has been upgraded many times, can also headshot other objects that are not carbon-based life forms, the volume that can be detonated is too small, and the structure and appearance of these silicon-based civilization life forms are completely different from human forms. Even the relatively uniform silicon-based life forms fighting in the ship have great differences in the details of their life forms. Lin Qun can't see where their weaknesses are. The benefits of using the headshot girl skill are extremely low. Seeing this situation, he directly collected the Mark 50, activated the Revenge Demon transformation, and activated the Armored Titan transformation. The Fire Talisman opened the way. In an instant, 2 blazing flames burst out directly. The fire of hell burns everything. Even the warships of the Prophet civilization can be burned alive, and these silicon-based civilization life forms are no exception. Under the armored titan transformation, Lin Qun's body was even larger than these silicon-based civilization life forms, and he had to hunch his body slightly in the passage. But because of this, the hellfire he spewed out of his revenge demon transformation was even more blazing and powerful, instantly flooding the two passages in front and behind. The silicon-based civilization life screamed and evaporated in the high temperature, all melted. Batches of contribution points were credited. Contribution point +1. Contribution point +1. And experience points. The basic experience points of these silicon-based civilizations are very high, and a small fish has a full 200 experience points. Individuals with such high experience points are rare. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. The top civilization is worthy of being the top civilization, and the small soldiers are so valuable. At this moment, Lin Qun's body transformed into the armored titan, majestic and awe-inspiring. After the upgrade of the armored titan, the body was covered with a gleaming metallic armor. At this moment, his body was even covered with a layer of burning hellfire, just like a terrifying demon god walking out of hell, trampling on the battlefield. He advanced in the giant ship of silicon-based civilization. Every step he took left a deep mark on the steel ground. If there were any silicon-based civilization life around who dared to come up, they would be sprayed to death with flames. Their heavy firepower could only penetrate the armor of Lin Qun's armored giant at most, without hurting the body, and was killed by Lin Qun. He was alone, advancing forward in the giant ship, making a sound, as if he was in an unmanned place. He came to encircle and suppress his silicon-based civilization life, and he died one by one. He was not a threat at all, and he was just giving Lin Qun contribution points. It didn't matter if he couldn't find the bridge. Lin Qun was doing great damage in it. The giant body cooperated with the hellfire transformed by the revenge demon, and was best at doing destruction. He burned whatever he saw, from the inside to the outside, and carried out massive destruction with the goal of paralyzing an entire area. Anyway, he was not fighting alone now. On the ground, the silicon-based civilization could be said to be an ally of mankind against the Black Sheep civilization. In the sky, Lin Qun's ally was the Black Sheep civilization. He was doing damage here, and the Black Sheep civilization would take action. Lin Qun's fighting power shocked the bridge of the silicon-based civilization. How could this human have such strength? No wonder the Prophet civilization broadcast to ask someone else to kill him. These humans had destroyed two of our areas. Now 20% of the ship's guns are ineffective. In the current situation, let alone killing Kinky, we will soon be unable to stop it. We must not let this son of human civilization continue to destroy like this. Once Kinky lands, you and I know what the consequences will be. The chief knight and commander of the silicon-based civilization was very calm. He looked at the screen and asked, "Where is Blood Shadow?" "Master Knight, I'm close to the target." Blood Shadow's answer resounded through the bridge. At this moment, in the giant ship, Lin Qun had killed through two areas, and was killing to another area. Behind him was a raging sea of fire, and he looked terrible. He was inside the giant ship, and their ship's guns could not do anything to him. The silicon-based civilization life inside the ship was no match for Lin Qun. He was like entering an empty space, killing everywhere. But at this moment, he just entered a passage in front of him, but found that there was no one here. The silicon-based civilization life that had been blocking him just now seemed to have disappeared at this time. However, Lin Qun soon felt a warning sign, and his huge body retreated like lightning. Then, the place where he had just stood suddenly burst and collapsed, and the metal wall was smashed open. A small spaceship smashed in directly, with guns and cannons flying all over the sky, and landed at the position where Lin Qun had just been. Then, a beam of energy rays exploded from it, and a huge steel body broke through the spaceship and killed it. It was the Night Blood Shadow sent by the silicon-based civilization. It was the 88th strongest in the world, 7 meters tall, and had a human-like structure. At this moment, it was killing out of the flames with a spear and sword, firing while quickly approaching Lin Qun, with the sword tip pointing downward, trying to directly cut off Lin Qun's head. Even if it couldn't be cut off, at close range, the firing of the spear and sword seemed to be enough to blow Lin Qun's head off on the battlefield. What was strange was that Lin Qun's hellfire could not burn its gun and sword. Lin Qun was caught off guard and retreated directly. He used the headshot girl skill, to explode 3 times in a row, directly blowing up the bloody silicon-based civilization life, which looked very much like the head from a human perspective. But unfortunately, that was not the vital point. There was no hindrance in its movements. After a round of attack, it continued to move forward. The combat advantage of silicon-based civilization life was fully demonstrated. Its weapons were hidden in every corner of its body. As it moved forward, it fired rows of macro rockets, and 2 large caliber heavy machine guns hidden in its body fired crazily. The body of the armored titan burst into pieces of blood. There was a loud noise. Lin Qun retreated step by step, and the right arm of the armored titan was cut off by a sword from the elbow. At this moment, Lin Qun had just opened up the distance. A round of offensive paused. The blood shadow did not pursue for the second round. The metal structure of its body was constantly transmitting, as if it was updating weapons and ammunition. Looking at it, Lin Qun's eyes revealed a solemn look. The silicon-based civilization does not have unreasonable top masters like King Qi and Xianggu, but that does not mean they do not have masters. At this moment, Lin Qun suddenly realized something, and turned around like lightning. He saw behind him, under the shining of the rising sun in the distance, a shadow overlapped with the rising sun. Its body was shining in the light, brilliant and arrogant, looking down at him coldly. That was Xianggu, the top master of the Prophet civilization. Double update, 8,000 words today. Please support me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 You Are the Only One Who Can Fly! Exclamation mark. This is really a luxurious loop. Lin Qun took a breath of cold air. He glanced at his contribution points. There were a lot of silicon-based civilizations in the giant ship. He had just turned on the revenge demon transformation and harvested them. Now the total number of contribution points has reached 1,400. But now, he has been trapped by these 2 alien civilizations. The blood shadow of the silicon-based civilization also discovered the sky drive, and was extremely alert, and did not attack immediately. And a large number of turrets on the silicon-based civilization giant ship turned around, and fired at the sky drive. But the intensive attack was almost ineffective against the sky drive. The space around its body cracked, and cut like a spider web, covering it completely, and completely presenting a state of blurring. This is not only to guard against Lin Qun's headshot girl ability, but also to completely deflect, or directly cut those attacks from the silicon-based civilization. It seems that it is bathed in the attack, but none of them can really hit it. And it stood in the sky and waved downwards. The broken space cut downwards. Another familiar move. Compared with before, Xianggu was more cautious, keeping a considerable distance, and still attacking Lin Qun from a distance, including both the silicon-based civilization and Lin Qun. But Lin Qun turned around and ran. He didn't need to fight Xianggu to death. The battleship of the silicon-based civilization came up, and naturally they had to fight to the death with the life of the silicon-based civilization and harvest their contribution points. Seeing this, the blood shadow behind him gritted his teeth, and the huge spear sword moved forward, directly in front of Lin Qun, and slashed down in the air. One arm of the armored titan had been cut off. In its opinion, it had a chance. But unfortunately, this was some kind of illusion. Lin Qun ended the transformation of the armored titan directly, and the main body catapulted directly from the back of its neck, and directly transformed into a cart-powered titan in mid-air. Moreover, his transformation into the revenge demon was not over yet. The cart-powered titan, that was also the cart-powered titan of the flames of revenge. His movement suddenly became extremely flexible, and he quickly approached, and in 1 second he had already approached it. The blood shadow's reaction was also very fast, and he immediately changed the slashing to a sweeping. Lin Qun looked like he was delivering food, and he bumped into the muzzle of blood shadow's gun. The burning flame spread along the huge spear and sword, and Lin Qun's body of the cart titan was instantly split in two. But this did not affect Lin Qun. His body was hidden in the back of the neck of the cart titan. When the body of the cart titan was cut, He had already launched for the second time and transformed into a giant for the third time in the sky. This time, he directly transformed into a beast giant. The huge and brutal 20-meter class giant fell from the sky with a rolling burning hellfire. Blood Shadow was instantly shrouded in shadows. Before it could retract its previous action, Lin Qun had already attacked, relying on the power added by the beast giant's terrifying size, and directly pulled violently. In the splashing sparks, countless parts flew out of it. Lin Qun was like a savage giant gorilla in the primeval forest. The beast giant with huge arms showed its natural strong arm strength to the fullest at this moment, directly tearing this silicon-based civilization knight, the 88th strongest in the world, to pieces alive. Metal structures flew everywhere. It was cut into 8 pieces by Lin Qun and collapsed with a bang. A reward prompt immediately jumped in front of Lin Qun's eyes. He got a civilization contribution point. There are also a full 120,000 experience points and an additional 100 contribution points for the title of Civilized Human Star. In the burning flames, the huge beast giant landed with a bang. Under its feet was a broken mechanical structure, and the bloody wreckage was everywhere. With a loud bang, its spear and sword fell down, and when Lin Qun raised his head, right above his head, the cut space just fell. He immediately moved, and his huge body swept to one side. Mario jumped. He jumped out of the attack range of the SkyDrive in an instant. Behind him, the hull hit by the broken space was broken layer by layer. All the metal in front of it was shredded and exploded like paper. The whole area was directly penetrated. But the counterattack of the silicon-based civilization soon rose. In the center of the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization, a strange glow rose. It looked translucent, but it was extremely fast. It quickly rose into the air and suddenly detonated at an unknown position. There was no explosion. A shrill hum instantly shook the entire battlefield, but Lin Qun suddenly realized the next second. That was not a sound. It was a feeling. It was a sense of tremor. At the height of the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization, the air at this location was thin, and some places were even vacuum areas. In the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization, there was a simulated environment. That is, there was a medium, and the sound could be transmitted normally, but it might not be the case at the location of the SkyDrive. What kind of blow was this? Lin Qun didn't know. He only saw the result. When the blow of the silicon-based civilization rose, the SkyDrive quickly pulled up. It became higher and farther. When the strange tremor swept across the battlefield, the space fragments around it suddenly disappeared, as if all its superpowers were stripped away. But even if it was stripped away, it was still a super strong man with all attributes above 900. However, the silicon-based civilization seized this opportunity and fired fiercely at it, covering it in its attack. Lin Qun took a glance and retracted his gaze. The one who was really in a mess was the silicon-based civilization. Xiangqu, King Qi and he were all here. Any of them could bring a huge blow to their giant ship, and any of them had to be dealt with. And this was exactly the shortcoming of the silicon-based civilization. They lacked enough top-level strongmen to face the enemies approaching them. Xiangqu was blocked by the weapons of the silicon-based civilization, and Lin Qun quickly changed direction at this time. He couldn't find the bridge, and he didn't think he could find the bridge smoothly, so he simply ran to find the engine and energy system of this giant ship, or simply blow up its thrusters. Being in low Earth orbit, it was already very far away from the blue planet under his feet. Lin Qun couldn't see what was happening on the ground battlefield from his position. In addition, due to the interference of silicon-based civilization, he couldn't contact the ground. All he could do was to complete the goal as much as possible and harvest enough contribution points. As soon as Lin Qun started to move, the silicon-based civilization saw through his goal and immediately dispatched a large number of people to come. Lin Qun couldn't ask for more. These were all contribution points delivered to his door. He attacked in the form of a beast giant, relying on Mario to jump on the deck and move forward quickly. His body was burning with hellfire. He grabbed the metal debris everywhere and threw it out. It was a supersonic flame bomb. Whoever was hit would die. He was unstoppable. Nearly 1,000 silicon-based civilization lives came, but none of them could stop Lin Qun. In the end, Lin Qun activated the final form of the Revenge Demon transformation and activated the super large giant transformation at the same time. He directly turned into a giant over 60 years tall, steam billowing, and stepped on the giant ship to move forward. At this moment, his double form was superimposed, his whole body was wrapped in flames, and a crown of flames lit up on his head. He was wreaking havoc on the huge steel ship in the sky, spraying flames and slaughtering crazily. Wherever he passed, the deck melted, and corpses were everywhere. At this moment, Lin Qun was like a giant flaming god of war from the hell world, sweeping the silicon-based civilization warships invincibly. Those silicon-based civilization creatures, that were very tall compared to humans, were just a group of children in front of him. He swept and slaughtered them at will. The silicon-based civilization was shocked. What kind of combat power does this son of human civilization have? How can he have so many methods? The battle reports in front of him were more tense and urgent than the last round. The son of human civilization is approaching our thrusters. We can no longer stop him. The skydrive has broken through. The black sheep civilization's Kinky is approaching. The giant warship of the silicon-based civilization was burning with flames, and the shield system had failed on a large scale. The attack from the ground was no longer blocked. It rose through the air and advanced side by side with the Kinky rising from the ground, gradually approaching, igniting flames on the giant warship of the silicon-based civilization. If any of these three came, the silicon-based civilization could stop them, but now, the three of them attacked together, and the entire Black Sheep civilization fleet on the ground bombarded at all costs. They could not stop them anyway. This scene was like a pack of wolves sharing food, and they were about to tear the silicon-based civilization apart. But at this time, the skydrive helped Lin Qun. The skydrive broke through the attack of the silicon-based civilization, and attacked Lin Qun directly. Lin Qun wanted to severely damage the silicon-based civilization and knock their warships down from the sky, but it just wanted to stop Lin Qun. Lin Qun's colossal giant body paused, his way blocked by Xiangqu. He let out an angry war cry. In the colossal giant state, plus the Mario strength bonus, the vengeance demon form bonus, the invincibility bonus, his strength has already reached 999, and the physical attribute plus the doubled headshot girl can also reach more than 900. He directly trampled heavily on the giant ship under his feet, and his huge body suddenly jumped up. It seems that he has changed his target and wants to kill Xiangqu in the sky. The distance between Xiangqu and Lin Qun is at least more than 1000 meters. But Lin Qun's colossal giant body is as high as 60 meters, and it jumps in the air. It seems that there is a chance to get close and repeat the scene of Lin Qun and Xiangqu fighting at sea. But Xiangqu just sneered, and it quickly distanced itself. After many fights, it has a clear understanding of this human's methods, and is even more clear about the maximum height of Lin Qun's giant form. They have even calculated the approximate distance of Lin Qun's headshot ability. In human form, he can fly with the battlesuit, but in this super large form, this human is just a land creature, and can't go up to the sky. If he can't go up, how can he threaten me? With these data and previous experience, it is impossible for it to be approached by this human this time. But the next second, Xiangqu's sneer solidified instantly. Because Lin Qun's jump was completely disguised, he jumped and flew directly, soaring into the sky, breaking the speed of sound, approaching in the blink of an eye. This is the air dance. Knowing that his background has been revealed, how could Lin Qun choose to approach completely with Mario jump? The trick he is hiding is the air dance. This is a brand new ability that he has never shown in front of the Prophet civilization and other alien civilizations. It is also his own flying ability that he has never shown before. Even in the battle with the silicon-based civilization just now, he deliberately did not show it, waiting for this moment to catch Xiangqu off guard. Moreover, Lin Qun's current physique and agility are quite high. Once the air dance technique is activated, it is much faster than when he activates it under normal basic attributes. The only problem is that his current body is too big. The consumption of using the air dance technique in the supergiant form is more than 10 times that of before, and 2 points of dark energy will be deducted in 1 second. However, the speed that the air dance technique can reach now was not even expected by Lin Qun. He broke through the speed of sound in an instant, and with the extreme jump of Mario, he killed in front of Xiangqu in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the Hellfire left a line of fire in the space, and his heavy punch had already come out. He roared silently, "Damn it, you can fly? I'll fly up and punch you to death." Breaking the speed of sound, punching through the space debris and hitting Xiangguo's body. Lin Qun glared at him directly. The headshot girl skill was activated. The head of the Prophet civilization Xiangguo exploded in a second. Its body was smashed and flew out like a cannonball. The silicon-based civilization command vehicle that was watching Lin Qun and Xiangguo was almost dumbfounded. This son of human civilization has the strength to kill the Prophet civilization Xiangguo by himself. But it did not die. Although its head was broken by Lin Qun and its body was almost blown up by Lin Qun's thunder punch of 999 strength, it retreated violently with both hands stretched out. Its time and space with Lin Qun were reset within 3 seconds. Lin Qun's supergiant suddenly returned to its original position. Xiangguo also returned to its original position, with its body intact and its head still there, and its whole body shrouded in broken space. This is the strongest means of reset of the Prophet civilization. But Lin Qun just sneered. The Prophet civilization knew his details. After so many fights, he also knew the details of the Prophet civilization. The reset method of the Prophet civilization looks powerful, but it is actually only effective for individuals. The time of the surrounding environment is not affected at all. The longer the reset time, the stronger the individual, and the greater the consumption. This ability is not infinitely usable. It is an absolute trick of the Prophet civilization. Because of this, Xiangguo has not used it many times, and it can only be used at critical moments. But Lin Qun is different. Reset is the ultimate trump card of the Prophet civilization strongman. Even a strong man of Xiangguo's level can only use it a few times. But Lin Qun's method, all are ordinary attacks. Dance in the air, headshot female skills, use them at will. Even if the dance in the air in the supergiant form consumes 2 points of dark energy per second, Lin Qun's current dark energy limit is close to 500, he can afford it anyway. And Xiangguo knows this better than him. At the moment of reset, it retreats without hesitation and leaves the battlefield immediately. This scene shocked the silicon-based civilization life. In their view, even if the top powerhouse of the Prophet civilization, Xiangguo, could not kill the son of human civilization, the son of human civilization should be beaten to a pulp and flee in panic. But now the situation is completely reversed. Not only was the Prophet civilization Xiangguo almost killed by Lin Qun in one blow, but now the Xiangguo who came with great momentum has run away. What is going on? What is going on? What kind of combat power is this? What kind of human is this? And behind him, Lin Qun did not chase him, but roared in anger, "Xiangguo, don't you want to kill me? Come on." He was burning with flames, and the hell demon crown was shining. He strode forward on the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization, burning the ship and trampling the desperate silicon-based civilization life to stop his troops. The propeller of the silicon-based civilization was already in front of him. Compared with the achievement of chasing and killing Xiangguo, isn't it a wise move to kill this giant ship of the silicon-based civilization and gain a huge amount of contribution points? At the same time, below the giant warship of the silicon-based civilization, the Black Sheep civilization's King Qi also advanced triumphantly, breaking through the layers of attacks from the silicon-based civilization, and reaching directly below the giant warship of the silicon-based civilization. Chapter 292, Falling from the Sky. The huge warship of the silicon-based civilization was wailing miserably. Its hull was tilting. Thick smoke was rising from the warship, and its shield system began to flicker in the light. Missiles from the ground began to directly hit its hull, making a rumbling sound. At its thruster position, Lin Qun had transformed into the final demon form of the supergiant. From the appearance alone, it was no longer a supergiant, as if it was a real hellfire demon. In front of him, the life of the silicon-based civilization was killed with one force. At the end of the silicon-based civilization warship, his hands spewed out flames, and multiple thrusters exploded in the high temperature, and the entire silicon-based civilization warship trembled violently. This feeling was quite refreshing, just like pinching the bubble film used for packaging when you were a child, one by one, and now Lin Qun had almost the same feeling. Wherever his flames of revenge passed, the thruster arrays burst one after another. However, the giant ships of the silicon-based civilization were too big. They had multiple groups of thrusters, a total of 4 matrices, and they were scattered in different positions. Lin Qun destroyed one, which only affected a quarter of the entire silicon-based civilization giant ship. But Lin Qun did not move to the next position at this time, but raised his head suddenly. He saw a flash of reflection in the dark starry sky, which was difficult to detect, but he had many skills, and felt it in an instant. It was some kind of blow. It was extremely terrifying, and it fell down in a line. But it almost merged with the dark starry sky at a higher position. That was the counterattack of the Prophet Sky Drive. How could it really flee? This is a battlefield, where the Prophet civilization must win. All it has to do is to attack, and attack again, and use its own efforts to ensure that this battle achieves the result predicted by the Prophet civilization. Therefore, after it distanced itself from Lin Qun, it quickly launched its strongest attack. This flash that almost merged with the dark starry sky looked tiny, but in fact it was extremely terrifying. The Sky Drive attacked at least 7 kilometers away from the silicon-based civilization warship. When Lin Qun first saw it, it seemed to be just a flash in the sky, but the next second, it had become a huge space blade of hundreds of meters and thousands of meters. Moreover, while it was rushing at high speed towards Lin Qun, it seemed to be absorbing the surrounding space, continuing to grow larger and larger, faster and faster. But at this moment, Lin Qun also felt some kind of vibration. The vibration came from his feet, from the position directly below the silicon-based civilization warship. It was like something hit him at a terrifying high speed with huge kinetic energy. And then, a bigger shock suddenly came. Then, in front of Lin Qun, all the thruster matrices that had not been destroyed by him suddenly went out. It was like an invisible shock wave that instantly swept across the entire silicon-based civilization warship. Lin Qun looked up and saw that the entire silicon-based civilization warship suddenly went out within 5 seconds. The roar of the engine, the operation of the warship, and the turrets that spewed out angry fire all disappeared at this moment. The lights of the entire silicon-based civilization warship were all extinguished. It was kinky. This top life of the Black Sheep civilization rose from the ground like a cannonball. After multiple rounds of charging, it finally broke through the layers of obstacles of the silicon-based civilization and crashed into the silicon-based civilization's warship. The moment it entered, it directly activated the electromagnetic pulse device. It does not need to kill any silicon-based civilization life. A super electromagnetic pulse bomb is enough. This is a high-tech electromagnetic pulse bomb exchanged from the contribution point mall. The anti-electromagnetic pulse system of the silicon-based civilization life warship and internal system is completely ineffective and was broken through in an instant. In the sweep, the entire silicon-based civilization warship instantly shut down. Lin Qun's communication devices all exploded instantly. The commander of the silicon-based civilization warship with the strongest individual combat power and mechanical level, the Knight Commander, only had time to manually activate the emergency plan, and the movement of his whole body became stiff. Its electronic eyes flickered unwillingly, and then went out. The power was completely lost. The shield system went offline. The intelligent life of the silicon-based civilization that merged with the warship was killed on the spot. Not only that, most of the silicon-based civilizations instantly entered a semi-paralyzed state. The entire silicon-based civilization warship was instantly pitch black, and all systems and individuals were urgently restarting. The fastest warship system also takes more than 10 seconds to restart. As a living organism, the impact and damage suffered by the silicon-based civilization life is not so severe, but it is more profound and takes longer. Some powerful individuals can recover faster, but it is too late. Intensive strikes were launched from the ground. The attack of the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization was like the fangs of a venomous snake. It was launched in advance and broke through the shield system that was no longer effective. Only 1 second after the silicon-based civilization warship was extinguished, it hit the key position of the silicon-based civilization warship intensively. The huge warship trembled violently. Intensive explosions lit up on the hull. The structure of the warship began to dismember in mid-air. This revealed the shortcomings behind the seemingly powerful and advanced silicon-based civilization warship. It was not built in an integrated spaceport, but was built in multiple modules on the ground of the silicon-based civilization, and was put into the air one by one. It looked perfect at ordinary times, but at this time, under countless attacks from both inside and outside, along with the collapse of its structure, the giant ship began to disintegrate. At this moment, the last straw that broke the camel's back arrived. It was Xianghua's fatal blow. When it arrived at the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization, this terrifying blade of space debris had reached a length of 2,000 meters and a width of about 300 meters. It was like a real terrifying space storm, coming down head-on. It was extremely fast, but the distance of the attack was too far, and the brewing time was too long. After Lin Qun saw the position, he quickly prepared to distance himself. Under normal circumstances, even if its coverage area was already quite large, Lin Qun would not be able to avoid it. But he just didn't avoid it. A strange scene appeared. He saw that the blow seemed to fall in the distance, and he dodged it, but when he realized that he had dodged it, he was horrified to find that the blow was right above his head. He didn't dodge it at all. This is the unique eye-catching trick of the Prophet civilization's time and space ability. Lin Qun roared. He dodged to one side with all his strength. The hellfire of revenge burned. Then, a flash of light lit up between heaven and earth. It was not the collision between Lin Qun's attack and Xianghua's attack. Instead, Xianghua's attack became the last straw that broke the camel's back, tearing the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization apart. At that moment, the battle on the ground almost stagnated. People in many Malay battlefields all looked up in horror. Yun, the commander of the Prophet civilization fleet, urgently issued an order. The entire fleet is out of the battle and enters silent evasion in the sky. It was like the collapse of the city in the clouds. With the arc of light sweeping across the skyline, the clouds in the sky were all shaken apart, revealing a shocking scene in the sky. The giant ship of the silicon-based civilization broke in the middle, and huge fireballs ignited in the center of the broken layer, which was clearly visible on the ground. It was like a sinking ship. It wailed and broke at the end of the skyline. But from the perspective of the ground, this scene was silent and slow. Silent, slow, and heroic. It was a giant spaceship that was half the size of Daxing City. Its collapse was violent and crazy in the near-Earth orbit, but from the ground, it was just like this at that moment, slow and silent, and even had a kind of doomsday beauty. It split into two halves. One half was larger and the other half was smaller. The former was 3/5 of the battleship, and the latter was 2/5 of the battleship. A large number of fireballs flew out from its broken structure. Each fireball was a huge fragment. It looked small on the ground, like a meteor, but in fact each one was huge, even as big as a truck. In front of its explosion, everything seemed insignificant. And then, 2/5 of the battleship disintegrated twice, 3 times. That scene was magnificent. After a while, the sound of its explosion was transmitted to the ground. It was a rumbling sound. The huge silicon-based civilization warship began to sink. It had now turned into countless blazing fireballs, and from the initial point it became a rain of fire meteors covering the sky, falling from the sky of Daxing City. The entire sky was illuminated in crimson. The rain of fire penetrated the fire clouds and rushed to the earth with all its might. People stared at this scene in a daze. Whether it was humans, the lives of the Black Sheep civilization, or even the lives of the Prophet civilization, they all walked to the window, staring at this scene, immersed in the shock and beauty of this destruction. That scene was like a skyfall. Its wreckage would cover the entire Daxing City and its surrounding areas. This would be a doomsday-like fall. The fleet of the Black Sheep civilization had already begun to retreat in advance, and the fleet of the Prophet civilization retreated urgently. In the command center of Daxing City, Chen Wiang roared, "Order all troops to evade, quickly." And in the sky, the battle continued. Under the impact and resistance of the hellfire, Xianghua's attack cut off half of the body of the super large giant, but Lin Qun was still in the final demon transformation form. The second level revenge demon's transformation ability, his final demon form can last for a full 2 minutes, and these battles just now, this amazing change in the battle situation, all happened in less than 10 seconds. Even if you add Lin Qun's previous attack, he still has about half a minute left in his 2 minutes. So, the flames crawled along the broken limbs, as if they had life, and reconstituted half of the terrifying flaming body. Around, among the scattered wreckage, a large number of silicon-based civilization life successfully restarted, and escaped from the wreckage in horror. Their life forms are special. In this case, it is more suitable for escape. Not only can they quickly break through the wreckage of the warships, they can even fly out, and there is no need to worry about falling to death without the warship. But despite this, a large number of silicon-based civilization life still died in this great destruction. In this warship, it is conservatively estimated that there must be tens of thousands of silicon-based civilization life. At least more than half of them died at once. Of course, for the silicon-based civilization, the biggest loss is this warship. If this warship is destroyed, they will completely lose the opportunity to compete with other top civilizations. Lin Qun noticed that in the instant just now, he had earned countless contribution points. The +1+1+1 contribution point prompts almost covered Lin Qun's retina. He guessed that this was probably related to the skyfall, but he should not have received all of it. According to the contribution point rules he had learned before, this should involve the calculation and division of contribution points. The bombardment of him, Kinky, Xianggu and the ground Black Sheep civilization fleet jointly contributed to the destruction of this silicon-based civilization giant ship. The contribution points will be distributed to everyone in proportion. He got a part of it. The main destroyer gets more. But at this time, Lin Qun was still falling at a high speed. He had no time to study the contribution points, and even had no time to see how many contribution points he had now. Lin Qun's eyes were moving. Xianggu was extremely cautious. He didn't come out to pursue after a missed attack. He should have hidden in space and in the near distance. He was stared at by Kinky. The terrifying sonic boom pierced the battlefield. Kinky's body came from a distance at high speed like a cannonball. Its armor had long been broken, revealing its strong body. It was also burning with flames. It was moving through the wreckage, extremely domineering and brutal, knocking everything away, all the way to Lin Qun, and attacked Lin Qun with a bang. No words. No hesitation. This was even the first time that Lin Qun and Kinky met. The attack was a killing move. Lin Qun also roared. He activated the headshot girl skill at the first time, and then forced his strength in midair. The body of the supergiant, which had already been shattered, broke again. The flames spread along the body, instantly filling the damage, making his punch more advantageous and powerful. But Lin Qun's first move failed. The headshot girl skill was completely ineffective, leaving only a trace of blood flowing from Kinky's nasal cavity. In terms of data, this is impossible. Lin Qun can instantly headshot Xianggu. Even if Kinky's panel attributes are higher than Xianggu, at least he can blow a blood hole. This situation only means that Lin Qun's previous guess was correct. The threshold between the 999 and 1000 attributes is the evolver, not the attribute itself. For people whose attributes reach 999, as long as they have not become evolvers, the panel attribute values will not move forward any further. Even if the real attribute has far exceeded 999, it will only show 999. Therefore, Kinky's real physical attribute is probably far beyond 999. And it seems that, after reaching 999, between the stage of 1000 and the evolver, the attribute can no longer accurately reflect the strength, and the value can no longer accurately represent everything. After reaching 999 or even exceeding 900 points, it seems that there will be another set of levels and algorithms, a brand new level and world, completely ahead of, and stronger than the world below. Therefore, Lin Qun's headshot female skill, under the blessing of multiple data, still cannot headshot him. The biggest advantage of the Black Sheep civilization is the strength of the individual, and their strength is incomparably pure. This Kinky. But Lin Qun was not terrified. He was still punching, and his current strength attribute had also exceeded 999. Extremely terrifying. Even if there is a difference after the 900th attribute, his strength should definitely be enough, breaking all tricks with one force. Kinky's matter also made Lin Qun understand that his attributes were not capped, but just not displayed. This punch of his was like this. Superman's body is probably even more so. In this case, even if the headshot girl's skill can't kill instantly, he has nothing to fear. His trump card is still extremely powerful. Chapter 293, 1 million experience points. The giant ship of the silicon-based civilization was still falling. At the top of the sky, Kinky was approaching Lin Qun at a rapid speed. It was surrounded by flames, like another hellish devil transformed by the revenge demon. And what it faced was also Lin Qun's thunder punch. Washang bonus, super giant transformation, doubled Mario's strength, the ultimate form attribute bonus of the revenge demon. With multiple strength attribute bonuses, Lin Qun's strength value has already exceeded 999, reaching the peak below the evolver. In this case, any attack of Lin Qun against a single target is not as effective and powerful as a direct punch. Moreover, his punch was also accompanied by the burning hellfire, which can be said to have both magic and physical attacks. This is a thunder strike. Lin Qun did not dodge. Two figures, one large and one small, quickly approached each other in the flying wreckage of the broken warships, and then a violent collision followed. Lin Qun's fist hit with a bang, and he punched Kinky. But his fist was almost as big as Kinky's entire life body, and it looked like he was crushing a short life. But Kinky was not an ant. Lin Qun's punch carried unparalleled power, but it did not break Kinky's body. Instead, it was knocked down from the sky with unparalleled power, and fell to the ground at a speed faster than when it just came. The flames on its body were all shattered by Lin Qun's punch, and the flames were everywhere. On Lin Qun's side, his iron fist was disintegrating. The muscles of the super large giant's body exploded inch by inch, and the 5 fingers broke. The whole arm was directly scrapped. Although Lin Qun's strength attribute was terrifying, his physique in the super large giant form was still not comparable to Kinky. Even with a huge body, it was useless. This punch was so powerful that Lin Qun directly beat Kinky back home. But at the same time, Lin Qun's arm was completely broken and exploded. These attributes are holistic reactions. The physique is not at the same level at all. His super large giant body cannot withstand the terrible reaction force brought about by this collision. The hellfire covered and wrapped up again, covering the broken limbs. The huge body was still falling, and the final demon form was about to end. Lin Qun's eyes were hesitant, looking for the figure of Xiang or Kinky. Under the supergiant form, he also had the strength to fight against the top masters of these two top civilizations. But after 2 fights, Kinky and Xiang seemed to have disappeared. There were only fragments of giant ships flying and breaking everywhere around, blocking the view, burning and falling to the ground under the feet. Not far away, the largest broken piece of silicon-based civilization giant ship was shining again. That piece of giant ship wreckage was the largest piece. 3/5 of the silicon-based civilization giant ship was split into 2. The other 2/5 had completely disintegrated, turning into debris and fragments all over the sky. Although the remaining part had also disintegrated a lot, the main body was still there, at least 2/5 of the size of the silicon-based civilization giant ship in its previous complete state. It was extremely large, and fell behind many fragments, like a continent sinking. But at this time, some of its functions were being restored. This giant ship of the silicon-based civilization was too huge. Even though it had been damaged like this, there were still systems that could operate in the large enough module volume, and some functions could still be restored. The bridge of the silicon-based civilization was in this part. The commander of the silicon-based civilization had already woken up. The bridge was the most hidden and highest defense position in its giant ship. They were minimally impacted here. After waking up, they immediately restarted the system. Although their giant ship had been irreversibly destroyed, they still had to make a final effort. As the electronic life of the giant ship system had died, they restarted the quantum computer and manually input commands. The remaining thrusters on the huge wreckage of the giant ship, where they were located, began to flash, pushing the huge giant ship. It began to fall faster. Therefore, the large volume wreckage of the giant ship, which was originally falling at a relatively slow speed, began to accelerate at this moment. It knocked away a large number of wreckage along the way, penetrated through countless falling seas of fire, and passed in front of the super large giant forest group. They determined the target within a few seconds. This wreckage is a last weapon. We should not retaliate against the Black Sheep civilization that directly destroyed our warships. We should use it to attack the Prophet civilization. That's right. The Black Sheep civilization fought a bloody battle with us and suffered a lot of losses. The Prophet civilization came from behind and waited for the opportunity. If we give the Black Sheep civilization another heavy blow, we, together with the Black Sheep civilization, will not be the opponent of the Prophet civilization. On the contrary, we can hit the fleet of the Prophet civilization and weaken the strength of the Prophet civilization. In this way, we still have a chance. For the general level contestant civilization, winning contribution points is the ultimate goal. For these top civilizations that are expected to compete for victory, winning the war is victory. The Black Sheep civilization dealt a heavy blow to their giant ships, causing the silicon-based civilization to pay a huge price and suffer unimaginable huge losses. It also directly weakened their strength, putting them at an absolute disadvantage in this competition. But what they want to do is not revenge. Retaliation makes it impossible for the Black Sheep civilization to win this battle. That is meaningless to them. Therefore, they choose to balance the strength of multiple parties. Everyone is injured. Maybe, they still have a chance. They were determined to win the Battle of Daxing. Several top civilizations were very restrained. There was no point in using weapons of mass destruction on the battlefield. If everyone had them, it would be meaningless. If they were thrown randomly, whoever threw them first would suffer. But the falling of the giant warships of the silicon-based civilization was different. This was the inevitable fall after their warships were destroyed. No matter how much reaction and damage it caused, it could not be regarded as the use of weapons of mass destruction by the silicon-based civilization. So, there was this scene in front of us. The giant warships of the silicon-based civilization accelerated forward, passing through a wreckage of fire rain and meteors, throwing a large amount of material along the way. With a shocking wake, the speed was getting faster and faster, and the target was exactly the direction of the previous Prophet civilization. The main fleet of the Prophet civilization was not close to the battlefield area of the Black Sheep civilization and the silicon-based civilization, but on a battlefield of this level, within 5 kilometers, it was almost the same as no distance. Commander Yun of the Prophet civilization seemed to have anticipated this. When the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization was just sunk, they began to evade first. The entire fleet entered the invisible state. Due to the advanced technology, the main fleet of the Prophet civilization almost disappeared in an instant for humans and Black Sheep civilization. Whether it is naked eye observation or radar system, it is impossible to accurately capture their position. But their means are ahead of humans and Black Sheep civilization, but it does not mean that they can lead the silicon-based civilization. Technological advantage is also the foundation of the silicon-based civilization on the Blue Star battlefield. It is even stronger than the Prophet civilization. Therefore, Commander Yun of the Prophet civilization soon discovered that their evasion had no effect on the Prophet civilization. Their giant ship was turning into a huge missile and crashing into their fleet group. And the speed has exceeded 3 times the speed of sound, getting faster and faster. The fleet of the Prophet civilization was forced to reveal its position again and frantically fired at their silicon-based civilization giant ship falling from the sky, trying to destroy this huge kinetic bomb before it fell. When they appeared, the Daxing command center was shocked to find that the fleet of the Prophet civilization had moved from the area outside the city to the edge of Daxing city and even wanted to move to the area inside the city. This was different from the several evasive directions that humans judged that the Prophet civilization might take, and it could even be said to be completely opposite. When the fleet of the Prophet civilization was exposed and counterattacked, a large elliptical warship emerged from the optical invisibility, and the human troops lurking in that area raised their heads one after another. They saw the shadows cast by the fleet, enveloping them. But not long after, this shadow was ignited by the sea of fire. It was the burning silicon-based civilization giant warship in the sky approaching. It was a magnificent and heroic, crazy and shocking scene. The huge warship of the silicon-based civilization fell from the sky. Its warship continued to accelerate and self-ignite during the fall. Coupled with the uninterrupted bombardment of the Prophet civilization, it disintegrated 3 times in the air and turned into 6 huge meteorites, burning and falling in flames. But before it really landed, its bridge had already separated from the main body and flew into the sky. It turns out that the bridge of the giant ship of a silicon-based civilization is itself a spaceship. Once an unexpected situation occurs and the giant ship is destroyed, their bridge can quickly detach from the main body of the mothership and fly independently. And then, the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization fell to the ground unstoppably, overlapping with the main fleet of the Prophet civilization. And then, everything was engulfed by boiling smoke and dust. The entire suburban area of the western line of Daxing sank downward. The shockwave swept across half of the city. In that direction, the buildings in the city collapsed like dominoes. On the streets, the troops that were close and retreated to slowly ran on the streets in fear and then were submerged by the entire line. Some were even blown into the sky with people and cars. Smoke and dust rose 100 meters high. The battlefield was completely quiet at that moment. No more missiles flew across. The sound of gunfire disappeared instantly. The Daxing command center was shaking violently. The voltage was unstable. The lights and electronic equipment were flickering. Smoke and dust were rolling down, and a long crack 1 centimeter wide appeared on the wall, spreading from the base of the wall to the ceiling, like a mutated fungus growing wildly, clinging to it hideously. The bridge ship of the silicon-based civilization rose rapidly and was quickly using radio signals to gather the remnants. In the distance, Kinky stood on its burning Changshan flagship, looking at this scene, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and then his eyes moved, looking for the figure of the son of human civilization in the sky. They fought once. It realized that the son of human civilization was really not a good person. But unfortunately, the figure of the son of human civilization seemed to have been submerged in the wreckage of the rain of fire that kept falling in the sky and disappeared. However, if you look closely, you can see that Kinky's arm that had fought against Lin Qun before was bleeding, and it was obviously seriously injured. It can catch space-based weapons with its bare hands without any damage, but it was injured. After fighting with Lin Qun, the huge body had already been torn into pieces and buried in the great destruction. And Lin Qun, he had already landed in the urban area of Daxing City. The transformation of the revenge demon was over. Without the hellfire, the supergiant body could no longer support itself and was torn into pieces in midair. Lin Qun saw that the situation had changed. Xianghua and Kinky had both run away. Naturally, he had no reason to fight with anyone. He quietly put on a bronze mask and quickly left the core battlefield with the help of the air dance technique. He landed in the urban area of Daxing City and witnessed the shocking scene just now. He was farther away, and the building under his feet was shaking and almost collapsed. It was like Mars hitting the Earth. If the Prophet civilization had not penetrated and destroyed the wreckage of the silicon-based civilization's giant ship for the second time, half of Daxing City might be gone now. Lin Qun was a little trembling and a little shocked. After fighting with the Black Sheep civilization to this extent, they chose to collide with the Prophet civilization to balance the battlefield combat power. The judgment of the silicon-based civilization was very calm and rational. None of this top civilization is easy. They knew exactly what they wanted, and they paid the price without any emotional fluctuations, just to win. After a brief and fierce battle between the four parties, the Daxing area was now in a short silence. Lin Qun took a deep breath, and only then did he have time to look at his contribution points. His total contribution points had reached more than 17,000. He remembered that when the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization crashed, he had less than 15,000. This means that the contribution points of a large number of silicon-based civilization lives that died in the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization fell to Lin Qun in proportion. He instinctively glanced at the ranking list to see how much Kinky had gained. But unfortunately, he didn't remember the specific number of Kinky's contribution points before, so he couldn't see it at this time. But Lin Qun's heart moved. With so many contribution points, he also gained a lot of experience, and he could upgrade. Any improvement in attributes is very critical and important. Lin Qun opened his personal attribute panel and saw that his experience value had really exploded. Now his experience value is a full 1.065 million points. In one battle, he gained a million experience points. Lin Qun upgraded immediately, directly upgrading to levels. At this moment, his attributes have already reached Name, Lin Qun. Level 36, 110500/585,000, strength 272.6 agility, 235.3 constitution, 242.6 stamina, 80.6 over 249.6 right square bracket, dark energy, 105 over 418.3 right square bracket. Of course, there are also Washang bonuses and the blessing of Mario's power. Even without these, Lin Qun's current basic attributes have already reached around 100 points. His stamina should have exceeded 100 as well. And with these continuous bonuses, Lin Qun's overall attributes have reached an unprecedented height. However, at this time, Lin Qun sees the brief gap, squatted on the ground, shook out a pile of recovery potions from his Kyankan bag, and took the time to take the potions violently. Chapter 294, Holy War. Holy War. Lights penetrated the smoke. The warships of the Prophet civilization were the first to rise from the billowing smoke. This was 15 minutes after the giant ship of the Silicon civilization crashed. The remnants of the Silicon civilization were gathering in another direction of the Daxing City. The human forces in Daxing City were shrinking across the board. The Black Sheep civilization temporarily stopped its attack, and a brief standoff formed here. Outside the city, a squadron of the Prophet civilization was fighting with human forces, and the two sides opened fire and bombarded each other, and the battle had entered a white-hot stage. The last group of survivors evacuated from the Daxing City area had not yet completely left, and the convoy spread all the way from Daxing City. Fortunately, the target of the Prophet civilization fleet was not humans yet. They emerged from the smoke and briefly shone in the city, and then began to quickly enter the optical invisible state. At this time, the Black Sheep civilization opened fire. They bombarded the Prophet civilization from a distance. Missiles flew in the air. Their fleets are gathering outside the Daxing City area. Although they have been bombarded repeatedly with the silicon-based civilization, their current size is still not small. They are gathering outside the city. Their flagship Changshan giant ship is still majestic, and is taking the lead in firing. However, they also cannot catch the location of the Prophet civilization. The attack can only be random bombing, and the endless smoke of gunpowder continues to rise in the already messy Daxing City area. The silicon-based civilization is continuing to retreat. Get out of the main area. They actually still have a lot of people left, scattered on the edge of the city, and in some small and medium-sized aircraft. They are now really conducting on the edge of the battlefield. They seem to have only one giant ship, but that warship is huge, and there are a large number of silicon-based civilization warriors in it. However, they have lost their most important weapons, and their position in this battle has become very embarrassing. Their strength has been greatly weakened, and they are even not as good as the humans who have deployed a large number of troops here. But Xianghu has disappeared, and Kinky of the Black Sheep civilization has not made any moves. They seem to have disappeared. Lin Qun did not take off his bronze mask. He was dormant in a corner, waiting for changes to occur. The battlefield seemed to be quiet all of a sudden. The smoke and dust had not yet dissipated. The flames crackled in the air, and occasionally explosions were heard from afar. Some warships of the Prophet civilization, the silicon-based civilization life, and the humans in the urban area were experiencing brief friction. The situation seemed to be in a stalemate. The civilizations of several parties stopped taking action. Lin Qun did not move either. He came from the top of the building to the inside of the building, crouched in a 2-bedroom 1-living room, and observed the situation outside. His communication had been reconnected, and he maintained real-time contact with the Luchan command center and the Daxing command center. He could get any intelligence at the first time. What he had to do now was to keep his troops still, staring into the distance. The smoke and dust were still expanding, but it was gradually thinning, and large areas of collapsed buildings could be seen at that location. The ground had become a sea of ruins. I don't know how much damage the silicon-based civilization's suicidal collision with its giant warship has caused to the Prophet civilization, but it shouldn't be too great. They are very smart and cunning, and they haven't prepared to go all out until now. They have been conserving their strength, and they are now completely dispersed. At the command center, the staff officer analyzed. Now a new superposition situation has emerged in the urban area of Daxing City. Now it has shifted from a head-on confrontation to a friction stage. How cunning. The silicon-based civilization and the black sheep civilization have already fought to this point, but they haven't taken action yet. Do they want to wait until both parties have killed each other before taking action? Maybe they are waiting for the godly civilization, which is about to enter the field. It could also be the evolvers. Both the black sheep civilization and the godly civilization may have evolvers, and so does the prophet civilization. The competition at this stage is a confrontation of civilization strength, but it is speculated that the next stage, which is the final stage of the global battlefield, will be based on evolvers. That is to say, if one side gains an advantage at the evolver level at this stage, then it will be invincible in the next stage. The prophet civilization is waiting for new changes to occur. Everyone was analyzing and assessing the situation to seek the next action plan for the human side. Not only the Daxing City Survivor Base, but also the Jinling City Survivor Base Command Center and the Lucheng Survivor Base Command Center have been connected to follow up and analyze the battlefield situation simultaneously. Chen Weiyang said, "Convey my order. Give priority to protecting the last batch of survivors to evacuate, and we don't have to engage in a full-scale exchange of fire with them. The prophet civilization is waiting, and we are waiting too." Time passed by minute. The sun was moving slowly. Dawn had become a real morning, but the smoke rising from the battlefield obscured the sky and the world still looked dim. Lin Qun got the news. The Shengui civilization had entered the Daxing area and was heading for the urban area of Daxing City with a clear goal. Of course, the Daxing area is very large, and Lin Qun's current position, even if he knew they were coming, he couldn't see where they were at all from his current position. But the regional rankings have changed. The first place in the Daxing area has become the Sliders of the Shengui civilization. The Sliders are 9th in the world. The contribution points are even higher than Kinki of the Black Sheep civilization. When it enters this area, Kinki has to retreat to the 2nd place. Xiang with the Prophet civilization is already the 3rd in the overall ranking. Lin Qun is still not found in the overall ranking, but only in the overall ranking of humans. He ranks 1st. Wait. The new changes come from outside the Daxing battlefield. News came from Jinling City. The swarm of insects began to move. The swarm of insects 2 provinces away from the Daxing battlefield began to move about half an hour ago, and the target was the Jinling survivor base. This news was only known to a small number of people to avoid unnecessary panic. Jinling City was very calm about this. They said, Jinling City has long been prepared to resist the impact of the swarm. It is normal for them to attack us. If they don't attack us, we will be afraid. We can hold on, and the swarm will not break through us. The result in the Daxing area is more important than us. Just as the initial judgment, the swarm of insects retreated briefly and only waited for the main force of the human race to be deeply trapped in the battlefield in the Daxing area and then launched an attack on Jinling or Lucheng, picking the weak persimmon. The Jinling survivor base was relatively close to the Zerg fleet, so it naturally became the first target of the Zerg. Even so, humans could not withdraw their main forces to defend. The battle situation in Daxing City was more important. The result here would not be the gain or loss of one place, but the victory or loss of the whole situation. Whether it was the Prophet civilization, the silicon-based civilization, or even the Black Sheep civilization, they sent a group of fleets, but they also had large armies at sea, in the Nordic region, and in the African region. Those armies were the invincible forces they deployed on the battlefield of Blue Star, and the real power they used to sweep across an entire region. Whoever won the advantage in the Battle of Daxing City would have a large army that could enter China and sweep one side, far more powerful than the Zerg. That was not something humans could resist at all. Time was passing. The situation was changing little by little. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lin Qun saw a little blood in the distance. He heard a sound like a tsunami coming from the end of the world, outside the city of Daxing City. It was a weird and distorted shout. He used the simultaneous interpretation device to hear clearly what they were shouting. That is, Holy War, Holy War. 7-11. The Shengui civilization has entered the scene. The red fog is behind. It rises from the ground, connects the sky and the field, covers the sky and the sun. From a distance, it looks like a crimson wall, advancing along the entire line of the sky and the ground. But the ones who move faster are the weird ones. They are simple-minded, with only their own gods in their hearts. There is a trace of rational distortion in their madness. They know that they come for the holy war and fight for their own gods. They are all very crazy, running very fast, rushing out of the red fog, and advancing forward densely. The glider disappeared. Lin Qun, looking around, said, "Please note, Mr. Lin, the red fog of the Shengui civilization has electromagnetic interference capabilities. Once you enter the red fog, or are covered by the red fog, you will lose contact with the command center." At this time, Lin Qun was moving from the inside of the building to the outside of the building again, standing on the roof and looking out, watching the army of the Shengui civilization approaching magnificently. The first batch in front had already impatiently rushed out of their legion, running at the front of the entire team, like a sharp knife, with a trail of red mist behind them, entering from the northern suburbs of Daxing City. There was no prophetic civilization or silicon-based civilization over there, and the city was not destroyed. There were still human forces lurking, but Chen Weiyang ordered humans to temporarily let the vanguard of the Shengui civilization in. The vanguard of the Shengui civilization looked terrifying, and each one looked more terrifying than the other, but the actual threat was not great. They wanted to see what the strange goal of the Shengui civilization that entered the city first was. The command center expected the Shengui civilization and the prophetic civilization to start a war. But soon, the situation exceeded expectations. This vanguard of the Shengui civilization came for Lin Qun. They went straight through the city. At first, the distance was too far, and their target could not be easily confirmed, but as they went deeper into the city of Daxing City, they showed a clear goal, and their destination became clear. It was Lin Qun. No wonder this group of people were so fanatical, and so crazy to leave the team. It turned out that they were looking for Lin Qun, the apostle of another god in their minds. How could this charge not be fast? No matter whether they could win or not, there was only one twisted and crazy idea in the hearts of these weirdos, that is, to kill the messenger of the alien god for their own god, which was their greatest honor. Lin Qun himself was surprised. He wore a bronze mask and hid in the corner of the city. The three top civilizations such as the Prophet civilization could not find him. How could the Shengui civilization find him? However, this group of weirdos did not need Lin Qun to take action. Although they were advancing fast, they could not resist the huge city area. After Chen Weiyang understood their goal, he immediately made an emergency response and sent a regiment of troops to intercept them halfway in the city, exchange fire with them, and block them before finding Lin Qun's position. At the same time, Lin Qun's cooperation team had also attacked. Huang Qisheng and Chu Yaowei rushed in from two directions and strangled this group of weirdos. Those strange and twisted creatures were almost identical. Some had human heads and centipede bodies, some were 7 or 8 meters long, and some were only as tall as a child, with human-like bodies, but no lower limbs. 5 fingers grew out of the fingers of both hands, and the dense fingers crawled on the ground. There were also giant monsters like tanks, rumbling forward on the ground. But few of them were real contestants of the Shengui civilization. They were all weird creatures born from the distortion and infection of the Shengui civilization. Killing them would not bring any contribution points or experience. Huang Qisheng and Chu Yaowei rushed out. They led the troops forward and tried their best to intercept and kill them, so as to prevent the lives of these Shengui civilizations from revealing Lin Qun's position on the battlefield. But this still did not prevent other civilizations from making judgments. Neither the Prophet civilization nor the silicon-based civilization moved. King Qi of the Black Sheep civilization stood in the bridge of his giant ship, with an excited smile on his face, saying, "This group of monsters from the Shengui civilization entered the city, and humans came out to fight them. Interesting. My lord, are we going to attack and cover these humans and the lives of the Shengui civilization? No, what's the point of these small fish?" King Qi's eyes moved, and on the map, he drew a horizontal line along the direction of the Shengui civilization, saying, "The Shengui civilization is looking for the son of the human civilization. We won't fight these small fish, but bomb this area for me. If I'm right, the son of the human civilization is here. Blow him out for me." The burning giant ship of the Black Sheep civilization began to rotate the turret and fired intensively. King Ki's judgment was correct. Lin Qun's position was in this direction. The artillery fire of the Black Sheep civilization successfully covered him and hit him out of his hiding place. He didn't hide anymore and immediately switched to the Mark 50, flying at high speed in the city. King Ki followed and bombarded all the way. Patches of fire lit up in Daxing City, but neither the Prophet civilization nor the silicon-based civilization moved. Only the godly civilization went crazy. When the forest group appeared, the strange roars and screams of the holy war became more and more crazy and grand. It seemed that even the artillery fire could not cover the crazy shouts. They accelerated their speed and rushed out all over the mountains and plains. Behind them, the blood mist that spread at a uniform speed suddenly expanded rapidly, like a cloud of smoke suddenly exploded and spread rapidly in all directions. The scale was much larger than before, and it seemed that it wanted to cover the entire Daxing area in a bloody mist. I don't know if it's an illusion. In the blood mist, there seemed to be a bloody red moon, shrill and crazy, but now, it's still bright daylight. The behavior of the godly civilization surprised several civilizations. The godly civilization is obviously going to go to war with all the civilizations present. Are they crazy? Challenging the three top civilizations and us humans? Someone in the command center exclaimed. Damn it, we must deploy immediately. The red fog is covering our command system, which will be seriously disturbed. The command center is running rapidly. Chen Weiyang looked at the rapidly expanding blood mist in the picture, which spread wildly amid the horrified holy war shouts. He took a deep breath and said, maybe, this is their holy war. The bridge of the flagship of the Prophet civilization fleet. Is the Shengui civilization crazy? Is it going to go to war with all our civilizations? This is beyond our original expectations. What kind of foolish behavior is this? A life of the Prophet civilization has already exclaimed. But the commander in front of him, Yun, said nothing. The actions of the Shengui civilization really exceeded their expectations. Who would have thought that when the Shengui civilization appeared on the scene, it would not only go after the human Lin Qun, but would fight the whole field. It seemed that it did not take all civilizations into consideration. This was beyond the original expectations of the Prophet civilization. The behavior of the Shengui civilization that did not follow common sense would directly threaten them who were interspersed on the battlefield. Their behavior of occupying an advantageous position put themselves in danger. Yun thought of something and suddenly felt shocked. Could it be? In a corner of the battlefield, Lin Qun was jumping between buildings under the bombardment of the Black Sheep civilization, looking a little embarrassed. But his eyes moved, his teeth clenched, and his eyes revealed a hint of fierceness. Far and near, the four top civilizations have all entered. At this distance, they have no chance of evasion. So now, is it time to show superhuman power? Chapter 295. Where is Lin Qun? The blood-colored fog was rapidly rising from the end of the vision. It opened in all directions, like a terrifying monster opening its bloody mouth to swallow everything around it. It spread very quickly, and in less than 10 minutes, it would engulf the entire Daxing city. The blood fog is spreading. Judging from the current situation, they will engulf the entire Daxing city and the surrounding 5 kilometers. The troops within 5 kilometers outside Daxing City will immediately withdraw, and the external command will be transferred to the Luchun Command Center. At the Daxing City Command Center, Chen Weiyang calmly issued an order. They were calculating the coverage of the blood fog of the Shengui civilization. There are multiple civilizations, but the focus is still on the other 3 top civilizations. On the human side, their target is only the Lin Qun. And because of this, their blood fog coverage is only in the urban area of Daxing City and its surrounding areas. The human troops deployed in a farther position in the 5 warships of the Prophet civilization that are exchanging fire with humans are not in their consideration. Chen Weiyang quickly made a cut on behalf of the command center. In the blood mist, all electronic communication equipment will be ineffective. In this case, the internal and external command systems are easily disconnected. Jinling will face the swarm of insects and will be unable to conduct dual line command. The Luchun Command Center is now the only choice. Luchun responded immediately. Li Zeng, who has been connected, said immediately, "We will command the army and make judgments based on the situation. You should pay attention. If necessary, be ready to give up and withdraw from Daxing City at any time. The red mist is spreading, and it is not only humans who are preparing. The other 3 top civilizations are also preparing. The Prophet civilization wants to speed up its retreat. They are very cunning and do not want to fight head on. Even if the God Ghost civilization shows the madness of fighting 3 people alone at this time, they do not want to participate in it. However, their retreat was frantically blocked by the silicon-based civilization. The Black Sheep civilization cannot find them advancing in a hidden state, but the silicon-based civilization can. The technical level of both sides is similar. Even if the giant ships of the silicon-based civilization have been destroyed, it still does not prevent them from finding the hidden warships of the Prophet's civilization and blocking them in the urban area. The thinking of the silicon-based civilization is very clear. They have lost their mobility and core competitiveness. At this time, it is obvious that they can't escape the blood mist, so they simply don't run away, drag the Prophet civilization into the water, and trap them here, so that the Prophet civilization and the Shengui civilization will fight to the death. Then they will succeed. Only the Black Sheep civilization is retreating rapidly. While they bombarded the forest, they also fired at the Shengui civilization, the silicon-based civilization, and the Prophet civilization that was forced to show up. At this time, they seemed to have become the fishermen, taking advantage of the position distance. But soon, their retreat was blocked. One after another, human artillery positions more than 10 kilometers away from Daxing City took the initiative to expose themselves, fired crazily, and missiles flew into the air, cutting off the retreat of the Black Sheep civilization. Not only that, the aircraft separated from the bridge of the silicon-based civilization giant ship was also flying through the air, ejecting and attacking, trying to block the retreat of the Black Sheep civilization. Kinky just sneered at this. Interesting. Keep retreating and stay outside the blood mist of the Shengui civilization. Their methods are very strange. We should avoid them if we can. Humans can't stop us. We will counterattack whoever attacks us. I'll go and see. The Shengui civilization has such a big battle. Could it be that their revolvers are coming? As he said, it rose from the bridge again, strode out of the platform, accelerated rapidly, flew through the air, broke through the sound barrier, and rushed directly to the blood mist world in the distance. At the same time, there was also a hidden aircraft in the sky. It was the vehicle of the Prophet civilization Xiang. It avoided a head-on collision with Lin Qun. After the giant ship of the Silicon civilization fell into the sky, it did not continue to pursue. Instead, it returned here and took the aircraft to return to the ground in secret, observing quietly and also looking for the trace of Lin Qun until the arrival of the blood mist. Watching the blood mist covering half of Daxing City, the Xiang when the aircraft still did not move. It just stared at the distant Lin Qun. He was avoiding the bombardment of the Black Sheep civilization. On one side, the crew of the Prophet civilization's aircraft couldn't help but said, "Lord Xiang, I don't understand. What are we waiting for now? Aren't we going to cooperate with the Shengui civilization and the Prophet civilization to take down this powerful human? Can we take him down?" Xiang shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm waiting for him to show his trump card that is close to the power of the evolver. That is the information sent to us by the Bakatans. Other top civilizations don't have it, and they don't know that he has such power. But this trump card of his should only be shown once, and the time is limited. So he didn't use it before, because the time was not right and no one entered the field. He was reluctant to use it, and was reluctant to waste this opportunity, because it was the key trump card for them humans in this battle, and it cannot be easily turned over. But now, for him, the situation should have arrived. The 4 top civilizations are all here. If he shows his trump card now, it will be enough to sweep the whole field. So, I'm waiting for him to make a move." The Prophet civilization life on the side was a little frightened and said, "Lord Xiang, do you mean that once this trump card held by this human is revealed, he can be invincible on the current battlefield? I didn't judge it this way before, but now, I think his card has at least such strength. As long as he shows this trump card, neither Ryan or Kinky can be his opponent." Xiang answered calmly, and his eyes never left the figure of Lin Qun in the distance. It was waiting for Lin Qun to make a move. The blood mist was still spreading, and it was spreading very fast. At this time, it was almost covering 2/3 of the city. Large areas of buildings were submerged in the blood mist, and all kinds of weird things were surging in it. The city was like 100 ghosts parading at night. At a higher position, the blood moon and the blood mist was becoming clearer and clearer. The world seemed to be changing. A dark and weird atmosphere enveloped the earth. The sun was obscured, and the blood moon was in the sky. But the prophet civilization life on one side was still a little puzzled, and said, I understand. Since his trump card is so powerful, why don't we withdraw now, but wait for him to play it? We have 3 fleets, and now only this one is exposed. The remaining 2 are at a safe distance. What should we be afraid of? Xiangqu sneered and said, besides, am I not hiding too? He only has one chance to use his trump card, and time is limited. This can almost be judged as a foregone conclusion. But, our evolvers, the evolvers of the Shengui civilization, and the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization, have not made a move yet. We still have a backup plan, but the forces of the Black Sheep civilization and the Shengui civilization have all entered the battlefield this time. Do you think the evolvers behind them can sit back and watch this human kill all their people? Hearing this, the other prophet civilization lives finally reacted and said, Lord Xiangqu, do you want this human to help us force the evolvers of other civilizations to end? Of course. Xiangqu sneered. It seems that it is a wise choice for this human to show his trump card at this time, and he can play the whole game. But in fact, it will be a very stupid decision. Because our real top masters have not made a move, the evolvers of the 3 civilizations are afraid of each other, and no one is willing to make a move first. But if this human is forced to show his strength first, then the evolvers will have to make a move. Whichever evolver of the top civilization makes a move first will suffer a great loss. At that time, our evolvers will make a move, and then I will make a move, harvest the battlefield, and win the game. Is it difficult? As for this human, even if his trump card is so powerful that it can kill me, Xiangqu, and even the slider of the Shengui civilization, what? If it is used at the wrong time, it will just be a waste, and it can only be a dead end. Lord Xiangqu was wise. This is a strategy that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. At that time, these civilizations, including humans, will lose their top combat power. Who can still stop our top combat power? You and Lord Evolver can destroy all the living forces of these 3 civilizations in the battlefield of Blue Star Civilization. Our civilization will have the greatest chance of winning. Lord Xiangqu was right. If this human really has such a trump card, and he shows it now, he can not only defeat you and King Qi and other top powerhouses, but also slaughter the legions of 4 top civilizations at will. Who can resist such a temptation? In addition, in the current chaotic situation, who can think so much calmly? He will take action. Once he moves his trump card, this battle will be over. Lord Xiangqu, you will make an immortal contribution to our civilization again. Other beings of the prophet civilization complimented him. Although it was a compliment, the analysis was accurate. At this moment, on the battlefield, it seemed that everyone had already made a full move. In fact, none of the evolvers of the top civilizations had survived, and even the top combat forces such as Xiangqu King Qi did not fight to the death. These top combat forces were the huge deterrent on the battlefield and the key weapons. Whoever made the first move and showed their cards first would really lose. If the human Lin Qun showed his trump card first, he would definitely lose. But, the situation did not seem to develop according to Xiangqu's idea. The human had been running, ignoring the bombing of the Black Sheep civilization, until he was shrouded in blood mist, and he did not show the trump card that Xiangqu hoped he would show. On the contrary, after the blood mist enveloped him, the human's figure flashed into the building complex, shook slightly, and disappeared again. The aircraft of the prophet civilization did not leave, allowing itself to be shrouded in blood mist. Xiangqu's face was a little stiff. This human, he actually endured such an opportunity. Where is he? Find him for me. The other prophet civilization beings looked at each other and suddenly felt that the compliments they had just said were too full. In Daxing City, not only him, but King Qi was also looking for the figure of the son of human civilization. Countless monsters swarmed the streets, shouting holy war, twisted and crazy, but for only one purpose. Find where Lin Qun is. At this time, the blood mist had already covered the entire Daxing city. The silicon-based civilization successfully intercepted the Prophet civilization and left the Prophet civilization's fleet in the blood mist. The humans in Daxing city did not retreat. Chen Weiyang did not want to give up the Daxing city position easily. This is the hub of the entire battlefield. Humans cannot withdraw easily. He chose to place the command center here, which is a manifestation of his determination. However, a large number of fleets of the Black Sheep civilization successfully withdrew. They were also very cunning. At this time, although their positions were still threatened by the Shengui civilization, they no longer exchanged fire with the Shengui civilization. On the contrary, they came to bombard the human positions, open fire on humans, and weakened human power. The communication and command system of Daxing City has been cut off along with the blood mist. The command has been transferred. Li Zeng has taken over the command of the front line of the battlefield and is rapidly mobilizing troops, gathering the strength of 4 divisions, and fighting a bloody battle with the Black Sheep civilization fleet in the wilderness of Daxing area. The situation is clear. Humans cannot retreat. At this time, they must face the Black Sheep civilization. Although the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization suffered heavy losses in the bloody battle with the silicon-based civilization, it is equally powerful. The burning Changshan flagship is an invincible war fortress. The two-front war also brought great pressure to humans. Human civilization exchanged fire with the branch fleets of the Black Sheep civilization and the Prophet civilization. Li Zeng's orders were passed to the battlefield one after another. Destroy the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization at all costs. Remember what is behind us. This time, we are not going to resist their attack. We are going to defeat them and destroy the living forces of the Black Sheep civilization. Otherwise, all of us humans will die. Many human forces were mobilized, and a large number of troops rushed out from several directions. One artillery position after another opened fire crazily. The military's battles were all launched, and multiple air formations roared across the sky. The Black Sheep civilization also launched heavy artillery fire. The Black Sheep civilization flagship in front fired thousands of cannons, instantly breaking through the human interception system. It could overwhelm a human artillery position in a few minutes, causing huge casualties. But despite this, countless human warriors continued to rush forward, without any pause or fear, rushing to the battlefield, to fight to the death with the other side. This is a battle of life and death, and no one can retreat. At the same time, outside Daxing City, the end of the last escape convoy has left the city, but it seems that they are too late. The blood mist spread across the entire Daxing City area, and was spreading towards their position at a high speed. At their speed, they will soon be shrouded. There was panic in the convoy. Bai Yiming stood on the side of the convoy with bloodshot eyes, but he could do nothing but watch the blood mist shroud them. At this moment, his attention was suddenly attracted. Yi Wen was approaching from the side. She grabbed his hand and said with gritted teeth, "Bai, we can't leave." Bai Yiming nodded, knowing that what she said was right. The blood mist was full of monsters, and they were surging. They had to avoid them on the spot, otherwise they would be washed in blood. But Yi Wen just paused slightly and said, "Aren't you going to take action? If everyone is destined to die, I think they are willing to choose a more meaningful path." She looked at Bai Yiming with burning eyes. Bai Yiming paused slightly and asked back, "Do you know?" Yi Wen did not answer directly. She just whispered, "I'm willing to die for you." Chapter 296 Lin Qun went crazy and killed. Chu Yaowei actually didn't notice when the blood mist spread over. She was deeply involved in a battle with the strange creatures of the mysterious civilization. She and Xia King worked together to kill a huge monster that was 13 meters tall. It was a human mutation, with a bloated body, like a giant flesh tank, and 2 rotten heads. Every step it took, the earth seemed to tremble, and its body exploded disgusting thick water. But its power was extremely great, and its body seemed to be immortal. The military had lost 2 tanks to it, and at least 2 rockets and 3 130mm caliber shells hit it, but its wounds healed quickly, and it looked unharmed. Therefore, Chu Yaowei and Xia King were urgently transferred here, to deal with this heavyweight monster. Chu Yao's ability has been improved, and the range of influence has increased from 3 meters to 7 meters, but her ability is somewhat stretched in the face of such a complete monster, so she was mainly responsible for cooperating with King in the battle. She feinted a frontal attack, while King attacked from the side. After 3 attempts, she found the vital point, and chopped off its 2 heads in a flash of sword light. A large amount of plasma and pus spurted out. Its huge body shook, and it fell to the ground with a bang, completely dead. These monsters were not contestants, and killing them would not even earn them any contribution points or experience. They were the zero-cost cannon fodder used by the Shengui civilization to consume other civilizations. Look, Chu Yao reminded. King looked up, and found that they were already in a bloody place. The blood mist looked very scary from a distance, as if it had the momentum to swallow up the world, but in fact the visibility inside was not too low, much better than the grey-black mist of the Shadow civilization that once shrouded the magic city. Standing here, King could still see the tanks of the armored forces advancing half a street away, and the figures guarding around them. It was just that the vision was a little blurry, and it was not clear who was over there. The communication is also cut off. We have lost contact with the command center. King took a deep breath. The mysterious civilization is coming. As if in response to her words, a terrifying sound suddenly came from the streets on both sides of them. Countless monsters swarmed out, twisted and crazy, shouting incomprehensible weird language, and desperately rushed towards the humans in front of them. Humans began to retreat. This is no longer the previous blockade. The mysterious civilization has obviously invaded all of them, and now they have to hide. In the distance, the tank just now has been submerged by the monsters. On the street on the other side of the tank, there was a faint golden light flickering, and the unique glow was very clear in this blood mist. That was Huang's Heng. What was clearer than the golden light was his roar that could be heard across half the street. Come on, I'll kill any of you who come. Damn it, how come I don't get any contribution points for killing these things? Don't worry about him. Don't look at him like that. He knows what's going on. He won't die. We have to find Lin Qun. The goal of the Shengui civilization is clearer than other civilizations. They are here to kill Lin Qun. Chu Yaoi grabbed King. A worried look appeared in her eyes. As long as Lin Qun was still in the city, he might not be able to escape the strange palm. They had to go over and cooperate with Lin Qun as soon as possible. King did not delay. She followed Chu Yaoi and retreated, disappearing into the alley behind her. She ran a little stiffly, but her speed was no slower than Chu Yaoi. Under the interference of the blood mist, human communication has lost its meaning. At this moment, it seems that there are more weirdness everywhere. In a short time, the monsters have completely invaded the urban area of Daxing City. With the blood mist covering them, they spread and climbed along the streets and the ruins of the city, howling forward. In a short time, they have spread to every corner of the city. There are sounds of fighting everywhere, accompanied by the roars of the monsters, like a horror city full of ghosts. Chu Yaoi and King moved forward together. As 2 masters, ordinary monsters are not their opponents. Their own goals are relatively small. When they encounter monsters, they kill them instantly and quickly break away. They are not bitten by a large group of monsters, but they are disgusted. How can these things become like this? Have you noticed? They are not creatures of the real mysterious civilization. They are all mutated creatures of humans and other alien civilizations, so there is no contribution point or experience if they are killed. King shook off the pus mixed with blood on the sword. Chu Yaoi on the side also looked unhappy, but she had seen similar things. Lin Qun had used similar methods before, because she saw that Lin Qun had used it more times than King, and she thought of it at this time. This is a means of changing living creatures, twisting them into new lives for their own use, and the monsters born in this way are not contestants at all. Their contribution points and experience have been obtained by the people who twisted and transformed them. Those who kill them will not be able to get any rewards from them in the civilized battlefield. She couldn't help but think, the same means, could it be, that Lin Qun is really a believer in some existence? This explanation is very convincing. It can explain why Lin Qun has so many abilities. Obviously, ordinary humans only have one ability. At this time, King gave a reminder and pulled Chu Yaoi back. Just above their heads, a warship of the Prophet civilization with billowing smoke was passing by. It passed by at a high speed. Because of its burning flames, it burned through the blood-colored fog around it and became clear. They observed cautiously in the shadows, but saw a terrifying scene. From the outside, the oval-shaped warship of the Prophet civilization did not suffer any attack, but it was bursting everywhere. What was even more terrifying and weird was that on its cold and inorganic armor, a living eye opened up, 7 or 8 meters long, growing between the armor of the warship, and it was even blinking constantly. It almost saw them. Xia King and Chu Yaowei quickly retreated and hid, so they were not discovered. The oval-shaped warship of the Prophet civilization quickly passed over their heads and disappeared in the blood mist farther away in the blink of an eye. The daytime was covered by blood. The sun disappeared. The red moon was in the sky. The city was full of indescribable howls. The dark power was flowing in the shadows that people could not perceive. These weirdnesses are not the real killer moves. Chu Yaowei's chest rose and fell, and she said, turning these people and alien civilizations into weirdness is the real killer move. Under the blood mist, everyone will become its new servants. We must find the source as soon as possible. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, the sliders. Chu Yaowei nodded. We are no match for the sliders. We must find Lin Qun. The information civilization of the Shengui civilization knows the least, but our military leaders are not idiots. They must have thought of what we can think of. The Shengui civilization is not something that conventional forces can solve. They must also be looking for Lin Qun. We will go wherever there are more people, but Xia King, we must be careful. The gap between us and it is too big. Once we are targeted, our fate may not be much better than that of the warship of the Prophet civilization. Xia King nodded and smiled slightly. She was not afraid of death. She had only one wish in her life, to kill all the lives of alien civilizations. Therefore, she was not as nervous and cautious as Chu Yaowei, and said, don't worry, I will try my best to live until the end of the war. Even if I have to die, I will die for a good cause. Chu Yaowei glanced at her, patted her on the shoulder, and took the lead to walk forward. At the same time, Daxing Command Center. The communication system of the command center has been paralyzed. But the Daxing Command Center did not become deaf or blind. Chen Weiyang adjusted his strategy immediately. He directly sent out multiple combat teams to collect intelligence, transmit it manually, and return to the command center. Just as Chu Yaowei had judged, Chen Weiyang had made the same analysis and judgment immediately. The glider was the blood moon. Under the cover of the blood moon, the entire city would turn into a strange garden. Not only are living things directly affected, but even non-living things are not immune. Existing intelligence indicates that the influence of the Shengui civilization can also have a direct impact on the warships of the Prophet civilization and the life of the silicon-based civilization. The Shengui civilization is not arrogant. They are well prepared, and are indeed capable of swallowing up the three forces including Daxing City. Chen Weiyang's voice was cold. He said, the Shengui civilization cannot be solved by our scientific and technological power. We must rely on Mr. Lin's power. Moreover, the Prophet civilization and the silicon-based civilization cannot sit and wait for death. They are our enemies and our allies. Now, spread the news. We must mobilize all the forces that can be mobilized to find Mr. Lin as soon as possible. This battle must be centered on Mr. Lin and solve the threat of the Shengui civilization first. As Chen Weiyang issued the order, a large number of action teams quickly flew out to find Lin Qun. At the command center, Chen Weiyang had come to the front of the paper map and spread it out. The whole picture of the battle in Daxing City was outlined on it. They have entered a new stage of war. What Chen Weiyang didn't say was that he was eager to find Lin Qun for another reason, which was that Lin Qun was in a very dangerous situation. The Shengui civilization enveloped the entire city, and the primary hunting target was Lin Qun. At this moment, the strange and turbulent Shengui civilization filled the city, and it seemed that they were fighting with various civilizations, but they had a clearer and more specific goal. That was to find Lin Qun and kill Lin Qun. This was the most critical reason why they came all the way here for the Holy War. The Shengui civilization has unique abilities and strange forms of civilization. Their ideas and thinking patterns are also very different from those of ordinary civilizations. and the reconnaissance team he sent out had information coming in. They found Kinky's traces in the blood mist in the urban area. This is also a huge threat to Lin Qun. Finding Lin Qun as soon as possible is not only to ask Lin Qun to support them in fighting against the Shengui civilization, but also to ask them to support Lin Qun in fighting against alien civilization life. At the same time, outside the city, Bai Yiming was also leading his men to retreat again, hiding in the nearest city area. They had a large number of people and a relatively large target, but their location was the farthest from the direction of the mysterious civilization. When the blood mist enveloped them, no monsters appeared at the first time. Instead, there was a safe window period for them to avoid. But the situation was still not optimistic. The blood mist enveloped the city, the blood moon was in the sky, and the atmosphere of panic was spreading. Bai Yiming, the backbone and banner, now seemed to be shaky. But Bai Yiming's expression at this time was also a little complicated. He instinctively turned his head and looked into Yuan's eyes behind him. On the other side, in the city, humans were dispersing. Before the blood mist completely enveloped him, Chen Weiyang had already started the hierarchical information transmission mode. Even if the electronic communication equipment failed now, he could still rely on the advantage of numbers to quickly spread the news. Of course, now that the monsters are rampant and the mutant creatures are all over the city, the longer the time, the greater the loss, and the information transmission system will soon fail and collapse. He must hurry up. Everyone was mobilized. The Daxing fighters in the city, the supporting Li Ji, Duanshai and Qi and other teams from Luch and Jinling started up in full force and rushed forward to search for Lin Qun in the blood mist. But what they didn't know was Lin Qun, who they were looking for, was not in any danger at this time, but had gone crazy. Under this blood mist, it was too suitable for hunting and harvesting contribution points. The blood mist enveloped the whole place, and it was dark. The Black Sheep civilization lost its target of Lin Qun. Without the bombardment of the Black Sheep civilization, Lin Qun directly lost a big threat. He was just impulsive, wondering whether he should show his superhuman power immediately, but at the last moment, he calmed down and realized that it was still not an opportunity to make a move. Until the blood mist arrived, Lin Qun suddenly found that the blood mist was a godsend to him. This blood mist not only blocked the attack vision of the Black Sheep civilization, but the attack of the Shengui civilization also triggered a full-scale melee. Although Lin Qun is the target of the Shengui civilization, in the blood mist, it has nowhere to hide from the Shengui civilization. However, those weird things can pose a threat to ordinary life, but to Lin Qun, they are just a group of cannon fodder, and can't stop him at all. Few of the weird things in the Shengui civilization are real contestants, and there are not many contribution points after killing them, but there are still lives of silicon-based civilization and profit civilization here. Under the blood mist, several parties are fighting in a melee. Isn't that a good opportunity to pick up leaks? Lin Qun ran a few steps and saw a warship of the Prophet civilization falling in front of him. The warship was covered with dense and weird eyes on the hull, and it seemed to have been completely activated. But the life of the Prophet civilization inside has not died yet. After falling to the ground, they ran out in a black crowd to escape. But how could they know that there is a killing god waiting for them outside? Lin Qun's own attributes are high enough, and he has a trehedron and an indescribable call, so he is not afraid of pollution at all. Lin Qun killed all the way, picking soft persimmons, and his contribution points soared. He killed like crazy. He was seriously suspicious. Is this mysterious civilization here to kill him, or to give him contribution points? Chapter 297, Choice, the final card draw. Lin Qun didn't know whether the Shengui civilization came to help or to kill him, but he knew that Kinky was here to kill him. Kinky was flying in the sky. To it, the blood mist seemed no different from the ordinary space. It was lingering here, neither participating in the confrontation of the other three civilizations, nor attacking humans, let alone the blood moon. If it wasn't looking for him, then who was it looking for? Although Lin Qun didn't fight it head on, it didn't prevent him from making an accurate judgment. But what he didn't quite understand was, the Prophet civilization's Xianghua was here. The sliders of the Shengui civilization were also here. What was wrong with this Kinky? He had to chase him and kill him. However, Lin Qun had a bronze mask, and when he put it on his face, Kinky really couldn't find him. Lin Qun didn't plan to confront it head on, so he attacked from all sides, harvesting the lives of the silicon-based civilization and the Prophet civilization everywhere. The main fleet of the Prophet civilization struggled in the blood mist. They seemed to be under some strange spell. The fleets were scattered and circling around the city. Under the influence of the strangeness, their warships fell one after another. A large number of Prophet civilization life turned to land combat and ran around in the city. The impact on the silicon-based civilization life was smaller. They seemed to have some unique means to deal with the influence of the god-strange civilization on them. They continued to act as troublemakers in the city, dealing with the Prophet civilization on the one hand, dealing with the god-strange civilization on the other hand, and adopting a policy of never letting go of the humans they met. In the blood mist, Lin Qun was also moving quietly, hunting everywhere. The Prophet civilization individuals were the most numerous and were his primary target. But the good times did not last long. After the Prophet civilization fleet suffered heavy damage and chaos at the beginning, it was now quickly stabilizing its position. Without the spacecraft, the strange influence on them seemed to have been reduced. At this moment, they were gathering again and began to attack the Blood Moon, which made Lin Qun a little embarrassed. If he were to attack the Prophet civilization's large army, he would be discovered by several civilizations. Xiangqu, Sliders, and Kinky would probably all take action. That would not be a way to harvest contribution points, but a way to burn himself. Moreover, when Lin Qun got here, his situation was not as good as it was at the beginning. The primary target of the Shengui civilization was him. In the blood mist, the Prophet civilization, the silicon-based civilization, and even the Black Sheep civilization Kinky were confused, but the Shengui civilization was not. Under the blood mist, they knew exactly where Lin Qun was. As time went by, the number of monsters that gathered to encircle and suppress Lin Qun was increasing. These things, taken alone, posed no threat to Lin Qun, but he was not a perpetual motion machine. He could not keep entangled with these things. His dark energy and energy were being consumed all the time. As long as he took action, there would be consumption. These monsters were endless, and there was no idea how many there were. They could not kill Lin Qun, but they could also consume his combat power to zero, forcing him to use his trump card in advance. Only then did he realize how powerful this group of trash was. The strong ones like the Sliders of the Shengui civilization did not take action, and let these small fish wander around in the city, just to exhaust them to death. These monsters themselves were distorted and mutated by the contestants. Killing them would not give them any contribution points or experience, so it would be best to use them to consume them. If it were normal times, Lin Qun could afford to consume them. Anyway, he had means to recover, so he could kill them slowly. But this was not a battlefield between him and the Shengui civilization, but a multi-party melee, with top strong men eyeing them covetously. As long as these small fish weakened Lin Qun's state, it would be a success. Lin Qun must maintain his prime and be ready to fight the top strong men and top civilizations head on. Therefore, Lin Qun had already begun to retreat at this time, turning from active attack to hiding, trying to get rid of the monsters behind him. He wanted to keep developing, but how could the alien civilization give him this opportunity? He wanted to take a short break and contact the command center as soon as possible. They had to take the next step. At this time, Lin Qun suddenly stopped. In front, a group of humans were fighting with 3 silicon-based civilizations. The 3 silicon-based civilization life forms were tall and carried heavy weapons. They advanced in the blood mist, firing crazily and suppressing a small group of humans over there. Their life forms themselves were very advantageous. The buildings that humans could use as shelters were like cardboard to them. They could smash into them and easily open up a road from the side that did not exist, cutting directly into the flank of the human front to launch an attack. The number of human troops was already small, and now they were in a desperate situation. But at this moment, the body of the silicon-based civilization life that had rushed over was suddenly hit hard. A terrifying thunder suddenly appeared in the blood mist, splitting half of the body of the silicon-based civilization, and it fell to the ground with a bang. The remaining 2 silicon-based civilization life forms were still advancing, but at this moment they changed color and showed terrified expressions. But what they didn't know was that the danger came from behind them. Lin Qun rushed out from the shadows behind them without moving. He activated the sword control technique, and the sword of victory rose up. The sword light flickered and spewed out. After 2 rounds, the 2 behemoths were split in 2, turning into mechanical debris on the ground. The humans over there were almost stunned. After a while, a shout came from over there. "Brother Lin." A figure ran out over there. It was Li Ji. The lightning just now was also him. Lin Qun had just seen it, and had roughly guessed who was here. This group was Li Ji's group. Li Ji, Ni Wensheng, Li Xing, and some other gifted warriors. Ni Wensheng seemed to be a little taller. Damn, these iron lumps are too tough. In a head-on battle, one person can play the role of our 2 tanks. We are all basic units in our own civilization. Why is there such a big difference between life and life? Li Ji quickly passed the information of the command center to Lin Qun and said, "Brother, the headquarters has released the news. Now the whole city is looking for you. The headquarters hopes that you can help destroy the Red Moon and end the blood mist here." Lin Qun also thought of Chen Wiang's order. The blood mist is shrouded, which is not good for anyone. It is obvious that the blood moon is the key. Maybe that thing is the glider. The military wants to get rid of it. Lin Qun wants to, and the Prophet civilization wants it even more. The Prophet civilization gathers together to break the situation. The Prophet civilization can't afford to waste. The longer they stay in the blood mist, the greater the loss. The uniqueness of the ability of the Shengui civilization makes them almost no loss. Such a situation is something that the Prophet civilization cannot tolerate anyway. But Lin Qun noticed that Xianghu has not taken action yet. Lin Qun exhaled and said, "How did you contact each other? Tell Chen Wiang, I'm thinking of a solution. The Prophet civilization must be more anxious than us. When the Prophet civilization really takes action, it will be my turn to take action. How to cooperate, and whether we can cooperate, can only be determined by improvisation. However, Li Ji, we have to move to another place first. There is a big trouble behind me." With that, Lin Qun quickly ran away with Li Ji and others. He also noticed that Li Ji and the others were carrying a wounded soldier, a human gifted warrior who was also affected and was becoming weird. Li Xing's ability came in handy at this time, emitting light, covering the other party, and actually suppressed the other party's process of becoming weird. During this period of time, the ability of each of them has been greatly improved. Just now, Li Ji killed a silicon-based civilization life in one fell swoop, which was impossible for Li Ji before. They are also getting stronger little by little. Li Ji and others soon saw what Lin Qun's big trouble was. They just started to move here, and then they heard a terrible sound coming from the road where Lin Qun came from. In the blood mist, a large mass of terrifying flesh and blood wall was surging out from the street over there. Li Ji and the others had never seen such a scene. So many weird things, crowded, piled up into a mountain, advancing on the street. No, that can't be called advancing, but surging forward, sweeping the entire street, shouting holy war, desperately advancing in the direction of Lin Qun, and at a higher position. There are countless flying heads looming in the blood mist, screaming loudly, whistling across the earth. What the hell, what a scene. Li Ji and his friends have also encountered many monsters, and they know that monsters are chasing people everywhere, but where have they seen such a situation? So many monsters. They ran away, and Ni Wensheng did not forget to sigh, as expected of Mr. Lin. He has encountered so many monsters. Lin Qun in front almost stumbled and fell when he heard that. They looked for a place to escape and sent 2 people as a group to return to the command center to report. After confirming the situation with the command center, the pressure on Lin Qun's side was immediately relieved. In the urban area, shrouded in blood mist, a large number of human armed forces emerged like mushrooms after rain to help Lin Qun intercept those monsters. Even if the monsters knew Lin Qun's location, how could they catch up if they were intercepted and killed? Lin Qun therefore had a moment of respite. News from the Daxing command center also came at this time. The news from the command center said, the Prophet civilization seems to be ready to attack the blood moon, and our opportunity may come at any time. Lin Qun nodded. He was a little impressed. In this situation, electronic communications have completely failed, but the military dispatch in Daxing City can still be regarded as rapid, and they can even draw people to keep an eye on the Prophet's civilization and provide timely feedback. The ability of Chen Weiyang behind this is quite good. Even now, the command center is still playing a powerful role, coordinating the entire battlefield. Lin Qun exhaled. At this moment, they were hiding in a small building in the city. Everyone was resting. Continuous fighting and running are also a huge physical consumption for high-level talents. The same is true for Lin Qun. While replenishing dark energy and energy, he looked at his contribution points. His total contribution points are now 19,000 points. In the overall ranking of humans in the Daxing area, the total contribution points of Lin Qun, who is ranked first, have far exceeded Bai Yiming, and Huang is hang behind him. But the fact in front of Lin Qun at this moment is that his initial expectations were dashed. Maybe if he keeps killing, he can reach 20,000 contribution points, which can upgrade the card pool from level 3 to level 4, but he won't have enough contribution points to draw cards. How many contribution points does it take to draw cards from a level 4 card pool? Lin Qun doesn't know, but he guessed that it would be at least 2,000, or even 3,000 or 5,000. And given the current situation, he won't have the chance to roll up so many contribution points on top of the 20,000 before the battle is completely over. Even if he upgrades the card pool to level 4, it's hard to say whether he can draw a card from the level 4 card pool. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's no chance. The changes in the situation on the battlefield have exceeded Lin Qun's expectations. He can't influence the ideas of the 4 top civilizations. They are also wary of him and can't give him too many opportunities. In this case, can he succeed? Plans are always slower than changes. Several civilizations started the war ahead of time, and Lin Qun's time was greatly compressed. At this moment, he had to make a choice. Should he stick to his original idea, complete an upgrade before the war, and try to draw a card regardless of whether he can, or use these contribution points now with the Fairy's Gaze card to draw cards for the last time, upgrading the 4th level card pool to draw cards? Lin Qun's purpose is very simple, that is, to draw a powerful card that can fight against the top powerhouses and can be used as a trump card. Because at this stage, the cards drawn from Lin Qun's 3rd level card pool are no longer of much help to Lin Qun on the current battlefield. And it is the same now. If you choose not to upgrade and draw cards, it is meaningless to draw C level cards, which is a waste of contribution points. Using the Fairy's Gaze card to draw 4 B level cards is the answer. He can also leave 18,000 contribution points for reserve upgrades. Of course, you can also all in these 18,000 contribution points to try to see if you can draw the Earth Rumble. If you can get the Earth Rumble, you can sweep the armies of the 4 top civilizations. But that is still not the most critical. The problem at hand is how the powerhouses at the level of Kinky Xiang will respond. And how the powerhouses at the level of evolvers standing behind them will respond. Lin Qun has a feeling. The rumbling can attack the armies of top civilizations, but it is no match for the evolvers. If you want the rumbling to work, you must first have the combat power to withstand their top masters. Lin Qun sat in the shadows, looking at the people sitting or standing to rest not far away, and gradually made a decision in his heart. Draw a card. He has never been a person who likes gambling. Instead of upgrading to fight for a possible chance to win a lottery, it is better to draw a card now. 4 B level cards. There will always be a useful card. He wants a certain result. Lin Qun silently set up the formation. He whispered in his heart, the final moment is coming. Emperor, protect us. He wants a powerful card that can fight against Xianghua and Kinky. At the same time, Daxing Command Center, a military expert who specializes in the contribution list, suddenly stood up from his seat, hurriedly walked towards Chen Weiyang, and said, Commander, you'd better take a look at this. This is the change in contribution points of the overall ranking of the Daxing area ranking that we recorded. We found a very strange situation. Since the Shengui civilization glider entered the Daxing area, its total contribution points have not changed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Romantic Battery. The people outside were on sentry duty. The place where Lin Qun and his men were hiding was the most restless area in the city, now covered by the blood mist. There was continuous artillery fire all around. A large number of humans were moving in this direction to block the monsters that were gathering here from all directions. Those miscellaneous soldiers who shouted weird were being blocked by human power. This was an order issued by Chen Weiyang. He was willing to expose the large number of human armed forces in the city to create space and time for Lin Qun to rest. Moreover, he arranged multiple hidden points for Lin Qun to confuse the opponent. This could not be hidden from the godlike civilization that controlled the field, but it could make the Prophet's civilization, Black Sheep civilization and Silicon-based civilization not know where Lin Qun was exactly. The commander knew very well that these monsters had no benefit to Lin Qun. Now the greatest help that humans could bring to Lin Qun was to help him block the impact of these monsters from the godlike civilization. Iron Men also need to rest. Mr. Lin is no exception. And Chen Weiyang's move brought Lin Qun the most critical time. Without the efforts of Chen Weiyang and a large number of human troops, Lin Qun would not have had the time to sit here and draw cards. Regardless of whether he had enough contribution points or not, he had no choice in the tense battlefield. Any pause could have fatal consequences, especially now that the Shengui civilization has taken control of Daxing City. Lin Qun was actually a little worried. What was the situation outside Daxing City like? The Black Sheep civilization and the main human forces went to war, and this battle would affect the entire region, causing huge damage and casualties. But now, he was focusing on what was in front of him. The unknown fairy responded to his call at the first time. This time, it was still extremely lucky. The blessing was successful. The unknown fairy sensed your call. She looked at you deeply and did not hesitate to send you blessings. You have obtained the ultimate luck. Duration, 2 minutes. Here it comes. With the good luck, blessed by the fairy gaze card, Lin Qun can also get 4 B-level cards in a round of card drawing in the 3rd level card pool. The formation was closed. Lin Qun started drawing cards immediately. He had thought it through. Draw 4 cards first. He may not have enough time to draw all the nearly 20,000 contribution points. Whether the C-level cards behind can be used depends more on luck, and the B-level cards are more likely to be useful. Draw these 4 cards first to see what B-level cards can be drawn. This time, Lin Qun was inexplicably nervous. He knew very well that even a B-level card would be difficult to fight against a strong person with more than 900 attributes. He had to try his luck. The efforts and preparations he made before were to be able to use his own strength to fight against the strong people of Xiangquan Kinki without using the trump card of the Superman transformation card. Because once he used the Superman transformation card in advance, he would no longer be able to fight against the evolvers behind them. On the battlefield, he would definitely die. Once he died, the top combat power would have no one to resist. Even if humans could eventually defeat other troops, they would be swept by the strong people at the level of evolvers, and everything would lose its meaning. The Superman transformation card is his biggest trump card, and also the trump card of mankind. He must leave it to the most critical evolvers of alien civilization. Therefore, he wanted to draw a card that could help him fight against a strong man of the same level as Kinki. The first card quickly emerged. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes and was surprised to find that it was actually a giant card. A B-level giant card. Attack on Titan. Name, Warhammer Titan skill card. Type, skill card. Inherent. Description, with this skill card, when you have sufficient physical strength, you can transform into a Warhammer Titan, 15 meters tall, and can harden your body at will, and create any hardened cold weapon. The agility attribute is increased to twice the original attribute, the strength attribute is increased to twice the original attribute, and the physique attribute and energy attribute are increased to 1.5 times the original attribute. After the transformation, the image of the giant and some characteristics are closely related to the skill releaser. Tip: in the Warhammer Titan form, the host will not exist at the neck of the Warhammer Titan, and will be wrapped and protected by the hardened crystal, and the hardened Titan will be controlled by threads to fight. Special note: this card is one of the cards in the Attack on Titan deck. Collect the Warhammer Titan, Beast Titan, Colossal Titan, Armored Titan, Attack Titan, Female Titan, Jaw Titan, and Cart Titan cards to synthesize the Founding Titan card and gain the ability Rumbling. Lin Qun blinked. No wonder he couldn't draw this card. It turned out that this Warhammer Titan card was already a B-level card. Indeed, the Warhammer Titan is definitely one of the powerful titans. Its hardened weapons can directly smash the protagonist Attack Titan's head with one hammer. Its combat power is not weak. Moreover, its host can exist outside the body and control the Warhammer Titan like a puppet. Coupled with the protection of the hardened crystal, its safety factor is directly increased, and the Warhammer Titan itself becomes extremely powerful. So, Attack on Titan, maybe it is also a B-level card? After all, that is the protagonist. Lin Qun accepted this card. The Warhammer Titan form may be useful against masters of the level of Xiangqua and Kinky, except for the Colossal Titan. The other Titan cards are almost useless because they are not strong enough. Now that the Colossal Titan has just ended, Lin Qun's Titan power is not enough to use it again, but the Warhammer Titan can. The unique hardening ability of the Warhammer Titan may play a huge role at a critical moment. And the second card is also emerging rapidly. This is a Yu-Gi-Oh! World card. Name: Cartoon Suitcase. Type: Consumable Effect Card. Effect Card Level: B level. Description: when there is a cartoon series card field or monster card on the field, this card can be used. Activating this card can summon a hideous cartoon suitcase, ignoring the target's size and level, quickly swallowing the target individual, and sending it back to its native world. This card is consumed after use. Lin Qun blinked. This B-level card is a bit strange. The effect doesn't look very good. But, the key is, it can ignore the target's size and level and directly send the opponent back to the native world. If it is used on alien civilizations, wouldn't it just send them back to their original planet? Although it can't cause substantial damage, it seems a means to instantly clear a top-level strongman. Expel you from the battlefield. It's totally unreasonable. The conditions for use are also very simple. As long as there are cartoon series cards on the field, it can be used. Lin Qun now has two cartoon monster cards in his hand, Cartoon Harp Girl and Cartoon Crocodile. It is no problem for him to use this card. The pattern on this card is indeed a suitcase, which looks a bit like the monster treasure chest in fantasy stories, with eyes and teeth, but without the tongue in those monster treasure chests, etc. And the cartoon form also looks a bit cute. The silver card emerged, and Lin Qun also put it away well. This card may be very useful at a critical moment. And then, the third card is emerging. This is a card. Name: Imperial Equipment Romantic Turret Pumpkin. Type: Item Card. Item Card Level: B Class. Description: use this item card to obtain the Imperial Equipment Romantic Turret. The Romantic Turret is a gun-type weapon with three forms: shotgun form, radial form, and sniper scope form, which can be switched at will. This weapon uses spiritual energy as ammunition for shooting. It consumes energy to fire. The more energy you put in, the greater its power. And the greater the danger the user encounters, the greater the power it can burst out. Special tip 1. Danger comes from the enemy, and also from one's own desire. Special tip 2. This weapon seems to have a will. That is the spirit of a fearless rebel. When you have the same spirit as her, she will give you the same blessing. Seeing this card, Lin Qun's pupils shrank. Romantic Turret. This is the Imperial equipment of the rebel miner Nakame no Go. A very powerful weapon with multiple forms. In the original book, this thing is quite brutal. At that time, it can be said that the only shortcoming is that its user, Main, does not have any melee ability. But, if this weapon is in Lin Qun's hands, it will be different. 3 forms. Lin Qun's eyes are full of cold light. So far, these 3 cards are useful, but in his opinion, only this card can play a role in the cutting-edge battlefield. After all, it is only a B-level card. such as the Warhammer Giant, which should be very useful against enemies with 600 or even 700 points of attributes. In the battlefield of higher levels, it can only be an auxiliary card. What Lin Qun needs most at this stage is not a card that can slaughter low-level alien civilization life, but a card that can withstand the top powerhouses of alien civilization life. And this card may come in handy, because its ability is not fixed. The greater the crisis, the greater the power. This is just suitable for Lin Qun's current situation. However, Lin Qun noticed that the effect of this card seems to be somewhat different from what he remembered. He remembered that in the original book, the effect of the romantic fortress was that the greater the danger, the greater the power. But now, there was one more item in the effect of this card. That is, injecting energy as energy. This is in line with the setting of this imperial weapon, using spiritual energy as ammunition. In the global battlefield, spiritual energy is quantified and naturally needs to be reflected. But, the more energy you inject, the stronger the power will be. Lin Qun was also a little concerned about the two special notes at the end. The danger comes from the enemy and from yourself. The second one, Lin Qun can understand it. That she is undoubtedly main. Killing the Red Eyes is a story of rebels. The protagonist is a group of rebels who fight for the dawn of more people and finally pay a heavy price to win a happy ending. And now, aren't these humans another kind of rebels? For alien civilizations, Blue Star is a battlefield and a place for them to compete. But for the native earthlings of Blue Star, all these alien civilizations are invaders. All their battles are to rise up against the invasion. Mayin's blessing. Lin Qun thought of her story, looked at the scene in front of him, and fell silent. At this time, the fourth card also appeared. This card is also very powerful, but the direction of the power has nothing to do with combat power. Name, Surface Mountain. Type, Material card level, B level. Description, use this card to obtain a 3-meter high surface mountain. The volume and height of the surface mountain are fixed. The surface mountain cannot be destroyed, and will be automatically replenished once consumed. Activate this card to maintain the existence of this surface mountain. 2 points of dark energy are acquired every minute. Looking at this thing, Lin Qun's mouth twitched, and he had a black question mark face. Isn't this the surface mountain of the Rice Mountaining Journey to the West? Moreover, this is not a material card, it is simply a magic weapon. It's just that this is a magic weapon with a strange function. Lin Qun was quite dumbfounded. This thing, to say that it is not powerful, it is indeed not powerful, but to say that it is not worthy of B level, is also impossible. Because this card can survive as long as 2 points of dark energy are paid per minute, which means a lot of food. Survivor bases, humans, etc. What do they have to worry about? The 3 survivor bases now, as well as humans in other places, who doesn't lack food. The global battlefield broke out, and no one has been farming for a long time. Now it all depends on the previous food reserves. Once it is used up, the situation has not changed, and production cannot be restored. That would be a huge problem. This can solve the current huge problem. But, this thing doesn't seem to be useful now. Lin Qun took a deep breath, laughed, shook his head, and put this card away. He was very satisfied with these 4 cards. The last one, Mayinchen, was actually not bad. He had made all the preparations he could. The rest depends on the improvisation on the battlefield. Lin Qun was a little hesitant. Now he still has a lot of contribution points left. Maybe he can try to draw again. Maybe he can draw the last attack on Titan card. He only has 1 vacant card in the Titan series. The rumbling may not be useful to strong men at the level of Xianghua Kinki or even the evolvers, but it can be a devastating blow to their ground forces. However, just as Lin Qun was thinking, Li Ji, not far away, hurried over and said, "Brother, there is news from the headquarters that the Prophet civilization has taken action." Lin Qun's thoughts were interrupted, and he stood up with a bang. Outside, in the center of the city of Daxing City shrouded in blood mist, under the blood-colored cover, a large number of troops of the Prophet civilization gathered, with the main ship in the center and another group of Prophet civilization warships gathered. A small nuclear fusion sun was lit on the flagship, shining brightly in the blood mist. The commander of the Prophet civilization, Yun, stood in it with a cold look in his eyes. Although their communications were also interfered with, other electronic equipment was not greatly affected, and the Prophet civilization could communicate with the spirit, so there was no problem with their dispatch. At this moment, they have prepared a heavyweight weapon for the Shengui civilization, ready to shoot down the blood moon in the sky. Chapter 299 Flight of the Sky. Mr. Lin is on the move, and has already rushed to the battlefield. The weapons set up by the Prophet civilization are suspected to be some kind of particle beam weapons powered by nuclear fusion. Commander, you can't leave the command center. It's very dangerous outside. Daxing City Command Center. Chen Weiyang was striding out of the command center. He was going to the top floor of the DV station above. From that position, he could directly see the location of the Prophet civilization. It was equivalent to being able to see the center of the Daxing City battlefield at the moment. The people behind him kept blocking him, but Chen Weiyang still had no intention of stopping. He just said, "I'm the commander of Daxing City. The next situation is related to the survival of Daxing City's position. Can I still hide in the house and wait for people outside to report information to me in waves?" The communication was interrupted, and the picture was lost. Although Chen Weiyang used the system deployed before to realize that people can sit in the command center and information keeps pouring in, he believed that he should still stand in a position where he can clearly see the battlefield and dispatch his soldiers. He wanted to do this, and others could not stop him. He paused while moving forward, as if he remembered something very important, and said, "Ask the expert to find out where the contribution points of the Shengui civilization that killed so many lives went. Quick." Then, Chen Weiyang went straight to the top of the DV tower under layers of protection, staring nervously at the battlefield ahead. The nuclear fusion flash of the Prophet civilization dispersed the blood mist at that location on a large scale, making the concentration of blood mist in the space thinner, creating an opportunity for Chen Weiyang to observe the battlefield. Even if the picture is still blurry, it is clearer and more accurate than relying entirely on literal information. Lin Qun is rushing to the battlefield. His position is now easy to judge. Wherever he goes, the weird will chase him. And the number is huge and the scale is not small, especially at this moment. It is obvious that he is going to participate in the battle between the Prophet civilization and the Blood Moon. As soon as he appeared, he was surrounded and killed by thousands of weirds. On the ground, there are countless twisted weirds, and in the sky, there are flying heads everywhere, some human, some non-human, hideous and terrifying, screaming, and blocking the sky and the ground. But they couldn't even touch Lin Qun, and were intercepted and killed on the road by human troops. The fleet of the Prophet civilization seemed to have noticed the arrival of Lin Qun. The information was urgently reported to Yang's position. "Commander, the human target Lin Qun appeared in our southwest direction, and the Black Sheep civilization Kinki appeared in our north. Kinki has stopped moving, and Lin Qun is rapidly approaching our position. They had just suffered heavy losses under the joint stranglehold of the Shengui civilization and the silicon-based civilization, and they were trapped in the Blood Moon, so the people below were somewhat panicked." But Yang's face did not move, and he didn't even look in these two directions. He just said, "Kinki came for the human Lin Qun, and the human Lin Qun came for his civilization. Now, they are not our enemies, so there is no need to intercept them. Send my information to Xiangguo and ask it to be ready to attack at any time. The weapons of the Prophet civilization are ready. They use nuclear fusion as energy and prepare a super powerful output ray. At the moment of the attack, a ray of light instantly rises from the center of the blood mist. In the direction of its advance, the blood mist was swept away layer by layer. It was like a beam of light that tore the sky and the earth apart. The blood mist and the unknown strange and weird things in the sky all melted like ice and snow under its attack. In a blink of an eye, it rose from the ground, reached the sky, and hit the blood moon in the sky. At the end of the sky, ripples shook in an instant. Then, a secret Prophet civilization aircraft instantly emerged at an altitude of thousands of meters. The Prophet civilization skydrive quickly rushed out. The space was broken, and the world covered by blood mist was cut into a fragmented silhouette world. The strange actions of the entire battlefield suddenly stopped. As Lin Qun advanced, he was equipped with Mark 50 armor, and took off rapidly, breaking through the sound barrier in an instant. He had just slaughtered with Li Ji, and others with all his strength, and broke through the siege of thousands of strange things. The surrounding strange things were all resisted by others. He had no obstacles and was about to take off into the sky. But just as Lin Qun took off, a harsh sonic boom suddenly came from another direction in the blood mist. Lin Qun's eyes moved. Just then, the blood mist at that location was seen spreading like water ripples. The burning body and the terrifying horns penetrated the blood mist and instantly came to Lin Qun. King Qi was so powerful that he was not afraid of the means of the Shengui civilization. The main force of the Black Sheep civilization was not here either. He didn't care whether he could defeat the Blood Moon Sliders. He wanted to kill this human and let Chiangguo and the Sliders fight to the death. Compared with the Sliders and Chiangguo, this human also had some means, but he was definitely a soft persimmon among them. Lin Qun had been waiting for this scene. The command center had already reminded that King Qi was looking for him. Before, he had been hiding, and humans had set up multiple points to conceal his true location. King Qi was afraid of being attacked and didn't dare to act rashly, but now that Lin Qun's position had been exposed, he had nothing to fear and directly intercepted and killed Lin Qun without letting him go up. But Lin Qun was also waiting for him. A dazzling flash burst out from the sword, a promise of victory. The blood mist around him was separated in an instant. That scene was like Moses parting the sea. Wherever the flash of the sword of promise and victory went, the blood mist around him spread to both sides and then crashed into King Qi's body. Everything exploded in an instant. Lin Qun's current dark energy was enough to support the release of the sword of promise and victory. Moreover, during the rest just now, Chen Weiyang brought him a lot of energy recovery potions and dark energy recovery potions, so that Lin Qun could use them as much as he wanted. He could use the sword of promise and victory like a normal one. Human, I've seen this move of yours. But facing the bombardment of the sword of promise and victory, King Qi did not dodge or evade. He went forward with all his strength. The flames on his body flowed like they had life, forming a shield-like structure. He soared into the sky against the flash of Lin Qun's sword of promise and victory. At supersonic speed, the flash of the curry stick was forcibly separated, and he had come to Lin Qun. He sneered. He had seen Lin Qun use this ability, so he was prepared. But when it pierced through the flame of the curry stick and closed the distance between it and Lin Qun, its pupils suddenly expanded. Because at this moment, what awaited it was the black muzzle of a gun. Romantic turret. Lin Qun did not dare to be careless with King Qi. After a brief fight when the giant ship of a silicon-based civilization crashed, he knew that the physique of this life was terrifyingly high. Its superpowers might not be as good as Chiangguo, but its own strength was already extremely terrifying. A sword of vowed victory might not be able to repel it. So, romantic turret was waiting behind. Inject 150 energy points. Close the distance. Increase the danger. Such a close distance is infinitely dangerous. Romantic turret sniper mode. Close range burst fire. Double amplification. Lin Qun had simply tested the power of this romantic turret in the fight with the monster just now. Inject a little energy, and you can kill a regular monster. The power is still very strong, and this weapon has 3 switchable forms, which can meet most battlefield situations and launch attacks. At this moment, Lin Qun was not careless about King Qi, and immediately injected 150 points of energy. The narrow and long romantic turret sniper form lit up with a flash. The cold and elegant gun body refracted brightly, and the muzzle immediately spewed out a ray of death. The moment King Qi jumped out of the light wave, the attack was already in front of it. There was a loud bang. The blood mist shook. King Qi's figure was shot down directly. Just as fast as it rose, it fell now. Layers of blood mist surged, and soon covered its body directly. Lin Qun retracted the romantic turret and shot at the sky without hesitation. In the sky, the blood moon was transmitted through the blood mist, and it could be seen that one side of it had been shot through by the heavy weapons of the Prophet civilization. The original full moon now became a crescent moon, and it was being chopped up in the field of vision. That was the broken space covered by Chiangguo. But the next second, a strange situation suddenly happened. On the blood moon, a huge blood bubble suddenly grew. Growing out from the part of the moon that was shot through, it was still very clear from a distance. One could imagine how big it was, and how fast it grew. It reached a terrifying size in an instant, not only filling the position of the moon, but also expanding out, and then it exploded. The broken space was all shrouded in it. The dark breath was boundless, and the blood covered the entire sky. The creepy and boundless horror was horrified. The blood mist in the sky suddenly intensified, and Lin Qun could not see anything from his current position. There was only a flashing figure rising slowly in the monstrous blood. That was the Prophet Civilization skydrive. It was shrouded in the broken space, as blurry as always, but when it rose into the air, it was entangled with a lot of blood, spiraling around it, and at a very long distance. Its posture revealed a kind of madness from the beauty. But in fact, this was an extremely dangerous fight. It had already fought a full-scale battle with the Sliders, represented by the Blood Moon. Lin Qun was watching this scene in the air, and a piercing cold light flashed in his eyes. At this position, he was at least 1,000 meters away from the skydrive. The headshot girl skill could not hit him, but he did not need to use a headshot girl skill either. He drank the medium dose energy recovery potion for free. His speed decreased rapidly in the air. He once again raised the muzzle of the romantic turret, aimed the gun in the air, aimed at the skydrive in the distance, injected 150 points of energy, adjusted the angle, aimed at the skydrive, and fired brazenly. The terrifying rays pierced the sky. The rising skydrive's body suddenly paused, and then the blood color surged wildly, covering it. Whoever can't hold back the loneliness first, whoever takes action first, will be defeated first. The Prophet Civilization did not want to suffer heavy losses in the blood mist, and was eager to break the situation. The skydrive was forced to take action, so they had to pay the price first. The skydrive was not dead in this shot, but it must be seriously injured. Lin Qun then accelerated for the second time, broke the speed of sound, and flew towards the sky at high speed. A shot to the skydrive is a shot to the skydrive. He also wanted to break the situation, and kill the Blood Moon. And on the ground below him, King Qi had already landed heavily. The Prophet Civilization life deliberately avoided it. It didn't care about the small fish of the Prophet Civilization. It gritted its teeth, and stood up from the huge pit it had smashed. It waved its hand, to try to disperse the blood mist around it, but it failed, and its face showed clear anger. It lowered its head, and saw that there was a bloody cut on its abdomen, but it was still not injured. The body that could not be killed by the silicon-based civilization's space-based weapons fought with Lin Qun twice, and was injured twice. Its eyes gradually showed excitement. It was rational to want to pick the weak specimen first. But facing a strong opponent, it was excited from the bottom of its heart. It raised its head, and its eyes revealed a fanatical fighting spirit. The next second, it quickly took off, and soared into the sky, following Lin Qun's figure, and flying into the sky. At this moment, Lin Qun was close to the boundless bloody world. He did not rush in, but used the curry stick to clear the way. The golden light once again played the effect of splitting the sea. Lin Qun was full of momentum. He had sufficient supplies, and although his dark energy and energy were constantly being consumed, they were still maintained at a high level, which was enough to support him to keep attacking, and get closer to the Blood Moon. Xiangquo's figure had disappeared, as if he had been swallowed by the sea of blood. Lin Qun could not care about him at this time. At this point, the surroundings were no longer blood mist, but a thorough sea of blood. He instinctively felt a terrifying threat of death here. He must not stay for too long, let alone be swallowed by the sea of blood. Therefore, he seized the time, and continued to accelerate. The Blood Moon was continuously enlarging in front of his eyes. The position of the Blood Moon was higher than he expected, only a few thousand meters lower than the position of the giant ship of the previous silicon-based civilization, which was not in the space orbit. But it was still quite high. This also meant that the Blood Moon was extremely huge. As he got closer, Lin Qun realized that this Blood Moon was not a blood moon at all, but a terrifying huge bald head. It was facing the earth with its back to the earth, and facing the starry sky, so the facial features could not be seen clearly. And now, with the blood bubble just bursting, its wound was still there, and it was now a head missing 1/3. Moreover, the attack from the Prophet Civilization skydrive seemed to have left wounds on its body. Scars could be seen on the back of its head facing the ground, which was extremely terrifying. It seemed to be aware of someone approaching. It turned back suddenly. At close range, Lin Qun could not see its face clearly. He only felt the boundless stench and a terrifying giant mouth that was infinitely close. This was not a human head, but the head of a creature that Lin Qun had never seen before. It turned around, without any complicated means of attack, and directly opened its big mouth, and covered Lin Qun. And it was still saying something in its mouth, which was unclear, and not human language. The simultaneous interpretation device that Lin Qun had been wearing had difficulty analyzing it. It was shouting starry sky, what does this mean? But at this time, Lin Qun had no time to investigate. It was too big and too fast. At this time, it suddenly turned around and started biting. Lin Qun rushed up at high speed again, and it was about to slide and send himself directly into the mouth of the person. Chapter 300 Beware of the Evolvers. Lin Qun never expected that he would become the funny one. He rushed over with great momentum, but ended up sliding into someone's mouth. He immediately decelerated urgently, and moved the sword of victory forward. Fire talismans flew out in front of him like raindrops, mixed with many kunai, flying in the opposite direction. His speed was too fast, and the big head was also heading in the opposite direction. It was too late to simply slow down. He could only adjust the direction by teleporting with kunai. In this situation, in the sea of blood, the huge blood moon head with 1/3 missing, was turning its head ferociously, opening its bloody mouth, trying to bite Lin Qun off. Its mouth was so big that it could swallow 2 cruise ships. Lin Qun was in the middle and could not see the outline of its mouth. There were only fangs and a piece of darkness inside. This mouth opened to the limit and finally closed with a bang. At the last moment, Lin Qun turned into a flash of lightning and flew out. He used the flying thunder god technique to instantly adjust his direction from forward to backward, and immediately changed from deceleration to acceleration, breaking through the sound barrier again and flying out. But just after flying out, Lin Qun saw a heavy iron fist. It was kinky. It rose from below, and its speed exceeded 7 times the speed of sound. It came in front of Lin Qun like a heavy artillery shell. The air whimpered and wailed with this punch, but it shouted excitedly, as if it could not see the huge blood moon head and its flaming eyes behind Lin Qun. It was going to punch Lin Qun. With a whoosh, this punch, which Kinky thought was a sure hit, missed. It was dazed for a moment, and failed to stop its momentum, and crashed into the death ray emitted by the blood moon head. Its eyes were really spitting fire, but it was not real fire, but some kind of blood-colored ray, which hit Kinky, and knocked it all the way into the sea of blood behind it. In another direction, Lin Qun pinched the second kunai in his hand, and saw the scene in front of him. He just threw out more than just one kunai. A drop of cold sweat also flowed from his forehead. It is absolutely impossible to take Kinky's punch without a physical fitness of more than 900. If he had been hit by the punch just now, his flesh and blood body would have been blown up along with Mark 50. Fortunately, there is the flying thunder god technique, which can teleport unreasonably. No matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than my teleportation. Kinky was drowned in the sea of blood. Lin Qun was left with the terrifying blood moon. Only then did he notice the abnormality in the sky. Although the blood bubble that exploded from the blood moon just now was of astonishing size, it was not that exaggerated. But now, the spreading sea of blood almost covered the entire sky. He looked around, except for the city below, which was still shrouded in blood mist. The place where he was now was surrounded by a sea of blood, which was astonishingly thick, and the air was filled with a disgusting stench. What's even more weird is that these seas of blood did not fall, but hovered in the sky, surging, exuding an unsettling and palpitating atmosphere, which made people instinctively resist approaching. Lin Qun himself also had the ability to restrain the system, and he instinctively had an intuition. He couldn't get close to the blood sea, let alone enter it. Kinky and Xiangqu disappeared, and Lin Qun suddenly became the target of the blood moon. Or rather, he was the real target. Starry sky. The big head seemed to only say this one sentence, but it looked at Lin Qun, and its eyes suddenly brightened up. Its huge body slid in the blood sea. The speed was not too fast, but its size was too large. The flagship of the Prophet civilization was not as big as it. In the blink of an eye, it approached again. Lin Qun gritted his teeth. He felt that there was something strange about the blood sea. He couldn't rush directly into the blood sea, so he still used the curry stick to clear the way. Although the curry stick consumed a lot of mana, it had a good effect on the current situation. With one sword, the sea was directly split. No matter what blood sea you are, it will be split into two immediately, and a path will be cut out. Lin Qun didn't understand why, and didn't dare to hide rashly. There were not only Prophet civilization life below, but also Li Ji, Chu Yaowei and other human elites. If something happened, the Prophet civilization and humans would die together. So he advanced in the sea of blood, to avoid the pursuit of the slider behind him. The speed of Mark 50 was still very fast. Lin Qun rushed forward, took drugs at a high speed, and used the sword of promise of victory to clear the way. Even he was a little flustered. The bald head behind him chased him relentlessly. Lin Qun turned his head, and saw with fear, that it opened its mouth and bit him again. Its eyes were still spewing blood-colored rays, chasing Lin Qun from behind and hitting him. He didn't expect the slider to be like this. Its appearance was extremely terrifying. Its huge head was bald, not a human head, but had a pair of polygonal eyes. Its skin was bumpy, but it had a strange bloody glow. It had no nose, but a mouth. Its mouth took up almost half of its face, and it was filled with shark-like teeth. But because it was so big, when it opened its mouth to the limit, it could not see the teeth, and could only see darkness inside. It did not seem to have a tongue or anything like that. The inside of its mouth was pure black, like a black hole. It also exuded an unsettling and frightening aura. Lin Qun was flying and observing at the same time. He was holding the golden light spell formula in his hand. This was a very effective method for the creatures of the Shengui civilization. He was ready to fight back, but Lin Qun did not really fight back immediately. Instead, he ran in the sea of blood and shouted, "Xiangguo, if you don't take action, I will lead it down and kill all the people under your prophet civilization." Xiangguo and Kinky disappeared, but they were obviously not dead, because on the ranking list, these two conspicuous bags were still at the top, but this glider did not seem to have the intention to find and kill them. He was only interested in Lin Qun. After all, Lin Qun was the goal of their holy war. Killing the apostles of the alien gods was their most important task and goal, and then winning the global battlefield. This was the biggest difference between the Shengui civilization and other top civilizations. Seeing Lin Qun like this, where could he hide? Judging from Lin Qun's perspective, since Xiangguo and Kinky were not dead, they should be nearby. The fact that they haven't shown up for a long time is probably because they are hiding. After all, their level is the smallest compared to the sliders. Even if the sliders are stronger and rank higher than the two in the world, the gap is not that big. It is impossible for them to be killed in one go. He didn't have much contact with Kinky, so he didn't know why Kinky didn't come out, but Xiangguo didn't come out. It might be seriously injured, but the most important reason for not coming out is that it wants to watch the sliders kill Lin Qun. How could Lin Qun let it fish around? He didn't fight back for a long time, not because he didn't think of a way to fight back, but because he felt something was wrong. On the other hand, he was waiting for Xiangguo and Kinky to come out to help him resist the thunder. There are only 4 people in this sky battlefield. Lin Qun and Xiangguo both came up to fight against the sliders, but their minds were flying. No one was willing to work hard, and they were waiting for the other to help them solve the problem. But as soon as Lin Qun said this, Xiangguo came out immediately. This is consistent with Lin Qun's judgment. If it really didn't want to make a move, it wouldn't have cooperated with the ground artillery of the Prophet's civilization to attack and kill the strong man of the Shengui civilization. They, the Prophet's civilization, are also reluctant to lose a group of main forces to the madmen of the Shengui civilization. They can't afford the loss, and they can't hold it back anymore. Naturally, they can't hold it back anymore, and they can only make a move. Now it's the same road. It has to make a move, whether it wants to or not. The Prophet civilization is the behind-the-scenes promoter of the Daxing City War of the 4 top civilizations this time. They still have many backups, and are the ones who want to succeed the most. It is impossible for them to sit and watch the main forces in front of them being lost in vain in the indiscriminate attack of the madmen of the Shengui civilization. Our people die, and your people will die too. Xiangguo's cold voice rang in every corner of the space. This was said to Lin Qun, as if responding to Lin Qun's threat just now, but despite this, it still made a move. It didn't appear, but it had already made a move brazenly. The blood sea around him suddenly shattered, cut into dense fragments by countless split spaces, and the blood sea itself seemed to be solidified in it. Those fragmented spaces were rising rapidly, forming a square box in the air that was even larger than the sliders, formed entirely by broken spaces, cutting inward at a very fast speed. But that was not a box at all. It was a terrible space storm set off by Xiangqu, collapsing and cutting inward, and each side of the six-sided broken space box was a fine and terrifying death blade. The sliders were to be smothered in this space storm. Lin Qun's figure quickly pulled up, and his eyes moved, trying to find the figure of Xiangqu, but it seemed extremely cunning, only attacking, but not seeing the person. Neither could it be seen whether it was really injured, nor could it attack it again. But Lin Qun also watched the scene in front of him nervously. If everything went well, Xiangqu's attack should theoretically be able to strangle the sliders directly in its space storm. But how could the 9th place in the world be a false reputation? The four-sided space storm of Xiangqu was formed, and it was not far from shrinking inward before it was suddenly blocked. A huge resistance came from inside. Then, the square space body woven by Xiangqu began to deform. It seemed that an unimaginable force was acting inside it, pulling and tearing it apart bit by bit. Then, accompanied by a tooth-grinding sound of breaking, the space storm was torn apart from the inside. The glider was missing a third of its head, roaring and killing ferociously from inside. Its eyes were terrifying, and its bloody mouth was biting, and it actually bit the space fragments into pieces in its mouth, or simply swallowed them in one bite. It had no body, and it seemed that there was really some kind of black hole in its mouth. And its cry was resounding through the sky. Starry sky. No one knew what it was saying. Lin Qun even felt that the cannon of the Prophet's civilization, which shot off a third of the glider's head, might have damaged its head. Therefore, at this moment, this 9th in the world not only had strange means and a terrifying appearance, but also its mental state was obviously abnormal. But this did not hinder its amazing strength. Xiangqu's method seemed to have no effect on it. It was about to break out in the next second. However, it still failed. Xiangqu used the ability of single point reset and instantly beat the skater who had just broken through back to its original position. Everything just now seemed to have never happened. In an instant, it returned to the original state. The space blockade on all sides was intact as before, and the skater was still trapped and died in public. Lin Qun's figure continued to rise, and the sea of blood surged. He held the sword of the Oath of Victory tightly, his eyes quickly wandered, and his breath was fully released. While waiting to finish off the skater, he was looking for the figure of Xiangqu everywhere, thinking of killing it by the way. At the same time, Lin Qun was also trying to hide, and wanted to hide. But the ability of the skater was obviously above that of Xiangqu, and Xiangqu's reset of the battlefield was just a replay of the scene just now. Sure enough, less than 2 seconds after the reset was completed, the scene just now was replayed, and the terrifying skater came out ferociously. But at this moment, another flash rose from the position directly below them, piercing the sky at a high speed, and hitting the skater again. That was below. The Prophet civilization opened fire again. It turned out that the Prophet civilization's reset was to delay time and create an opportunity for the Prophet civilization's warships below to open fire. But this time, the Prophet civilization's cannon caused a violent reaction in the sky. At the moment of impact, a violent explosion was shaken, and the blood sea and blood mist in the entire sky was swept away. The sliders seemed to have urgently applied some defensive measures this time, triggering this round of explosions. But this scene was something Lin Qun had not expected. He was blown away all of a sudden. When he was about to stabilize his figure, he saw the figure of Xiangqu in the chaos. The blood sea shook, and it was also forced out. But it was still covered by the broken space, and it was still unclear how badly it was injured. Adhering to the idea of strike first, Lin Qun made a direct move, and the sword of promise of victory slashed out with a flash. At that time, Xiangqu also discovered Lin Qun in an instant. The two completed a round of proof collision in the shock, and their bodies all fell and flew out. Lin Qun was also out of control, and his body fell all the way. The explosion and the sea of blood in the sky quickly moved away from his vision, and the blood mist under his feet rushed towards him, and the hazy city appeared in front of him. He gritted his teeth. He reversed and slowed down at the last moment, and finally landed with a loud bang. Smoke and dust rolled, and the blood mist surged. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Looking up at this position, the violent explosion of the glider just now was also submerged in the layers of blood sea, and could not be seen clearly. Xiangqua's figure disappeared again. Lin Qun had no time to pay attention to the surroundings. In the previous round of collision, his position had been exposed. If Xiangqua and Kinky bit him and killed him, they could attack at any time. At this moment, Lin Qun felt a sudden breeze that penetrated the blood mist and blew gently. He was startled and thought that an attack was coming, but it was not a blow, but a voice mixed in the wind. Lin, be careful of the evolver. Is this Adelante? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.